coming in right on time, yo. Oh, we on. Welcome to another episode of Killah Priest Podcast. I'm your host, Killah Priest, the Iron Sheik from the Middle East. I'm almost there, so prepare to say peace. Controlling the rocket is none other than A Dizzle.
Yeah, what's good? Welcome back. It's going to be a wild show. Let's go.
Oh, man, it's going to be crazy. On my right is none other than Rasulullah.
Rasulullah 7 from the lost children of Babylon, sent from heaven.
Oh.
Disciple of the Killer Bees.
Armageddon.
One of Philadelphia's finest MCs.
Hey.
You like that? Okay.
Yeah. On the end is who?
Men Caparata the Great. It's storming, it's raining, it's lightning, which means that in the heavens they fighting right now. You know what I'm saying? So everybody better buckle down, because it's about to go down, straight up and down.
Yeah. You know, somebody said, shout out to the chat room, the best chat room on the internet, which is, shout out to Sandro. Man, you are only moderator right now, man.
Hold it down, Sandro. Hold it down.
Sandro, shout out to our moderator, Sandro with the Rockets. Shout out to the Rocketeers and shout out to the Craftsmen that's in the building. The best chat room on the internet. Yeah, man, I don't even know where to start at, man. Hush Nation, what's this? Devontae, he says Hebrews from here, not Africa. So we got the Aboriginals in the building?
Everybody don't want to be from Africa, yo.
We're going to set the stage right, man. This time we're going to set the stage right because we got Mighty Hebrew coming.
Word.
Presentation.
Yeah.
Tehuti. They're going to be going at it one-on-one. Yo, listen, we prepared y'all. I'm starting tea now.
Yeah.
Starting tea now.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and just...
We starting tea now. AD, what you drinking, man?
I got my mocha latte right here.
Because this is going to be so good, we never know what's going to happen. I already made the matcha early, and I used this right here, this matcha.
Okay. Where's that
Check
from?
out this matcha. This matcha is organic Japanese.
Organic
Pure
Japanese.
ground green tea.
Pure ground green tea.
I already hooked this one up. Yo, grab your seat. We're going to say, somebody said Killer Priest with the WWF uniform. Yo, it's going to be on and crackling.
Yeah.
No, he killed me. Yo, it's going to be on and crackling.
Oh, yeah.
Hold on. And the guards. Shout out to the guards. The guards is watching. Peace to the guards.
Yeah.
Peace to the guards.
Peace to the guards, because you already know what time it is. The guards. And you know what?
What are you talking about?
Well, I got calls. I told you last time. This is why this episode's gonna be crazy.
Someone called you?
Yeah,
Okay.
I got calls from Canada.
Really?
Yeah.
Canada?
Shout out to Born King.
What'd they say?
Salahuddin.
Salahuddin?
Yes. I got calls from. I got texts from Texas.
Text from Texas.
Yes. Shout out to Hakeem.
Hakeem.
Brother
Yeah.
Hakeem.
Shout out to Gensu. Great Gensu.
Shout out to Brother Gensu. Okay.
Shout out to the Jedi family. You know what I'm saying?
Jedis.
They got a staff up there.
What? The Jedis?
Yeah, these guards are different.
What?
These guards are they're the Jedi. They're the Jedi.
They're from the nation of gods and earths?
Yeah, but
They call themselves the Jedis?
Yes.
Wow.
Well, the eyes are open. Well, you already know.
That's dope. That's dope.
The Jedis.
And
I want to meet those guys.
Yeah, the Jedi. Yo, listen, they got a temple called the Jedi. Yeah.
No, hold on, wait a minute.
Yeah, this is different. This
is not because there's some guys.
They call this a what?
No, that's in Canada.
Right. No,
They
that's
got
Canada.
like a whole religion set up based around what George Lucas created. It's called the Jedi Temple religion, some weird shit like that. These are not the same guys. Is it?
Nah, there's Jedis all over the place. There's all different type of Jedis. There's different type of Jedis.
Okay, all right.
Right,
All
and you go.
So these are the 5%er Jedis.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know,
all right.
another levels, man.
Yeah,
other
okay,
levels.
okay.
So I got calls from them, right? Well, beams, right? So I got some from Canada. The brothers that I know from that's Born King in them. So they tuned in. Salahuddin, he's going to come. He wants to break things down correctly. You know what I'm saying? Okay. But the thing about here is this is the path form that you could break it down. Right. And we lay it out on the line because we got to know the truth.
Yeah.
And they said if you know the truth shall set you free.
Oh, okay.
The person that's mentally slaved in bondage in his mind has to be let free.
Okay.
So you ready? You got a gate.
Who, me?
You got a gate key. No. I'm just saying.
Yeah,
Let me set the tone because Mighty Hebrew is coming through. And you know he deals with the nation. He deals with a lot of esoteric. You know, it's like the Kabbalah on top of that. Shout out to Ngozzian too.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you could take different things.
Yeah, it's different things.
Like you could take words like Jedi, right?
Yeah.
And then you can write like the word Jed, the Zed pillar in the ancient Kemetic, and the Metu Neter, right?
Yeah.
And they spell it D-G-E, right? Am I right? No, it's a D-E-G-I, Jed, right?
Yeah.
And if you take the D off
Yes,
and you
I.
put
Blessed
Jed
I.
and you put just Jed and you put it as like J-E-D-I, it's almost the same word. Maybe George Lucas took that,
Yeah. Well, you could
made
replace
that word up from that.
Well, then you got Yoda, right? With the
Yoda,
Y.
right.
Yeah, with
Yoda
with the
could
Y.
also be Yoda.
Yeah, Yoda, right? And then you could replace...
Yahuda.
Yes. Or you could replace the J with the Y, and it'd be the Yedis. Or
the
Yets.
or the Yeti.
Yeah.
Or
But
whatever,
Yets,
you know.
Yets is a Kabbalah word, right?
But yeah,
There's
you
a lot
know,
of
the
stuff
only reason
Yeti.
why I say it
Origins.
because, you know, cats will run with people will run with those kinds of concepts.
And that's a good thing, though.
Yeah. Now,
What's wrong with
I
running
mean,
with the
it's
concept?
cool.
Because they
It's
have
all right. It's all right. But when you try to make it, when you want to use that kind of information and try to, you know,
Well, didn't
use
Kemet...
that to debate, to use it in a debate for a primary source or something like that.
Well, didn't Kemet...
Word.
use
See, when somebody
nature?
tell me, Lord, when somebody
Nature?
tell me like,
Didn't Kemet use nature?
Yeah, but they
Use the
didn't.
image
When you
birds.
say Jedi, you almost not, because those two words sound differently,
Jedi.
right? But the word kind of sounds that if you write it out,
That's dope. Yeah, Gab. You can get it.
right,
Gab.
right. You know what I mean? It's called phonetics, really.
Jedi lights.
That's why they, you know what I mean? Phonetics.
see, if somebody tell me, Lord, that you a God and that you a Jedi, I better see some technology behind you, Lord. For real though. You know what I'm saying? It better be something that you manifesting from the earth that you done created that validates that name.
Them that came.
You know what I'm saying? Because you can't just, I'm a Jedi, Lord, now look at you and be like,
Yeah, you just a regular cat. You got a staff in your hand that you got from. Yeah, you can't just.
yeah, you know what I'm saying? It's like, oh, I'm a
That's
Jedi.
why-
Okay, well, let me see some science behind it then. That's
Yeah.
what I'm waiting out of the gods. Like, come on, man. Like, we got to step it all the way up. Let me see your technology. What you manifesting into the verse out of your mind. You know
That's
what I mean?
right. That's right. That's why we got to build. So, Jedi was an Egyptian priest class who did the coffee and rituals. Christopher said that. Christopher said that.
Yeah, well, I guess it could be the ones that held the scepter, because you had, when you see the statue, right, of I forget one of the deities, Khonsu.
More Kabbalah, man. I thought
Khonsu held the Zed pillar.
Yeah.
You can see the statues. It shows the
The royal
priest,
scepter.
the priest holding it as a staff.
Yeah, the scepter.
Yeah. Mhm.
Yeah. Yo,
So-
you know, I got a
Somebody said
lecture that I did, Lord, talking about King Tahaka and how he was asking Amun Ra for the power of the golden electrical scepter.
Right.
And that golden electrical scepter gave him enough power to
Right.
rule Upper and Lower Kemet.
Wow.
When he came in and took
See-
over the throne.
Yeah.
Now, see, when you saying stuff like this, see, this is stepping in mighty Hebrew realm.
But it says
say
it right
to-
there on the joint though. If you look at it,
Right.
I
But
showed you
some
the joint.
Well, some people-
steal the tablet, right?
Yeah, it's right there on the wall.
Yeah.
Yeah, but some people would take. See, when you're going into those levels, and then we was talking about this earlier.
But see, the difference between them and me, Lord,
Yeah.
I can show and prove.
There you go.
So it's
There
like,
you go.
nigga,
There
oh,
you go.
you got, yeah, I got a scepter.
There you go.
You know what I'm
There
saying?
You go.
Yeah.
There you go. Make some noise for
With the
something.
golden unk at the top.
Nah, I believe you. You know, I seen
Yeah.
a couple of stuff, man. It's
Yeah,
real.
you know what I'm saying? So
Yeah. Well, you
a
know.
lot of the gods be talking about the science. I'll be like, yeah, okay,
Yeah.
that shit sound good. Let me see it though. You know what I mean?
Yo. Yeah, exactly. Well, look, since you got the keep the Jedis going.
Well, you know,
Yeah.
you
You know
got
what? Since we on this vibe, and you know, I gotta set the.
And plus, it's Raider Nation today,
Oh yeah, the Raiders are playing the Chargers,
and it's lightning.
and it's lightning. Wow, it's Raiders. Raiders are what,
And we're
pirates,
talking about
right?
Jedi's.
Yeah, Jedi's.
Raiders.
Raiders
you
are
know.
pirates.
Yep.
What is a Charger?
A boat of energy.
It's a boat of energy,
Bolt of
right?
energy. That's
Yeah.
why it has the bolt
The
of lightning.
Zeus.
Yeah.
bolt of lightning on the side of the.
And that's
on the,
crazy, Lord,
football
that
helmet.
today it's a football game.
Yes.
And it's thundering and lightning
Everywhere. Yeah,
in LA right now. And the Chargers is playing. That's amazing, yo.
we in LA is thundering.
Somebody playing with high science, Lord.
Yeah.
And
Oh,
I
yeah.
can tell you who it is, too.
Yeah. Who is it?
Caesar.
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 All right.
Who-
The brother said Caesar. You got to break that down, bro.
So
Break it down,
okay,
brother.
so when black folks used to fight against the mob back in the 80s, I mean back in the early 1800s and 1900s, right? They was fighting against Italian families, right?
Right.
And it was a toss up in America on who was going to run the industries of the world. So the Egyptians was fighting against the Italians over America. So black folks used to have shit like numbers that we used to run. We used to have bootleg liquor that we used to run.
Right.
But the white folks, the Italians, Caesar's people, would always try to infringe upon us and make us pay taxes to him. That was his key. That's the number one thing.
Right.
He wanted black folks in Harlem to do what? Pay taxes to him.
Right, right,
So the Italians come from where? From Italy.
right.
Where's Italy at? Is Rome in Italy?
Yeah.
Bam.
So Caesar.
So who's still running all the Colosseums right now? The Italian mob.
Yeah.
The Italians.
So I was
the
thinking
Romans.
Greek. Yeah. But Romans and Greek. Yeah, the Greeks were first and then became Romans. Yep. Caesar. All right, so Zeus.
So
yeah,
right
yeah.
now you see a game coming on with the Chargers and the Raiders, and all of a sudden lightning. Nah, somebody running the rim, Lord.
Yeah.
They playing with high science, correlating it through their rituals of football.
Yeah. Wow. And then Super Bowl is in Roman numerals. Super
All of that
Bowl.
is
That's right.
Roman
That's
Roman practice.
Yeah.
Coliseums.
Well, this is modern day Rome. We still following Rome.
That's what I'm trying to show you how it started. It started
Exactly.
because we lost the war between the Italians. And when we lost the war between the Italians, they took over the bank, they took over the lottery, they took over the liquor, and they took over the money system.
You mean Rome?
The Italians,
Right.
which is Rome.
Right. All right. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Because, the Romans is made up of people.
Right.
And
Right.
now they call
Seven
themselves
hills.
Italians. Mussolini.
Yeah. Seven Hills.
Remember Mussolini
Well, let me-
tried it first. With Adolf Hitler, he wanted to go to Ethiopia and make them pay
When you
taxes
when
to
you
him.
say Italians, because you talking about the elite, you talking about the elite groups, right? Not the mob.
Mamma mia, that's
They all stem from that.
Mob,
all of them stem
Because
from
I know a lot of.
Yeah.
some stem from the families that's connected to the Roman Catholic Church.
Yeah.
The diocese.
Everybody is
They-
eating
they
because
call
of
it-
them.
They call it the
Right.
You
Roman
got, you got some real
the
hood.
diocese.
Yeah, but you got real hood cats from Italy, from
Well,
Naples.
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And yeah, exactly. So
Yeah.
Italians ain't no joke.
Yeah. From
You know what I mean?
Yeah, from Naples.
Yeah.
And then when they took and they roll, you already know you from
Yeah,
Philly.
but
too.
they the real
I
deal.
am talking about the elite. I am.
right?
The elite because it's the elite that got the control of the money. Like the SoFi Stadium down there, man, Joy looked like a spaceship, Lord.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it looked like a spaceship.
You
Yeah.
gotta check that out, yo.
Yeah, we gotta run down there. But
Run down there. Yeah,
right
exactly.
now they having a game and it's thundering and lightning, Lord. That's
Oh, and it's the game's here.
The game's
so
here.
You think that's the Raiders doing that? Because the Raiders are pirates, right?
the Raiders are pirates, but
So
the
I'm
Raiders are also the one-eye,
And okay, the one-eyed pirate.
the one-eyed pirate.
Who else a pirate? What other team is a
Meaning
pirate?
that he unbalanced. That's why he only got one eye, so he only see shit one way.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Football, man. Football.
So but
What's another pirate team?
the Buccaneers.
Hey, you on
Buccaneers,
point.
yeah.
Yeah,
see,
the
a lot of people
Buccaneers.
wouldn't know that. Yeah.
the
Buccaneers
Yeah.
or pirates.
And the Buccaneers,
The Dolphins come into that because you got pirates. I'm thinking
Nah, they
you got
not that.
pirates.
They not. That's
I
enough.
mean, they've been fish.
yeah.
Yeah.
But
they
dolphin is not scary.
Dolphin is that's
No,
why the
but they
dolphin never
talking
won
about-
an industry.
They should have been killer whales.
Because they use the dolphins to hunt food in the ocean.
Right. Because I never understood why the Dolphins won every game. They had one of the greatest quarterbacks, Dan Marino.
Yep.
But I never was scared of a dolphin.
Nah, and they never won a championship.
And they make that laugh.
Oh yeah, they never won the.
No, they won everything. We talking about the
Dolphins, they never-
70s. I think they did.
The
the
Dolphins won a
70s?
championship before.
Yeah, in the 70s.
In the 70s?
They won every game. They're the only team that won every game.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
They
You're
won
right.
every game.
Yeah.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, you're right about that. They
They
had
had
a perfect season.
They had Don Shula.
Don Shula, yeah, they won every single game. Yeah.
Yo, back to y'all. Y'all coming back. All right, yo, listen. You know, Kwame Yashala, they looking at, oh, this gonna be good. Yeah. That's 144D Boogeyman. Okay, J. Torrey, Flipper. Yeah, somebody said Flipper. My cousin said Rasul said Rasul slave Brazil. It may have been saved Brazil. Those people
Been saved Brazil. I don't know. I don't speak Portuguese.
All right, they went undefeated. Yeah, they went undefeated. All right, as y'all come in,
Oh,
we set up the
Dolphins was
move.
undefeated.
Yeah, in the 70s. I think 72 Dolphins.
Wow.
The 72. They're the only team that did that. And I was thinking, but all those dreams are crushed now because no, the only ones that's the Cardinals.
The Cardinals.
I always thought about the Cardinals. But, wait a minute, let me say this. I'm gonna tell you because is a cardinal dangerous?
Nah.
They're an endangered species, right?
They probably so. Yeah, probably
No,
dangerous, but they ain't dangerous.
They still around. Cardinals are still around.
Yeah.
But those little red birds,
Little
I
red
get to
birds,
see one.
They
But
got something like
in
in North California. They got
Yeah,
Cardinals.
they have Cardinals. They're still
Yeah.
around.
Why?
If I'm not
Why
mistaken.
put them on a football helmet?
I don't know.
What do a car? No,
Because
they're
it's
dangerous
balanced
to
though,
worms.
Lord. If you think about it, it's balanced because they got 12 teams that represent like evil deities, and then they got another 12 teams that don't. But it's 32. So like 16 and 16 is probably balanced out.
Name me the three nicest teams that would represent love.
Dolphins, Cardinals,
Cardinals,
and
or Cowboys. No, Cowboys killed the Indians.
There's
yeah, Dolphins, Cowboys, and maybe a Steeler or a Packer.
Nah, Steelers are what?
Packers.
Steeler worker?
the
Packers.
Packers now, but they don't.
Cheese guys.
Yeah, cheese guy. What a cheese guy gonna do to you?
You gonna kill them with cheese?
Exactly. So that's the three nicest
Yeah, Aaron
ones.
Rodgers. I don't know. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, Cardinals.
I forgot that. Okay, I already said this though. But what's a brown?
What's a brown?
They could be talking about
That's a good question.
The Bears.
Everybody out
Talking
there,
about
then
the
we talked
Bears.
about it. We talked about. We already got the Chicago Bears.
Yeah.
Oh, Chicago.
What's a brown, everybody?
A piece of
Bears
shit.
got-
Bro.
Cleveland Browns. What's a brown?
A piece of shit.
Don't look it up.
Maybe I'm tripping.
I know the answer to it. But it took me a long time to get it. I was like, what is a brown?
Brown, like, isn't it? But they the Bulldogs, though, right?
No.
Close.
I'm close.
Oh, they-
Close. What's a Cleveland Brown? Somebody said the Jet. What's a Jet?
Yeah,
Don't
that's
tell me a Jet. is
talking
a
about.
plane.
I think that's what they stand
New
for.
York
Jet.
Jets.
New York Jets. Yeah, the plane. They spell
They
it
ain't cheating, is it?
JET.
Buffalo. That's another.
Jets. Yes.
Let me
Subtle
make
animal.
sure I said this right about the guards too. Shout out to Hakeem. He's one of those guys that really do this. You know. Said priest talking about sports. Yeah, because there's a lot in there.
somebody
said
said
the
a
Indians.
bear.
Yeah, somebody said the Bears and not the Browns. That would have been make sense though. The Browns are actually a dog. They used to call it dog.
a dog. Yeah,
Yeah,
the
you're
dog
right. You was
pound.
closer. Yeah. They would call them Browns back in the day. So this is like
Yeah.
old slang.
For Brown. Yeah, Brown. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
All right.
wow.
So before we start the tea, I'm gonna do this early because I know when Tehuti come, I know Mighty Hebrews are gonna be on and popping. We're about to do matcha. We're drinking matcha tea. I just want to let everybody know out there that we're in the middle of retrograde. It's crazy. It's raining right now. They said it's raining everywhere at the same time. Is that true? I know it's raining in Australia, right?
Australia, Canada, UK.
Yeah, exactly. Somebody said the dog pound.
retarded, yo.
They said the dog pound. Yeah, we set the stage because it's like going to be a Super Bowl tonight. It's going to be
Yeah.
a Super Bowl of knowledge.
Yeah.
It's going to
Because
be a
you
lot
know,
of.
I build a lot of times, man, with Hebrew Israelites out there on the street. You know what I'm
Right,
saying? And
right.
it's like, I've had brothers, come up to me, hey, brother, you're not from Africa.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right,
and you be
right.
like, oh, okay, here we go with this shit. Nigga, how do you know where I'm from? So now you're going to try to tell
But
me where
Mighty
I'm
Hebrew
from.
is different, though.
And I'm just saying with my
Yeah.
experience.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
yeah, some
My
of the
experience out there in the street with
Yeah.
it. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Because, we building, but, our brothers try to put that pressure on you in the street.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? For you to click up.
Yeah,
You know what I'm
yeah,
saying? And it's
exactly.
like, yo, listen, man. I understand, the science and how you pushing it. I even understand the people that's behind you. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
At the end of the day, man, all of that talk is good, but where you leading the people to?
That's what it's about at the end of the day.
You know what I'm saying? We got passports going to there or whatever, because last time I checked, it was being occupied by somebody,
What's that?
the so-called Israel.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it was conquered.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You talking about right now? What's going on there now?
Yeah, right now.
It's conquered.
Who's being occupied?
the
land.
Palestinians.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Y'all remember Yasser Arafat, PLO?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
All those lands were conquered, taken over. So nobody's in their original inhabitants.
Even like same thing with Kemet. Like, you know, our land is conquered right now. You got foreigners on there that's, you know what I'm saying, Islamic, but don't have nothing to do with the religious nature of that country. So all of the statues and stuff is not replenished. The pyramid look like it's out of shape. The you know what I'm saying? The Sphinx ain't. You know what I'm saying? They trying to keep it a relic.
Right.
Whereas if we was running the country, we'd already refurbished all of that already.
Right. But I gotta build on this.
Yeah.
I can't say that about Ethiopia.
Nah, not at all.
Ethiopia,
Not
they
at
make
all.
sure that
They still holding it down.
Yeah, they got their priests there.
Yeah.
I saw an episode when they was
Well, those are not, real Egyptians there. Those are Arabs there. So
what, the Ethiopians?
No, I'm talking about in Egypt right now. In Kemet
Yeah,
right
that's
now.
what I'm saying.
I was just talking about Ethiopia.
But, go ahead.
Went
Go
back.
ahead. I'm just saying.
You all right?
I was
You
just
already-
adding on to what he was trying.
Yeah. Oh, you wanted to
Add
go
on.
into that.
Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, you're right about Ethiopia. They do still, and a lot of the cold thing about it, Lord, if you went back and you studied their fighting style and how they fought against the Italians, right?
Right.
As an army and the weapons that they use, man.
Right.
I don't know why Negroes ain't caught on to that.
Well, what they did with music?
No, I'm talking about the weapons that they used to defeat Mussolini's army.
What was those?
The
Right.
Ethiopians when they
Yeah.
fought against them.
Might have to get Lord Fury on here. How would they use?
They used sickle swords.
Is it the?
Yeah, they use sickle swords. But the Ethiopians got a certain kind of sword where they can turn it this way and it can go right over your shield.
Right. Oh,
You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So it got like a sickle on it, so you can go right over a person's shield with the joint. And then they had cannons and then they had metal shields.
Right.
You hear me?
Right. And so it can go over. That's
Yeah.
ill.
But then they
the
had
thing-
metal shields themselves that they used to protect themselves. They had metal shields.
Yeah, but they ain't playing fair now.
Nah.
They
They had cannons and stuff too.
They be behind the blinds.
Yeah.
Press one little button.
Yeah.
Nuking.
Yeah.
UEP nuking.
But there's still karma, Lord.
Yeah, it is. That's
You know
the
what
law
I'm
of
saying?
nature.
Yeah, you push that button, it's another button you can't see that's being pushed.
Yeah, it's the law of the
So
nature.
as soon as you're going like this, the other button over there like the same time. Go, because everything got to balance itself out.
Yeah. As soon as you try to destroy everything,
Yeah.
you'll be destroyed
You'll
yourself.
be destroyed yourself.
Those are ancestors calling, and you can hear it in the cries, you can hear it in the earth. You know what I'm saying? If you listen,
Yeah.
there's a lot of ancestors here
Facts.
still.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So that vibration goes on, man. It just keeps going on. But you got to believe. We've been taught to believe. We're gonna start the mood, man. We were taught not to believe in ourselves. We were just talking about that earlier, right?
Facts.
I'm already zoned out. My eyes are like, huh? Shout out to LT station. He says, nice and sunny Oakland, California right now. Yo, y'all make sure y'all hit that super chat today because it's going to be on K-Bob Praxis. What he says. That's because Ethiopia was a Christian nation. That's right. A lot of people don't touch on that
Yeah.
because they say that Christianity is not in Africa.
Right.
But Christianity is heavy there. And what it conquered?
Yeah.
Or was that a long time ago? That
Ethiopia,
story is
nah.
old,
They never
yo.
really been Ethiopia's
Yeah.
never really been conquered at all.
People don't realize that the story is Jesus,
Yeah.
Solomon, and David is all on the walls. Mm-hmm. And where did that come from? And they look just like them.
Yeah.
And that's old when you look at it, and it's like, okay, so everybody wasn't just taught Christianity.
Nah.
Look at that.
Yeah.
Science that we don't be looking at, that's over there in one of the oldest countries. Matter of fact, they got one of the oldest churches.
Yeah. Yeah, it's dug underground. It's actually dug beneath the ground. You know what I'm saying? I forget the name of it. You might
Axiom.
want to pull that up. You can get a picture of that AD.
Is it called the Axiom? Stranger, what up?
I think so. I forget the actual name.
Stranger said okay, yeah, let's pull up the oldest church on the planet. They might say somewhere in America, right?
Yeah, but
That's where we all. Okay, Stringer said,
Ethiopia.
"We all stand on the graves of our ancestors and let's make them proud." That's right, bro. Is that it?
No, they're not the one I'm talking about. One I'm talking about is actually
List of the oldest church buildings?
put in Ethiopia, oldest church, Africa.
No, that's buildings. I would say like.
Oh, you put it.
What would you call it? Like oldest church.
Yeah.
Period.
In Ethiopia?
Yeah. In the world. Yeah,
Coptic.
Sure.
Coptic. Yeah.
Yeah, Coptic.
Yeah,
There
I think
it
that's
goes.
it right there. You see it?
Look at that brother right there. Cold flicks right there, yo. Dude come up to you like that.
That's
That
building,
one,
yo.
Down is you see how it's carved inside of the ground. You see?
They got the umbrellas.
Yeah.
And all the rosters, they go out there. And I know.
Yeah.
I think Bob Marley see this. See this is stylish. Look at the priest right there at the
And then
door.
he has that now he's holding in his hand might be one of the oldest versions of the
Now, why nobody pull up these, man?
of their version of the Bible. Right,
Right.
there. See, if you want to be a Christian, you might want to go there and study their version of the Bible.
Yeah, well, he's
they're
all in
manuscripts.
garbed in white.
Yeah.
He has the turban on, the tar
yeah.
bush. Is it the tar bush?
No, it's an Emma.
Okay,
It's
that's
an
the
Emma.
Emma. Okay.
Abraham wore,
Yeah.
if you believe in that sort of thing.
Well, it's right there.
You see, look at that one. That's a nice. It's carved inside, in the underground, on the right hand side. You see all the, or look over, go on your left hand. There you go. Yeah. See how it's carved into the ground.
Yeah.
It's pretty. Cool.
Here we go, y'all. Ladies and gentlemen, look on right there. We're looking at Ethiopia, one of the oldest Christian religions on the planet. And it's actually in the walls. Look, they got their Wailing Wall right there. And surprisingly, now I see why what the rosters be singing about.
Yeah.
When they be talking about going back to Zion. I mean, I saw something with Damon Marley. Shout out to Damon Marley. And he had a Harmonic, the writings.
Hermetic. Hermetic.
Marcus, okay, K-Bob Practice said, Marcus Garvey said, never turn away from Jesus. Shout out to K-Bob Practice. You got to look at that. Okay, Jeff Walls, shout out to him. LCOB, go ahead.
LCOB started my conversation to Islam. All right. Confession, I'm sorry.
Conversion.
Conversion, I'm sorry, I couldn't see it.
Hey,
Oh, man, okay. Well,
big.
alhamdulillah.
that's big. That's big.
All right. Wow.
Charles, he put 9 on it. Thanks for turning it gold. Word. Thank you for that. It's very important that we get locked in today, yo. I'm glad that everybody's coming through. That's real good. I told you, I think your last build was like one of your best builds. You know what I'm saying? I know somebody gonna say, man, that wasn't correct, man. That's right.
What's that?
No, the last time
Oh,
we was
yeah.
building with you were kind of on point. You wasn't too twisted.
Oh,
it was
yeah,
very focused a little bit.
Yeah.
It was
What bill was that? Talking about last week?
Yeah, the last time when him against well, it was kind of y'all kind of jumped. You got in it too.
Yeah. You talking about what? You
With
talking about
Iron
the 5%?
Sheik.
The
Yeah,
5%?
5%.
Yeah, you know.
Yeah, that was kind of cool.
To me, it's just a understanding, Lord, of understanding two different cultures. You know what I'm saying? And why
Same people.
two different cultures, and they're fighting over cultural differences that really have no objective towards the overall destiny of what we're supposed to be manifesting.
Right,
It's just like a useless conversation.
right. But we gotta get it right.
Well,
Somehow.
yeah, I mean, it is, okay? But you don't want to impose your
Your will.
ideology on someone. You see what I'm saying?
But who's doing the imposing though?
Well,
Here we go.
Well, you know, I'm not
about
trying to
go
debate or nothing. But what I'm
down.
saying
No.
is-
This is like the fight before the fight. You know when you.
What
go
I'm saying, what I'm saying is that if you come to me and say that you got to follow these particular lessons, you know what I'm saying, you are somewhat imposing your beliefs.
Has that
in
ever happened to you, brother?
philosophy.
Somebody come to you on the street and
Brian
try to
Smith, that's dope,
impose
baby.
their will upon you?
Yeah, I mean, you see it with all religions. All religions do that, including the religion of Islam. Orthodox Islam does that. When you see, you might meet a Muslim brother, and he's going to encourage.
Let me ask you a question.
He's going to encourage
and
the
Muslims
one
in
that
North Africa, when they used to enslave Africans.
Hold on, before y'all go in there, because I know I see where y'all going.
Yeah.
Let me just do the super chat real quick.
Oh, yeah,
it's from
Tibetan monks.
Freddie Carter. Y'all go right back to the Tibetan monks levitate stones using sound. Video on YouTube.
Yeah.
Yeah, I seen that video.
Yeah. Because and you know what, and that's in life, yo. That's what I'm more interested in when it comes to, you know what I'm saying, building with people. What are you manifesting and creating out of your mind? And whatever practice that you practicing, right? Let me see it manifest into existence.
Yeah.
Because us as humans, a lot of time, our own potential, we make it minute.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? It just becomes some kind of talk or jargon that we use to make ourselves sound intelligent.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? But in all actuality, are you really intelligent?
Well,
the only way you can be intelligent is if you tap into yourself and bring something out.
Right.
But if you can't tap into yourself and bring nothing out, then everything you saying is just air.
Right.
You feel me?
Instead of manifesting it. Yeah.
Instead of manifesting. That's why I'll be like a lot of time when brothers be trying to debate with me, yo, it's no debate.
Yeah.
Well, you have to. The word became flesh,
True indeed.
and you breathe life into the flesh.
Yeah.
After that, then the manifestation comes in.
Yeah.
If we all come together, then we can start building and making our temple.
Yeah, I think.
Hey, Lord, show them the
I think
temple.
in a lot of ways,
show them the
right?
Haitian castle, Lord.
Oh, that's hard.
If anything, if you're learning from anybody, right? Doesn't matter who it is.
Can you pull up the Haitian castle?
You should. Hold
Oh,
on.
look at that joint.
Let me say
Yeah,
this. You should.
yeah.
You
Go
should.
Go ahead.
You should. Whoever that teacher is to you, you should never want to inspire to be like that religion in a way, or that way of life in a way to where as though you have to go out and you have to convert people, right?
Yeah.
I think the living example, like you were saying, would want someone to want to convert to Islam. Like if you're hanging out with a Muslim every day, or a good devout Christian, or someone who studies Kemetic science, or whatever they're into, I think that they should, like you said, should show a living example of that. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? Instead of imposing your ideology on someone that may not know, or they may not disagree with you.
Yeah.
Well, that's what
but
they
that's
prey
a
on.
different.
You know
yeah.
what I mean?
Right.
But
Yeah.
some people in a lot of ways just kind of like want you to follow. They get into it to say, no, this is the right way.
Yeah.
And
That's
there's
ego
no
tripping.
other way. You're not open minded to.
I'm perfect, so follow me.
Yeah, exactly. So
It's all
my whole
ego
thing
trip.
is this: to all of those individuals, including the other individual from last week, if what you saying is right and exact,
Who you talking about?
right? What do you mean? Who I'm talking about?
Make yourself clear on this show. Who you talking about? You
What I'm
said-
talking about? We was talking about last week with Sheik.
Okay.
Yeah. My whole
gonna
thing
call
is
me.
this,
He gonna
or
call me.
anybody.
All right.
If what you're saying is true, right? Prove to all of us, including AD, KP, and yourself, prove that all you're saying, without any updates or any trying to use any information to maybe like inspire you to want to learn a little bit more, but prove to us that you're right and exact, and if you're right and exact, we'll follow you. Simple as that.
But that's not the purpose.
No,
though,
it is
Lord.
the
Nah, because you gotta be self-savior, Lord. You know
because
that.
here's the thing. We
Am I right?
all
You
of
gotta
those
be
people
self-savior.
You have to be self-savior.
I can't save you,
Hey,
Lord.
Hold on.
I can't save you.
Not
Nobody
saying.
can.
I'm not talking about
This is
me.
not the Hold On show.
This is not the Hold On show. What I'm saying is,
Everybody say, hold on. Go ahead.
if you're right and exact,
Go ahead.
everything that you're saying is by a shadow of is all right and exact, right? Then you should be able to prove that to all of the scientists in the world, all of the other Muslims in the world, right? Everybody, that these lessons are right and exact, and y'all should just give up what y'all studying, and we should learn this, because that's basically what they're saying. You know what I'm saying? I mean, in any school of thought. Some schools of thought are universal.
Let me ask you a question.
Yes, I'm saying,
Let me ask you a
but
question.
a lot of hold on. A lot of those that hold on. Let me
Hold
finish
on
what I'm
again.
saying.
Finish what you're saying, bro.
A lot
you
of like when
long-winded,
you dealing with
you long-winded.
well, I gotta
You
explain with myself. I'm not trying to be philosophical or nothing. All I'm saying is, if you're right, then you should be able to convert everybody. You know what I'm saying? He's sitting up here arguing with the dude about arguing with him about Yaqub, but you're using one fraction to the story, and Tehuti brought out so many different things about where Yaqub came from. But you want to ignore that and say, no, we got to deal with this. Well, where did it come from? So, and then you're going to just deal with your narrative of it. So you gotta prove everybody wrong.
Which one you want me to talk about?
You know what I'm saying?
Other than that, six different issues.
I'm just saying. Other than those are the issues. So other than that, then boom,
Yeah. So
there's nothing wrong.
Basically,
with
understanding this, Lord, when you get a high degree of understanding the supreme mathematics, the supreme alphabet, the knowledge culture degree, the 3 do's and don'ts, when you get a supreme understanding of that, right, you start to see and understand what duality is, Lord. And if basically the 5% teachers of poor righteous being a teacher is that you have God and you have the devil. Now, you can go and try to, dress up and do whatever you want to do. But the God's just telling you, like, look, Lord, you're a God.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? You're a God.
Okay.
Now, if you want to behave and act a certain way, we call that devilishment. And matter of fact, let us show you what devilishment is. Devilishment is the understanding of tricknology. Tricknology is what? The understanding of chaos.
Okay.
So we showing and proving to you, like you said, show and prove to you who the devil is and his tactics that he used upon our people. Mm-hmm. Correct. And then we show you and understand, so you understand who God is and who earth is. You know what I'm saying? God is the manifestation of Ra walking upon this earth.
Okay. He's
symbolic to the sun.
Okay.
So just like the sun is the foundation to the family and the solar system, so too he's the foundation of his family. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? So it teaches you how to be an upright man that take care of his family.
Okay.
And the same way that the sun rolls around and turns in the day.
That's good.
Let me finish. Let me just interrupt your bill.
Okay.
So then that's the understanding right there of understanding the devil and understanding God. If you don't understand God and you don't understand the devil and both of the histories of God and his history and the devil and his history, Lord, it's just broke down to you in a simple way. And you teach that to the 85 who go around here thinking that they got to be perfect in life in order to be an upstanding citizen, when not understanding that they are God themselves and that they possess both good and evil, and that they have a life, they have a right to live too in a balanced world. Not an unbalanced world where they're constantly bombarded with images that make them think that they're imperfect.
Okay, I mean that sounds great, man.
It's not sound great. That's facts.
It's facts and all that, but you can't.
That's all I want you to say.
You can't. That's something. Those are facts that you need. That's responsibilities as a human being. Right. But when you start when you shroud the words of like use religion to take those kinds of concepts and shroud it in religion. And then say, well, you're God, but then you say, well, who's God? And then you say Allah, and a black man's Allah, and then you use an Arabic word and then define it for, it's just that you got to be able to prove that to the Muslim. Like if you was talking to a Muslim, a Christian, or a Jew, you would have to use the Quran, or you would have to use the Torah, or you would have to use the Synoptic Gospels or the Bible to actually reason with them. You couldn't really just use those lessons. You got to kind of use their book to actually draw them into for a form of reasoning. Because here's the thing: if I had like 5 different Muslims in here, they would disagree with you, bro, on that. Now they wouldn't disagree on what you're saying, but they would agree with me on saying then you don't need to use the religion of Islam to teach those teachings. Because those are fundamental practices that every human being should abide by. The religion of Islam deals with the Quran, the Hadiths, and the Sunnah of the Prophet Muhammad. And when their master in the flesh came to them, he did not give them, talking about wise, Master Farad Muhammad, he did not give them the Quran. They didn't take their Shahada. They didn't learn how to make salat. They didn't learn the Quran and the ayats and all. They didn't learn any of that stuff. It's kind of like it was set up like Masonic degrees, which at that time in the 1960s, brothers is coming out of jail and different things like that. Yo, you can't. I mean, you could have taught them the Quran, not to put our own people down, but the Honorable Elijah Muhammad decided to teach his people that.
You saying that those lessons were dumber than the Quran? That you're trying to say?
What? No. What I'm saying is they were appropriate for the time to teach because. You got to understand, in the 1930s, 40s, and 50s, Islam came to this country, it came in the form of Masonic degrees, like masonry.
Right.
It wasn't like, you had one group, that the Islamic Mission of America, Sheikh Dawood and his wife, who's from Morocco, he set up his own temple next to the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad. So what he was teaching was Orthodox Islam. Sheikh Dawood Ahmed Faisal, and he had the Muslim mission in America.
Right.
So you had so many different fractions. Oh, make a point, then get off of Islam at that time.
You got a question.
Yeah.
You long-winded,
Well, I gotta tell the story, man. This happened in America. So in those particular, this is when Malcolm X and all of them got enlightened. So the Honorable Elijah Muhammad did not teach them Orthodox Islam. He taught them the lessons that they created, which was good at the time. Who is the original man? The black man, original man, maker, owner. Yeah, that's better to lift somebody up than to use like Orthodox Islam. This is my father and was telling me at that time.
Right.
So when the Honorable Elijah Muhammad passed away, Wars Dean Muhammad came along, and he linked up with the brothers and sisters in the East,
right.
And he then converted the Nation of Islam to Orthodox Sunni Islam, and they're still Muslims to this day.
Right.
That fraction of the Nation of Islam, they don't even deal with those lessons anymore. They might.
So you're
Some
speaking
of
on
them
a dry mouth.
Yeah.
A dry mouth that needed to be quenched, and the first drink that
was
they
the
got.
nation of gods and earth.
Yeah, well,
that
was a guy.
I'm just saying.
I see what you're saying,
Right,
quenched.
he was the first one. Clans 13X. He was the first one to branch off, and he put the lessons. He started teaching the lessons in the street. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, see, you know what's crazy to me, yo? And I'm gonna break this down.
Let him read this.
Okay.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Let him read this. Go ahead, read it. Go ahead. That's for you,
He
Rasul.
says, Rasul,
K-pop
why
practice.
most Muslim nations in Africa was dominated by Europeans, but Ethiopia, a Christian nation, was not. The folklore in the black community is you can't be a strong black man and Christian. That's a good question.
That's a terrible question.
Well, I say, well, let me answer his question.
Answer it, bro. Nobody stopping you.
I would say that when you look at the country of Eritrea, right, and Ethiopia, they're very independent of themselves. They're not like, they're not governed by the Arab nations, right? And they have some Arabs there, right? But they're not governed totally by, the Arab Caliphate or whatever. That there are governments that rule over them. You have Egypt, who is predominantly Arab. You know what I'm saying? Then you have Sudan.
They were taken over by.
Yeah, well, they've been ruling ever since they came over the hijabs and has been ruling it. But it's not just Arabs. There's a various different ethnic groups.
Go ahead.
But I'm just asking this question.
Okay.
The reason why most people thrive more towards Islam, because again, it was how Islam came into this country and how it was marketed and promoted to our people. So it was more, I wouldn't say Islam has been perceived as a revolutionary movement, but also Islam is a way of life. So it was used in a lot of different ways. It was used as religion. It was also used as it was also a revolutionary movement, meaning that not revolutionary like the Black Panthers, but revolution as far as like spirituality in the mind and raising your consciousness. You know what I'm saying? Because you had those individuals out at that time. So
I get to the point.
Yeah. The black community, they don't. A lot of our brothers and sisters will choose Islam over Christianity because Islam is more to me, in my opinion,
because of the concept that that Christian was created by
the white man. Yeah,
that's why.
Yeah,
that's all. Just get to the point. Okay. Now we're gonna go. Okay, here we got another one. Before we get into this, I know it's gonna get crazy tonight. Y'all coming in the building? We got more. Okay. We coming through. Danny Salinas. Go ahead, Rasul.
Rasul is right to prove, Rasul is right, prove to us your knowledge is right. And then
we'll follow salvation in your own manifestation. I look like that was a shot.
I know.
I just shot the man. Danny Salinas too. Well, Danny Salinas he's pro Rasul.
I mean, but to me, it's like, what's so hard about understanding the concept that you're God?
No.
And then outside of yourself is the devil, which is your opposite.
There's nothing wrong with learning that.
We're gonna have to go back to that because
There's nothing wrong with learning
a couple
that.
more super chats, and then we're gonna have a small debate on this because I like the way this is going, and this is a discussion that we need to have.
Yeah.
Because if we're gonna get somewhere, we have to have real deep discussions about now, about our present state, and how we're gonna elevate. And how we're going to elevate above that.
Man, you ain't
Is
lying.
religion, are we going to do it the religious way, or are we going to open up the door to the esoteric ways that they call the occult studies?
Yeah.
You know,
And,
you're going to
is
deal
it
with the
spook?
lesser mysteries or the higher mysteries.
Yes.
That's basically
So we're going to do high
we're gonna
levels.
do.
Well, now I know brothers deal with high science.
Yeah.
And we're going to play with those type of metals.
Yeah.
All right. So, all right, True Seattle. Cash Everywhere official music video. I met KP. He gave props to the heritage. Run the song up so we can really build, no doubt. Basic instruction before leaving Earth. Yeah. Bible. All right, no doubt. We got you on that. It's just so much we're going to get to. Stringer says, how can God exist inside his creation? McEpera. Oh, that's from you. Go ahead, Lord.
That's an easy
How can
Build
God
on it.
exist inside of his creation? Because his creation comes
That
from
brother-
himself.
Let that brother build, bro.
His
You gotta-
creation comes from himself. So any creation that he manifests is a part of him. So of course he's going to exist inside his own creation because his creation is a manifestation of him. You know what I'm saying? If I was to make a piece, Lord, and I give it to anybody and they take it anywhere around the world, it's still me being taken around the world because I manifested that. You know what I'm saying? Through your own manifestation, you can live in a whole different realm simultaneously.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
I see that.
Yeah. So the power of creation, man, is something that we all have. So use your creation and your knowledge to the best of your ability.
Man, chat super chat. Yeah, I got questions. I see somebody said, Mac, what do you consider a devil? It's definitely not a race of people. Your brother can be the devil.
Oh yeah, man. Let me tell you something. Yo, I don't know if we got enough time, but I actually seen the devil before. And when you have a high science of understanding degree of Kemet, right?
You saw the devil?
I seen the devil before. I seen God
no,
too, though.
No, okay. No, not knocking you, Lord.
Yeah, real talk.
He just threw that. All right, you saw the devil and then what? Well,
No, I seen God first.
you saw God first.
I saw God first, so then I felt like, okay. Then I saw the devil, so it was like the universe was like, I can't reveal one to you without showing you the other.
Right, balance.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
Balance.
Yeah, so it was cold the way that I saw him. My daughter, she was getting her ears pierced, and we was at the mall. So when we was at the mall, my mom and dad was downstairs, so I was like, let me go get my mom and dad so they can, see my daughter getting her ears pierced.
Yeah.
So boom, Lord, as soon as I hit the escalator to go downstairs, it's a TV downstairs. And all of a sudden the TV comes on simultaneously as me walking down the stairs. The TV comes on, and then boom, all of a sudden, this white dude walks right across the screen. You hear me?
Right.
And he looks at me while I'm going down the escalator, and he's like, being egotistic and shit like that with himself, right? And then right above his head, the word Lucifer came up.
Okay. I got Mighty Hebrew right here. Just keep going, Lord.
Yeah.
Right, what up, Mighty Hebrew?
The word Lucifer popped up. So when Lucifer popped up, I was like, yo. So right above his head was the U.
You had it from last
The Lucifer went away, and the U turned into horns.
You got it. It's the same thing.
So I'm literally there like this shit was bugged out. I'm literally going down the stairs.
Right.
And I'm looking at this and I'm like, damn, this is amazing. So then all of a sudden after that, his horns go away and he like walks off the screen. But when he walks off the screen, I started looking around for him and I was like, dang, this motherfucker really just like left like that. Like the energy experience felt real. You hear me? So, you know what I'm saying? It let me know that the devil wasn't a particular person. He was an energy.
Right.
Because he dropped his shell when he left off the screen.
Right,
he no longer was what I saw to be.
Right.
He went completely invisible.
Right.
So it's basically telling me he can manifest into anything that you want him to be. And I always tell people the devil moves through the closest people to you because only the closest people to you can trigger your emotions. A stranger can't do that if you got mastery of yourself. But being that negativity has to exist, it has to move through the closest people to you.
Yeah.
So the devil will pop up in everybody.
I feel like that's the same way.
1, 2, 1, 2.
Like when an agent popped up in Matrix,
It took him
that's
over.
like a devil. Do you know what I
That's
mean?
exactly what it. That's the same exact.
Because I had
that's
a
exactly what
family
it-
member that freaked
Yeah.
out on me when I started giving some truth.
Yeah.
And to me, I was like, yo, I just see that's a Matrix thing. That's an agent popped up.
Yeah.
That's where I realized, I need to be careful with this knowledge and only
Facts.
speak of it when the time comes. Don't just be all crazy with it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Don't- yeah. So I'm just like,
Weak
whoa.
version of self.
We
That's
version of
crazy.
self. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's the womb.
Yeah.
You got yeah. But see, understanding those things, I understand perfectly. I can see clearly what you're saying. I can see clearly.
because you understand the energy. So it's the energy in the person
Right.
that makes them either negative or positive.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And that's all the devil is. He's a negative being. Creates chaos, unbalance, unrest in yourself, in your body, cancer,
Imbalance.
all of that. You know what I'm saying?
Balance.
Yeah, imbalance. You know what I'm saying? That
Imbalance.
comes from anybody.
So that answered that question, bro. Walter Edwards says, what's the difference between Ethiopian country and Ethiopian empire?
Well, the ancient name, right?
If I was to hand that over to you, go ahead, brother. Go ahead. No, that's you.
First and foremost, it's not called Ethiopia or Ethiopian. It's the land of Kush or Abyssinia, right? There you go.
Yeah.
There you go. Ethiopia is a Greek word. It means Ethiop, and it's talking about like something being burnt. And of course, the ancient Greeks considered.
What's the difference, brother? Answer the question. We got the breakdown.
There is
Let's
no
go.
difference from Ethiopian country, Ethiopian empire, because that's a wrong. We don't use that word. So you want to talk about the great kings of Ethiopia? You got to go back to the lineage of Menelik, the first.
Menelik.
You know what I mean? King Menelik, or the kings of ancient Aksum. You know what I'm saying? Or Abyssinia, right? Because that's what the names really. That's what the empire was really called. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So, Ethiopian country, Ethiopian empire, first and foremost, it was never called Ethiopia in ancient times.
So that word came from the Greeks.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's kind of funny they still use it.
Yeah.
I was thinking
the
about
Greeks,
that.
they use a lot of things the Greeks said. Just
but-
for communication, like we
Right,
get it.
right.
But just for
Yeah,
communication
yeah.
purposes, names are important, but it takes there you go, McCapera.
Oh yeah.
Danny Salinas has changed his side and got on your side. That's good.
I thought you was my
No, he
homie.
just gave you props. He just gave you
Take his
props.
side.
Y'all coming in the
I'm
building,
the
man.
Falcon. I'm the Falcon. This is Men Kepara.
Yeah, exactly. What's your animal?
Mine?
Scorpion. Yeah,
Badger.
the badger.
The badger.
Let me tell you why he just destroyed y'all. He came hard, and that's why he said the
Nice,
badger.
I like that.
No, shout out to Mojito.
The way you get a new sound.
That's the same one.
That's the
Oh,
Falcon.
that's more. Yeah, you don't have to use
Oh yeah,
that.
you got right
Is that a
too.
Falcon, bro? Or is that an eagle?
pretty
That
better,
sound like a screaming eagle.
Would you hate-
And
make that-
YouTube says that's the Falcon.
It sounds better now.
It don't sound like.
Yeah, it does sound like that. It's
Just do it again. Do it again.
It sounds like it's her. It's her.
I did.
That's why they call
I
him
can pull
Haru.
over.
Yeah, yeah.
All right,
call him
let me
Haru.
say this.
Yeah.
This is
Sound
why.
the bird makes.
Yeah, we're gonna go in there. We went to that. We're gonna go into the science of the ram horns.
You keep trying to bomb me on that.
Nah,
one. I keep
the
trying-
wrong. Because you thought because it was a screaming is
No.
no. Let's go. Hold on,
All right,
before we go into that. Yeah, I like where we're gonna go today.
Right.
It's gonna be good.
Badger.
Mighty
Yeah,
Hebrews in the
the
building
badger.
too.
Is he in the?
Yeah, Mighty Hebrews in the building. He killed y'all with the badger. Now I always talked about the shoe bill stork, right? We already built on the shoe
right.
because there's a lot of other creatures that's out there that's incredible.
Yeah.
Now, honey badger.
Right.
Yeah, we're gonna look this up. The honey badger is notorious. Is a notorious animal for taking over. Basically, every animal there is, he fights them.
Yeah.
The honey badger.
The honey badger. Now, I just saw. Here's some science. I just saw something where cheetahs. Cheetahs and lions. They go at it. Lions, of course, can beat a cheetah. But here's where the separation comes from. It's when they start at the young. Because they say, okay, forget it. I'm not going to waste all my time and kill a grown
Lion.
cheetah.
Yeah. Cheetah.
I don't think the cheetahs can get down like that. They probably could if they,
They
jump
can't
it.
catch them though.
Yeah, they can't catch the cheetah.
Yeah, they can't
so
catch
what the lions do, they try to get the cubs. But check it out. Look up cheetah cub. A cheetah cub is born with his back totally white.
Yeah.
Like,
I didn't know that.
Yeah, like
a
the honey
lion.
badger.
Oh, like the badger.
Like the honey badger.
Yeah.
Because they know that every creature, see, this is the science of the universe is crazy.
Yeah, how it mimics each other.
Yeah. so that when the lions see the baby cheetahs, they don't mess with it because they can't
They know it's the
tell the
baby.
difference.
Yeah, they can't tell if it's a badger or not.
Yeah, you got to respect that badger.
Right.
So you can pull up, we can watch some of it if you want.
Yeah, I like the badger. I like the badger because I learned in war it's always better to leave with your teeth facing your enemy than your ass facing your enemy.
It's hard.
For real though. If you watch the study of the badger, when it retreats, it never retreats with its ass.
Nah, nigga be like this.
Yeah.
Yo, he fight lions.
Yeah.
This little nigga, he's like a skunk.
You like a skunk.
But we already had that war. Remember we said what's the hardest little wood creature? I don't know.
Wolverines and badgers.
Yeah, Wolverine versus badger.
Yeah.
And the Tasmanian devil, right? Tasmanian devil.
Yeah.
But there's another one called Fisher Cat. We gotta look that up. You ever saw Fisher Cat?
No, I never seen
Yo, it was this one. This Fisher Cat was choking the hell out of this fox. I felt bad, and the fox was screaming. Yo, you gotta pull up Fisher Cat. Shout out to Stringer. He says the line between good and evil strikes through the hearts of every man. Does anyone deny that duality?
No. You gotta be a fool too.
What about you, Sue?
No, I don't. I agree. I agree with him.
It's also another animal too, yo. That joint is real dangerous. You know what it's called?
What?
It's called a mojito.
Yeah. Yes. Yo, if I would have got my owl,
The mongoose.
you know my man, shout out to Bo Visuals. And Bo Visuals had an owl for me, man. Because he worked with the wild.
Did he? What happened? Have you told me what happened?
Yeah. Nah, it was a horned owl. So he had to,
okay.
and I don't even know where I'm going to keep him at, because I would have to just make a little something from on the outside, the balcony, and let him go. You know what I'm saying?
He'll come back.
Well, it's up to him. I think they have little places. Like, you really can't keep an owl unless you're a witch or a warlock. But I'm just saying, they kept them in the cages. That's Hollywood. But I'm just saying,
Right.
exactly. I was about to say a rhyme to that. Yeah, you know the owl. It was a great horned owl. What I was about to say. So they're endangered. Yeah, they're endangered. And this is a special kind of owl. So it's the owl with the joint. AD, could you do me a favor and pull up Tasmanian Devil so we won't forget about this little battle real quick? Everybody says what would win. Would it be the silverback gorilla or the bear? So now we got these little critters.
The bear would win against a gorilla.
The silverback?
Yeah.
With the claws?
Yeah, I think it would kill a silverback gorilla. A bear.
Any other day I would agree with you. Because a bear is strong, but a silverback,
Depends on what kind
I'm
of size bear.
I have to
Depends
think.
on what size bear it is.
because they're going to move sideways.
It's the Tasmanian devil, ain't it?
Yeah, it's the Tasmanian. Where you from, Australia?
Australia, yeah. Them joints is wild.
Yeah, I'm lonely. Can they see it? Yeah, you're going to pull it up for y'all. They from Australia. They from Tasmania. Oh, we there. Somebody said the bear, yeah. Ralph said the silverback is more agile, which is true. Now here's these niggas like to fight too. Tasmanian devils.
Yeah.
So there you go, right there. We had the sound last time. See, he don't body somebody.
What is that, a fox?
That's the Tasmanian devil.
Heads hold powerful, crushing jaws, and their bite is even worse than their ear-splitting bark. The Tasmanian devil has the strongest bite force of any living mammal on Earth.
Oh, so that beats
Capable of ripping through flesh.
that beats the honey badger. Now, but the honey badger be fighting lions and all that.
The devil's bite force comes from a powerful upper body design.
Somebody said a weasel. Yeah,
Tasman's
weasels get down
massive
for their
head
crown
is
too.
proportionately larger than the rest of its torso and supports an unusually prominent and powerful mouth.
He like a little big bear, yo. You can pull him down.
Humans, but
You can pull him down. Now pull up Fisher Cat.
got the strongest bite in the whole world.
Yeah.
Pound for pound.
Yeah. Skunk is a little bad, but he stink. But all right. There you go. Yeah, it's the fishy cat.
That joint look vicious.
Yeah. So this found like
Yeah, look at that.
he leaping on something.
Names derived
That's
from
when you need a shield, Lord. You hear me?
Huh?
That joint leaping on you can.
Yeah. That's a fisher cat, yo.
That's a fisher cat right there.
So he looked like a little bear too.
Yeah, that's
but
what
he
I was
one of
about to
them.
say. He looked like a little tiny
You know,
bear.
you just got pictures. You don't got none of him. Put Fisher.
Bear and in between a bear and a rodent.
Tehuti's here. All right, y'all. If y'all in the building, get ready. Step it up. Tehuti's here. We got Mighty Hebrew here, right? He said he waiting in the waiting room.
There's no waiting room. It's open.
Oh,
Babylonian Babylon.
yeah, that's the joint.
So I'm gonna join. It's already set.
You gonna let him in?
It's already in. I mean, it's already.
70 billion light years of
There's no
knowledge.
waiting room.
They say you got it.
Okay, I'm gonna go get to it.
All right, get Tehuti. Or we go through here. We can't show all. Okay. 70 billion. It's about to be on, y'all. So come in the building. Tehuti's here. Oh, man. Mighty Hebrew's here. The Evil tablets.
You know, yeah.
Hammurabi. Sargon. Taharka. I'm saying all the names, just like how homeboy walked. Yeah, remember what was that that superhero?
Mugabe.
What was that superhero that was real on point? That they walked into caves and called on ISIS and all of that. Not Doctor Strange. This nigga used to walk in the caves. He's like Superman.
Apocalypse.
Nah.
But he would call on ISIS and Methuselah. all that. Yeah, he was ill. He'd be sitting.
Constantine?
Nah, he'd be sitting in the middle. It'd be a cave. He'd be surrounded. But he was
hold
dealing
on,
with
Hold on. Moon Knight.
Moon Knight.
Yeah.
It was like, remember the old cartoon? It'd be like, he would call on Methuselah, ISIS, all the gods. And he was like, all the gods, he would just,
And brought him,
mean,
you talking
check-
about the wizard dude?
thank you, Herbert. Shazam.
Shazam. Yeah.
Shazam.
Yeah, the wizard. Yeah.
Even the word Shazam.
Tehuti is Shazam.
Yeah, he would say, he would walk in the caves. I like Shazam better than Superman, man.
Crazy, man. Shazam is not that good.
Nah, yo, let me tell you. bro.
He's not from a
He's the
good
gods.
universe.
Yeah, but
Nah,
he's not from
Marvel's
where you
better,
from?
yo.
Well, where's
Marvel's better,
Shazam
yo.
from?
He from the whack joint. He from the W. What's that?
You acting like you been from Sesame Street.
Yeah, like
you
you
right
been
up the
to
way.
his hood or something.
Yeah,
like that.
yeah,
Whack.
exactly.
None of us looked at Shazam when we was Spider-Man, Wolverine.
I love Spider-Man, but hold on. I
That's why I
watched.
called him
watched
Shazam, yo.
But Shazam, you say he would? Oh, come on, bro. Let me
just
tell you,
saying, he's Shazam.
One thing about those Shazam is that he dealt with the ancient gods, though.
He did.
He dealt with
You gotta
ISIS.
read up on Moon Knight though. Y'all ain't never read
I
up on
gotta check.
Moon
I gotta
Knight.
check him out. I gotta
Moon
check him
Knight.
out.
Look that up, God.
Who's Moon Knight?
He's a Marvel character that
Man.
dealt with the supernatural, the spiritual realms of the of ancient Egypt. You know what I mean? There's a whole comic book about him. In fact, the series is coming out on Disney Plus. Moon Knight. I'm pretty sure y'all brothers and sisters in the chat know what I'm talking about. Yeah, the DC Comics.
Well, that's what Shazam, right?
Yeah, but you know
Let me
Marvel's
say
the best.
Let me say
Marvel.
Shazam gods, man. Don't thought yo.
Marvel is the best.
But if you get,
All right,
I'm talking about
man.
the intro, man. If y'all get a chance to watch the intro when Shazam walked into that cave,
I
and
didn't see-
all
I
the
didn't see
masters,
that.
and I think one of them had a staff, and they were like all the gods. they go Solomon. They goes Shazam. Yeah. They be like, first of all, how many of y'all know his name was an acronym? Shazam,
No, I didn't know. What do they call him?
Solomon, and that's what he used to call.
They saying that's what that's.
Listen, SH. How you spell Shazam?
S.H.
Like,
Solomon, Hercules, Atlas, Zeus.
yeah.
Thank you, Achilles,
Achilles.
and Mercury.
Mercury,
And
yeah.
Mercury?
Shazam, yeah.
Okay.
And so that when he would walk into the temple, they would say all
I
of the
gotta
names.
go watch. I gotta go watch.
They said all the gods. He was.
Shazam, man. I just was never into it.
That's what I'm telling you.
They did make
Look
the
at
movie
the
in Philly though.
Huh?
They did make that movie. You talking about the movie?
Philly, yeah,
They
yeah.
made the movie in Philly. I thought that was pretty cool.
But Philly, you already know. Y'all know Joe. Y'all wear the beards and stuff like that. So Shazam was named after Solomon, Hercules, Atlas, Zeus, Achilles, and Mercury.
Wow, I didn't know that. Wow.
And when he would walk in those temples, I always thought that. I said, "Yo, man, Shazam's kind of ill." But he would have that cape. He'd be like, "Shazam."
Yeah.
And if you look at the
I always
word,
looked at him like a bite off of
Superman.
Doctor Strange, yo.
That's why I was. Yeah, that's what I was
He's
gonna
a
say.
bite off of Doctor Strange, yo.
I don't know if he was
Stephen
biting,
Strange.
bro.
He's a bite off of Stephen Strange.
The Stephen Strange had the white streaks, right?
Yeah, you look like
Say
the
when.
old man. You look like the, you know what I mean?
Shazam.
You know,
They said Moon Knight is
you know
black.
who the real dude is though? Black Adam.
Black Adam.
Yeah, they should have just dumped Shazam.
I'm gonna tell you, the realest dude though, growing up.
Thank you, bro.
was
Somebody
NXT.
said, "Oh, Alakazam Meng." Look that up.
Oh, okay.
See, that name is ill itself.
It's really-
oh shoot, it's on
He
today.
bought some pets when he was
Oh
young.
man, yeah. Oh
What
man,
you got with you, man? Falcon, man?
Yeah, exactly,
animals with it.
exactly. Peace. Yo, Tehuti just stepped up in the building. Where's Mighty Hebrew at? Yo, this is gonna be great, bro. I can't wait. I can't wait. Yo, his name was Captain Thunder, the world's mightiest mortal, King
Somebody
Shazam. His name was Shazam, which means wizard. Captain Marvel also was
Okay,
named.
yeah. Shazam, like Shazam.
Yeah, Captain Marvel Jr.
Like that.
Yeah, Captain Marvel Jr. So he's named after Solomon, Hercules, Atlas, Zeus, Achilles, and Mercury. Shazam. That's his acronym. Yeah, he would come in with the. Remember in the beginning, we was just talking about when he would walk in that little cave back in the days, and they would would say all these names, and it was like ISIS. He would circle around, and he just had the lightning on his chest.
Shazam.
Yeah,
They would be
you
like-
watched the Justice League. You watched the
That
Snyder
Shazam ain't
cut,
no
man.
joke, yo.
Did you watch that? The Snyder cut?
Yo,
Yeah, I saw
Yo,
Snyder
man,
Cut.
you gotta know
Long as shit.
play if y'all
I
want,
watched
bro.
it, right? And I'm watching.
I'm talking
this.
about Bruce Wayne. I'm talking about Batman.
I watched Batman in the Justice League, man. He just looked out of the whole. Everybody got, Wonder Woman. She had all the powers in that. She was fighting.
Wonder Woman's badass,
she was
man.
fighting,
She powerful.
Steppenwolf, and then you had
She wouldn't even let you see her
Batman.
jet.
Batman, he would just jump in with his little gadgets, getting beat up by the it was just
Exactly.
kind of like he just
Andrew
felt
Hawks.
like he shouldn't have been there.
Yeah.
Batman?
You know what I mean? Batman shouldn't have been there. He ain't had no superpowers. You got Aquaman.
He's bitter.
You got Aquaman.
Well, Batman's bitter.
Then you got
He's
who else?
bitter. He
Who else
holds a
was it?
grudge or something
Who else?
because
You
he
had
can't do it.
Cyborg. He had the laser guns. He could match up with Steppenwolf.
What,
You know?
who's Steppenwolf?
That was the guy, and he was the bad guy.
But what I'm saying about Batman is Batman seemed like, and then maybe we could relate this to ourselves or something like that. But Batman seemed like he was bitter. He's mad rich. You got that. But he was like,
It killed his moms.
yeah, he got
Mom's and dad.
something about him. If he catch you, if something if he catch you out there, he's just gonna you know what I mean? If he can do it, he gonna do it. Yeah. He always keeps something in his belt.
Right.
Just for Superman, just in case.
What you like? Kryptonite?
Because he don't
gun?
have the powers like that. He just know karate.
You got the kryptonite. You got the pistol with the kryptonite in it.
Yeah.
Right? Okay.
Oh, yeah,
there
man.
he
We over
is.
here talking about, man, shout
You
out.
move out of the way.
All right, shout out to Red Sun. He says, the one above all is the most powerful superhero in Marvel Comics universe. What? The one? The one above all is the most powerful superhero in the Marvel Comics universe. Is that Beyonder?
I think. Really?
Shalom.
Shalom, my Lord. Can you hear me?
I see you all carved up, man. This is about to be great, bro. I got my pen, pads, and everything in here. I already know what I don't even know what we talk about. See, this is the perfect setup for this. Because we got Tehuti, yeah, Tehuti's here. And
Can you hear me?
we was talking about this all week like this was the Super Bowl. This is good.
Oh, man. This the preliminary right here.
Yeah, this is the Super Chalice. Super Chalice. The preliminary. This is the beginning. But just to see y'all two talk
Absolutely.
back and forth.
You know, right now my time is like after 4 in the morning.
Yeah, and you in Africa, right?
Yeah, I'm in Tanzania.
Man. Shout out chat room, man. Make sure y'all hit that super chat because I know you're gonna have questions. I got questions. I'm gonna hit it. Yo, man, you in Tanzania right now. How's the moon? Is it nighttime right now?
Yeah, it's about to become dawn. I don't know if you can hear, but my
Okay.
rooster and my land just cocked a doodle. You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
So
you
I
got
got,
a.
yeah, I got chickens, I got roosters, I got goats, cows.
Wow.
I got a big ass farm, man.
Wow.
That's beautiful,
That's
man.
awesome.
That's beautiful.
Absolutely.
Yo,
Absolutely.
the ox. Stranger says 420 in the chat. No smoke in the lungs. No smoke in the lungs. Shout out to Fort Stranger.
And look, I know y'all be on y'all little herbal essence tip. I'm gonna let you know.
Yeah.
You get a sit down over here for $25, man.
The what?
You get a piss down over here for $25.
Oh, wow. Do we need to talk? We need to talk after that. We need to talk. We're gonna need to talk off the air for that. Word.
You already know.
Is it? Yeah. Is it? I know it got that. Is it that real Kush?
Man, look.
Got some
I'll
Kemet.
show you a little bit. Look.
Got that? Huh?
Look at that.
Wow. What's that?
That's herbs, man. You talking about that?
Ooh. Wait a minute. Hold on, though. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, I see how you doing. You put that in that look like tea. Was that? Is
No.
that you put that in between? Okay. All right. I see you out there.
Yeah.
We'll talk about that later. Let me see the color of that. All right. There you go. I see it. Now I see it. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to be on like that.
Right now, I know. Yeah. Not too much.
And maybe tonight, man, you know, you play a couple of my tunes, man. Yo, my album's selling everywhere, man.
Yo, thanks. No problem, man. We're gonna play some more of your tunes, brother. Right now, we need an intro for this. You got the doom. Let's play the instrumental to Babylon. Yeah, too much. Yeah, too much. What is some Oh man.
All right, so you go talk to like 7-1.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got 612 already. It's going up. And going up. The stage.
Oh, my Hebrews on. Oh.
Yeah, he's already golfed up. He's golfed up. And you my brother, is golfed up. The atmosphere.
Peace, everybody. Is this mic on?
Yeah, it's on.
Peace, everybody. Greetings.
Shalom,
Hotep,
shalom.
Ma'at. Nice to see everybody. It's going to be a great night, a wonderful night. I spent some time coming up with some meta names from Mighty Hebrew for the end of this discussion. I gotta. Okay, we're gonna.
I hope you got it.
Yeah, we're gonna. Yeah. That's my good brother.
It's on.
Mighty Hebrew, my brother. Peace. How are you?
Shalom, Ba'Hashem Yahweh Kodesh Israel. Shalom, my brother. How you feeling, man?
The volume. Oh, is it because the headphones? Do I need? Oh, okay.
Chat room is on lit.
You can hear me good, right? Killer Free?
I can hear you fine.
Grab that. Thank you.
I can hear you fine.
Okay. Thank you so much.
So what's going on over there in the United States, man? What y'all doing over there, man?
Man, it's still, man. It's just crazy right now. Right now, it's all about you and him. Yo, let me tell you something. Mighty Hebrew, it never rained until y'all did this debate. Until y'all sat down and talked. It rained and thunder. Yo, we was tripping out. Even the cat was wilding. The Raiders are playing tonight. The Raiders are playing the Chargers. Hold up. Yeah, exactly. That game had to be on hold for this one right here. This is the truth. This is gonna be the truth. Yo, it's just crazy, man. I can't wait. To everybody in the chat room, get ready, man. Get your pens and your pads together.
Yo,
This is string. Mighty Hebrew, 2 points. Mighty Hebrew from showing his good herbs. You got 2 points so far.
You already went up on.
Yeah, you got one up on for showing the herbs. That was good.
Let me ask you something, yo, Killer Priest.
Yeah.
I just pressed on there screen share and say something like, disabled participants.
I got you.
AD's demanding for that.
Go ahead. Now try again.
All right, let me see. Oh, okay.
Peace, chat room. Peace, everybody. Greetings. Nice to see everybody. Voltage controller. Tehuti got this debating hat on.
Hey.
Peace, voltage. Peace.
Somebody said,
Miss
Miss Nana. Yeah, she said, we ready.
You ready? Peace, everybody. It's going to be a great conversation. It's going to be really good.
Sula's calmed up. Everybody calmed up. Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah. Yeah, man. This is.
I'm going to get the. So, Mighty Hebrew, can you hear me?
Can I hear you well?
Okay, good. So we disabled your screen share so that there's no chance you'll be able to have a fair preliminary. Only I can do screen shares.
We're not biased. That would be good.
You crazy. No, I'm only gonna show a few things. I ain't gonna show too much. That'll be from the debate, but I will show a few things.
Okay, let me get on my.
Yo, if y'all coming in, pull up your chair, get your tea, get your drink, whatever how y'all do it. This is the first time y'all two sat down. I know y'all talked before. I'm just saying.
Feel heavy.
Yeah, exactly. So this should be good, man. I already know how. I know y'all, both of y'all powers. So we're gonna. Oh shoot! Got the serpent, the snake.
Hold on 1 minute. Hold on.
Yo, you know what I like about the snake? The front, the eyes. Yo, that is crazy. Yo, Tehuti got the snake. Yo, where'd you be pulling him out from? So this is the prettiest snake I've seen. Yo, his eyes are black with the stripe like a tiger.
His name is, for those who haven't seen him, his name is Nakash. Nakash. You can find that in Genesis 3:1.
It's fire.
That's the name of the devil in the Garden of Eden.
Give him some points, yo. Some points. Peace to the podcast. I often summon the Hawk energy with Superman's view, but I don't collect myself. I can receive wavelengths from Darth Vader, no doubt. But he called him Dark Vader. It's Darth. I used to call him Dark too. Dark Vader. It's Darth. I love Tehuti. Thanks for ADKD for this path form. No doubt. Serpents is up. The Nakash. Horus is on the shirt. Definitely. This is how you do it. If you're going to do it, set the mood. Make sure everything's right. It's 6:13. It's going up and up.
6:13. Good. Let me mute.
When you open the door, it was only 20 people.
When what?
6:13. When you open the door.
There's 20 people?
Yeah. Thanks for everything, AD. You on point. Hermano?
Thanks, brother. Hermano.
Okay, hermano. Yes.
Okay, AD, I'm going to send you...
the StreamYard.
Yes.
Okay. So, listen, what y'all about to hear is about to be some great information, man. I got my pen, too.
Yes.
Yeah. It's going to be some great information that's going to go down. And if y'all just tuning in, just call this the preview. What's
the preliminary.
Yeah, this is the preliminary. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. There's a
Shout out to Vultures in the building. Voltage. Said peace to Tehuti, the mighty Hebrew. Looking forward to meeting of two great minds and souls. The hat versus the turban. That's what we're going to name this. I think he did this. Think he did that. Yo, make sure we put that in this. Yes, the hat versus the turban. Yeah.
We cut this back. Oh.
Indeed. What's SD?
Hey, Russell, could you get me 2 napkins, 2 paper towels? Thank you.
All right, shout out to Sandro. He's in the building. Thank you. That's our moderator. Says leave a like and just tune into the Pathcast. Exactly. It's the path form. Let's get it in the build. Yes, indeed.
Thanks so much, brother. Thank you. Okay.
Yeah, we right here. I'm gonna grab something real quick, but I'm listening. Everything's right here. So you've been here before, you know, right?
So Mighty Hebrew, we're gonna can you hear me, Mighty Hebrew?
I can hear you loud and clear, my Lord.
Okay, good. So like we discussed earlier, our last time, we'll have it very organized so that we're not talking over each other, talking too loud. And it was like 4 a.m. over there in Kemet. So
I caught that shot. You ain't slipped. You got the right lead. I caught that shot.
So maybe a 5-minute intro, and then we'll engage like we said, where we get 2 minutes to answer each other's questions and talk about what the discrepancies or just the things that you listed on your Facebook, but I definitely want to have the time limit on when we start engaging.
We can start as a discussion, and then whenever you're ready, we can deal with the time.
You're fading out. Can you hear me, AD?
Yeah, do you hear me good? Can you hear me?
I didn't hear you there. Say it again.
I was saying we can just build. I feel as though we should just deal with a natural flow, and as time develop, if you decide for time restraint, then we can do that. You know what I'm saying? Because sometimes time restraints can limitate the knowledge coming from the ethers. So we don't really wanna we just gonna let it flow. I think the time restraint should be more or less when we actually do the actual power on itself.
Okay. Yeah. So the last time we spoke, I agree, but we have to have some kind of we'll flow like 5 minutes each, and then like some kind of time restraint so that we're not just, because we have 312 trillion years to go over tonight. So
you're wrong. You mean 311 trillion?
Oh, sorry, 11 trillion. I'm sorry, I was off by a trillion.
40 billion years.
40. I was off by the 40 billion. Sorry. So.
Already, man.
So we're gonna get into it, but let's hey Rasul. Yeah. When we do the when we get into the time, could you be the timekeeper?
Yeah, we'll come over there in a minute.
Yeah, to just
Come right in a minute.
So Mighty Hebrew, let's go we want to do a little 5-minute intro, just to break down some things, and then I can't hear him.
You can't hear me?
Yeah, you cut out there for a second when you started speaking.
When you go back and forth from your mic, it gets muffled. I guess you got to stay kind of close.
Okay. Can you hear me good now?
Yeah, it's a little muffled, but yeah, make sure nothing is covering the mic.
There's nothing covering the microphone.
Okay.
All right, so you can hear me good, correct?
Right there, yes.
Okay, perfect. Okay. Shalom Ba'ashim Yahweh Israel. My name is Tribal Minister Prince Sean Landine. Ben Ami Mortazar Yambain Yasha Allah Senior. I'm a prince in making a better world under Prince Alciel Ben Israel, the international ambassador, as well as Prime Minister of the original Hebrew Israelite sovereign nation worldwide. I represent the African Hebrew Israelites of Jerusalem that reside in Dimona, Israel, and with satellite stations all over the planet Earth. Basically, in a nutshell, I'm the founder of Hebrew Israelite sovereign nationalism, Hebrew anthropogenesis, Hebrew cosmogenesis, understanding ancient archaic Hebrew symbolism, the Mighty Hebrew University. You can go to tmhu.org. It's the very first accredited online university amongst Hebrew Israelite sovereign nationals. Your credits can be recognized if you go to any university or college all over the United States. They're recognized amongst different colleges and universities if you attend the Mighty Hebrew University. Our objective as Hebrew Israelite sovereign nationals is to consolidate all Hebrew Israelites all over the world. We don't care about your doctrinal differences, what you believe in, what you perceive that you believe in. We are Hebrew Israelite sovereign nationals. One of the main objectives is to fulfill the prophecies of Bereshit chapter 15, verse 18, returning back to our demarcation stations from the Great River Egypt to the Euphrates. This is one of the reasons why that we repatriated back as the second wave of Hebrew Israelite sovereign nationals. The first wave started in 1967 under the late Adonenu Rabbeinu Ben Ami Ben Yisrael. I have him right here on the screen. You see him in the middle as the visionary Ben Ami Ben Yisrael. On the left, the right, you see the Prince Chancellor charged the affairs, Prince Dr. Shaliah Ben Yahuda. He is the founder and the original dean of the School of the Prophets Institute in Dimona, Israel, Northeastern Africa. The dean right now is Dr. Kasriel Ben Yahuda. And then you see on the far left, my grandfather, Masaba, Prince Asiel Ben Yisrael. These are the three brothers that you see that found the community that is stationed to this day in Dimona, Israel. We've been in the land of Israel for 54 years, building communities all throughout Africa. We talking about Ghana, Togo, Benin, Nigeria, Tanzania, all over the earth. I think there's a lot of confusion going on with a lot of the One West camps because the Black conscious community, y'all guilty as charged for trying to show the world that Hebrew Israelites only come from out of One West camps.
So they're saying they can't see my Hebrew screen.
No disrespect to Tehuti, but the questions, when he first met me, a lot of the questions that he was asking me was based on a religious persuasion because of his understanding of the Israelites coming from out of the One West camps. But I'm here to tell you, brother, I'm not that type of Israelite. I'm on a whole nother type of level. You know what I'm saying? And the things that you want to be bringing tonight, I'm highly familiar with your reference points. I'm highly familiar with Kemetic thought. I read all the Kemetic books possible. I even read all the books from Dr. York. So I'm highly familiar with your school of thought. And I feel as though it will be a disservice on your behalf if you don't, pull out certain things that you acknowledge as well that may be labeled pseudo. So I think it's very imperative in this discussion that, just as well as I'm being asked questions, you will be asked questions. I will show emphatically that Egyptology is a colonial doctrine, and I'm going to use references from Cambridge University along with Oxford University to show that you got different types of Egyptology, from indigenous Egyptology, from French Egyptology, American Egyptology, also known as Western Egyptology, German Egyptology, and the list goes on and on. Even when it comes to the dating of Narmer, or who you call Menes the First, they clearly have different dates. Even the chronology of the Egyptian paradigm is being questioned. And let me make this clear. The original Kemetic people are the Bijai tribes of the Sudan. They're not in question. What I'm questioning is Western academia. In the scripture, we're taught in Daniel chapter 7, verse 25, that you're a Gentile, have a time and a half a time to rule. And I'm saying it makes no sense to use Western academia to deal with oral tradition. Western academia is boxing our brothers and sisters in to ask for facsimiles that you can't ask for oral traditions. What I'm doing here in Africa is doing footwork. I'm investigating and studying tribes in Africa that trace their origins back to the ancient Israelites amongst the elders, such as the Wahabringa, such as the Lumba, such as the Igbo, such as certain Diakan, different tribes in West Africa, East Africa, Central Africa that I've been privileged to research and investigate and put in my own methodology in the process to prove emphatically that the Israelites do reside throughout Africa, which you know as the 10 tribes of Israel. It is not the North American, South American, and Central American Indians. I'm proving that they are part of the Bantu expansion. Certain Bantu-speaking tribes, I can prove emphatically, are Israel. So there's no argument if a person can trace their lineage back to the Israelite persuasion, just as this brother here is tracing his lineage, at least I assume, back to the Kemetic people. And at one time, the Euro Gentile, his whole objective was to make Kemet seem as though it wasn't a part of northern or northeastern Africa prior to the excavation of the Suez Canal from 1859 to 1869, we know that the
Calm
so-called
down.
Middle East was in fact northeastern Africa. That term, the Middle East, didn't come into 1945, World War II was fine. But my whole objective in this debate is I'm going to show from where my brothers and sisters, where my founding fathers established to this day it stands. And if you don't have something that stands, then there's no need to debate. We have communities where we're irrigating our own land. We're giving birth to our own children, where everything natural happens. Everything we're dealing with, we make our own clothes. We have our own restaurants. We have our own supermarkets. Anybody that ever visited the African Hebrew Israelites of Jerusalem, if you ever been to Damon, y'all know I'm telling the truth. It is the only and largest repatriating movement within the history of so-called African Americans. Yes, you had individuals that may have left and went to Africa, but nobody has done it like we've done amongst Prince Asiel Ben Israel, the late Ben Ami, and the late Prince Dr. Shaliah Ben Yahuda. As a matter of fact, my grandfather brought more people back to Africa than any black man in the United States history, even more than Marcus Garvey. This is a historical fact. When you go and you type up Prince Asiel Ben Israel, he's the one that helped Mugabe when the people of Zimbabwe was running out the so-called white man. It was my grandfather that helped Mugabe by him breaking U.S. sanctions. He had to do a certain amount of time in prison for helping the Zimbabwean people to win their independence. And for us to be a student learner, if you're speaking about Dr. Khalid Muhammad, you have to speak about me.
Okay.
Or you got to
And then I'll tell you when.
You have to speak about me. Hallelujah. How much time do I have now?
What did we say? I think you've been on for about 7 minutes.
Okay, I can stop right there. My whole objective, just to cut it short, is to show what we're dealing with as Hebrew Israelite sovereign nationals is practical. I'm not here for the philosophical approach. I'm here to show what's concrete and what works. And if your ways and ethics and morals is not working nationally for our people, then we need to check somewhere else.
Okay. All right. Tehuti. Hey, can we,
I'm from. Oh shit.
We're gonna put also when it's time for, can you hear me, Mighty?
I can hear you.
Okay. When it's time for the time limits for the discussion, the brother AD is actually going to put it up on the screen for everybody to see.
Time limit?
Yeah, when it's time. So when it's a question and answer, we said 2 minutes.
2 minutes, okay.
Yeah, just it doesn't take anything long than 2 minutes to answer a question. So that was a good intro piece.
Yeah.
And take down the sound. But
Y'all see that picture right there that I'm presenting?
yeah,
Yeah.
Y'all see the late Dr. Khalid Muhammad?
I see him.
Let me see. Oh yeah.
Yeah, on
That's
the end.
it.
Yeah, on the end.
Yup.
That is
And
Dr.
you see
Khalid.
my grandfather. You see my grandfather on the far right, Prince Asiel Ben Israel, and in the center, the late Ben Ami.
Yeah, I'm familiar with who he is.
Been on me.
Very familiar.
This is the Israelites that I come out of. This is a whole nother different paradigm. You see what I'm saying? This is about showing and proving. Your methodology only means something if you can show application. If you can't create a self-autonomous government, then what we talking?
Good. All right.
Okay.
So I say,
It's tough to put a timer on screen when I have so much stuff going
They
on.
don't have to see it.
They don't have to
They
see it.
can just run where
Okay.
we see it.
Got you. That's easier.
big up Mighty Hebrew. Just want to say
so-
peace, my brother. Shalom.
I'm gonna do like a
Who
maybe
else
5 minutes.
speaking to?
Rasul.
You want 5?
5 minute intro. Just really.
What's going on, Rasul?
Yeah. I'm here.
What's up with you, man?
Man, I'm doing all right. It's good to see you, man. Damn, man. I should.
Good. Oh, Prince Cass told me to tell you what's up, too. He know who you are.
All right. Okay. All
Yeah.
right.
No Philly hookups.
He ain't seen you in a long time.
Yeah, I've been out here. I live in that, I live in California, so a lot of the brothers and sisters over there. But I'm still available. All you gotta do is type my name in the goddamn phone. I'm right there.
Is he still allowed out there in Philly?
What you talking about? I'm still allowed out there. Of course, my dad, my whole family live in Philly. How the fuck you like my dad? My dad know him. Of course, I'm allowed.
Calm down, bro. I was just kidding.
Ask me if I'm allowed in Philly.
Nah, I never know.
Allowed?
Yeah.
They might have not allowed you back, man. So
Who
got exiled.
Who are these people you talking about?
I'm just joking with you.
Somebody calling you?
Striker said Mighty Hebrew plus 5 Hebrews were in Kemet. He says 5 Hebrews were in Kemet also. But what is the debate about?
Okay. All right, everybody. Peace and love. Everyone, greetings. For those who don't know, my name is Tehuti. I'm in Hotep Ra. And me and the brother, Mighty Hebrew, have been speaking for over 7 months. It's been 7 months since we've been on this show where I did an interview with him. And the Mighty Hebrew has, the good brother, the Mighty Hebrew, has challenged me to a conversation about Kemet, its origins, Hebrew Israelitism. And so first and foremost, what I'd like to say is that much respect to you, Mighty Hebrew, and anyone that is developing farmland, that is developing self-wealth, that is developing natural living, that is developing their own storefronts or anything that anyone is doing. Let me do this real quick just to start this section off right here. I'm going to share my screen, and we're going to look at this. Just put this into perspective right here. Can everybody see the screen? Yep. Okay, this is beautiful farmland with stores, self-improvement facilities, health facilities. This is very beautiful. This is wonderful. And this should be the goal for everybody. And actually, there's many that are doing this, right? On the side here, you can see different sections of the land here, and it's very beautiful. Okay, I can actually can't blow the screen up. But this is very beautiful. This is the Watchtower's land. This is a group of people called Jehovah's Witnesses, and they have set up farmland far and beyond any black organization to this point, which is great. And I give the Jehovah's Witnesses props and respect for having this land segregated with their own religion, their own way of life, their own dietary plans. And there are some black people involved in this. And wonderful. And I clap for them. That's awesome. I can do this for the Seventh-day Adventists, Ellen G. White. And the Seventh-day Adventist has acres and acres upon acres of land. We can do this for T.D. Jakes. We can do this for the Nation of Islam. We can do this for several groups. Several groups have land, and I give them props.
We had land.
We had land?
Yeah, the Nawabians have land. The brother here, Menkepra, says he has land, and all respect to everyone who has land, who is building on it. Now, with that said, do I agree with the teachings of the Jehovah's Witnesses? Do I want my children being taught what they teach? No. Do I agree with the teachings of the Mormons, who also has hundreds of acres of land? Do I agree with their teachings? Do I want my son and daughter to be taught the teachings, not the farmland aspects, not that, the teachings of what they're going to be taught in their school system? No. Do I want them being taught what the Nation of Islam is teaching? No. So this discussion here, even though I give props and respect to Mighty Hebrew and the farmland, and anything he's doing in the motherland, he's actually in Upper Kemet. That's fine. He's in what's called Tanzania today, which is an Arabic word. That's not the original name of it, but he's in Tanzania, and I will go visit him, and I will help him with the farmland, and I may even move there with him. Up and above that, now Mighty Hebrew has the Mighty Hebrew University School, and the teachings that we're going to deal with. My contention isn't with the physical financial success of any organization. My contention is, what are the teachings that we're going to be teaching our children? Are we going to be teaching our children to be historically correct, informationally correct, all wise, right, and exact? Are we going to be teaching our children false histories, false narratives, false information, and then brush it over because we have fat farmland? So that anytime somebody questions the false information, we can say, I have 26,000 acres of land. And therefore, Jay-Z is right, Snoop Dogg, anybody who has more money who can buy more acres can literally just buy acres the next day and just say, forget about what you're teaching. We just bought 86,000 acres of land. And I will clap them for that. Now we're going to get into what the actual preliminary discussion is actually about, which Mighty Hebrew put out a Facebook post with information on it. It's the information that I question. So let's just get into that right off the bat, because Mighty Hebrew, this is what our debate is going to be focused on. A lot of this type of thing that's being taught on the acres of land. Okay, so this came out in June, and one of them came out I think 2 days ago, and it's Mighty Hebrew's actual teachings. I'm just going to read them off.
Now, hold on. Let me make sure that he can see your screen.
Okay. No.
Mighty Hebrew, I'm going to take over the screen share, okay?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Put it up.
Okay, that way you could see what he's talking about.
Okay.
Okay. Clear.
So Mighty Hebrew says, when I teach pre-antediluvian flood history, it should make sense to everyone now that Yisrael, that follow up on my teachings about the Tamil Nadu, / in parentheses Lemuria and Patala, Atala, Atlantis, pre-antediluvian Shemites by way of Shemyaza. Here's the first contention. He says Shemites are from Shemyaza of 850,000 BCE. So I first like to make clear that the time reference dating that my good brother Mighty Hebrew is using will be the exact time reference dating that I use, which is going to be in the BCEs. Okay? Unless there's another calendar that's going to be factually presented, that's going to be able to date things backwards to see how old they are, then we will use the accessible time period tracing, which is the one that Mighty Hebrew actually agrees to because he is quoting 850,000 BCE. So I agree, and I will use that time period method dating, which is actually used by Argon to Argon 39 translation. Argon to Argon 39 translation is a way to date an object by the argon release once it's converted from potassium to argon 39 to argon 40, and releases the argon at a particular rate that gives you what's called an absolute dating up to 40,000 years. So the 850,000 BCE taught the Tevlakians diamond pyramid power 610 BCE. Okay, we need verification of these dates. It was ancient Tevlakians that taught the pre-Toltecs diamond pyramid power by way of rhythm and sound 410,000 BCE. These pre-Toltecs, by the authority of ancient secret society known as Nachala from Atlantis, sent pre-Toltecs Grabanzi, that's the name of Africa, he says, to establish the great enlightenment of the brotherhood and sisterhood. Those of southern India that ruled Upper Kemet at this time were known as the Nagas, later became corrupted around 210 to 200,000 BCE during the pre-Kemetic dynasty. There was a 10,000-year war. So I would like, in our discussion for Mighty Hebrew, to verify where these exact dates come from and to show that there was some type of 10,000-year war that took place, that was written about by our ancestors, and will continue. It was our pre-antediluvian flood Shemitic ancestors that fought against the evil sorcerers and sorceresses of pre-Toltec Empire that was at Atala. By using much brain power, Atlantis sunk again, this time 200 BCE, which split into two islands, Ruta, which became the base island of the Toltecs, and Dayacha. Below information proves what we call Kemetic civilization is really a colony that was developed by the Nachalas of Golden Gate, Atlantis, and Ruta. So we need verification of this, that the Kemetians acknowledge that they come from some group of people called the Nachalas of Ruta, and we need to hear it from them. And Kemet was colonized by way of the Nagas in southern Indus Valley subcontinent. It was before the children of Cham, Cam, Ham, Camu, Kemetic people existed, which was 9,564 BC. Noah's flood. Kemet is an outgrowth of ancient Lemuria Atlantean Empire, which honored to the Hebrew Israelite sovereign nationalists that wished to learn their 311 trillion, 40 billion year history as Elohim Yakai. Mighty Hebrew tribal minister, Prince Shar Landin, Ban Aimei Mitzrayim, Ban Yasharallah, Senior Shalom, Shalom, completeness. So this information is one of the things I would like verified as taught by our ancient ancestors. We need these dates or the methodology that was used to get these actual dates. The 10,000 year war, I need Kemetic people to discuss a 10,000 year war, and that Kemetic people themselves acknowledge that they come from the Nachalas and these other people of Ruta. Did the Kemetic people themselves say this? These are the things that I've come to discuss, one of many things I've come to discuss with the Mighty Hebrew. I'm going to close by saying I don't want my children being taught in any university information that cannot be verified, one, either by academics, archaeology, anthropology, and number one, actually, by our own ancestors. So even if we want to use our own ancestors' words to override academics, I'm interested in that conversation. So let's go to our own ancestors' words or academics, but we need some traceable source of this information. So this is one of the many things that I've come to talk to my good brother, Mighty Hebrew, about. So my question would be for this discussion, just this part, and I please would like to say also that Mighty Hebrew, if you don't know, if you don't have the methodology that you can show the public for these time periods, then it's okay to just say you don't know, and we'll cover it maybe in the debate. But I'm going to ask you, where did these specific dates come from, and where did our ancestors speak about this history in their writings? That's one of my questions. Peace and love.
All right, Mighty Hebrew.
Very good.
That was nice.
Very good. Very good.
All right, Mighty Hebrew, are you there?
Oh no, that was my intro. My intro can be over to you. Yeah.
That was good.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, you might want to come up to the mic a little bit more.
Hold on.
It seems a little muffled.
Something's fixed. Hold on.
There you go. There, yeah.
Because I'm moving around. Hold on. All right. Before I answer that question, I want to back.
Well,
Can't hear you too well.
Hold on. Let me y'all see me. Can y'all see
yeah,
me?
yeah. Now we can see you. Yep.
We see you, brother.
Cool.
All right.
Let's backtrack this. I told you I'm not that type of Hebrew. Listen, you try to use the Jehovah Witnesses and the Mormons as a premise to talk about farming. That's not all we do over here. What we're doing is dealing with the self-autonomy.
Yo.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you.
All right, listen, we use the Torah as our constitutional breastplate, Israel being the body politic. If you go to www.yahwehgather.us, you'll clearly see that we have our own declaration, proclamation. We have our own constitution. We have our own seals, our own flag. This is not just about farming, Tahuti. This is about the resurrection and reestablishment of a lost people. We are building government. We are in contact with different heads of state throughout Africa, all over Africa, politicking, dialoguing, building, irrigating land, building communities like in Uganda. I'm looking at over 10,000 acres. This is a fact. This is not no made up shit. This is a fact. What we're doing is we're creating a repatriating city for repatriated Hebrew Israelite sovereign nationals all over the world, North America, South America, Central America, the Caribbean islands, Europe, Australia, all over the earth, okay? We acknowledge the prognostication of Yeshayahu or Isaiah chapter 11, verse 11 and 12, that we wouldn't just be coming out from the land of the north as we did in Zechariah chapter 12, verse 7, that the 10th of Judah would be first 1967. This is when you see our people returning back to the land of Israel from the confines of the concrete jungles of Chicago, Detroit, New York, Philly, et cetera, et cetera. Now we in the second wave where you see this grassroots or this catharsis taking shape, that we're building autonomistic governments all over Africa. That's why I told you, Tahuti, you need to come over here. So we're nothing like the Jehovah's Witnesses. And furthermore, when you look at the Jehovah's Witnesses along with the Mormons, they don't have what is known as a repatriate and redemption manual. The only ones that teach that institution of higher learning is the Israelites. When you look at those that deal with the Black conscious community or the Kemetic school of thought, it's just regurgitated information, okay? Or what they would do is they would just regurgitate academia information, but they don't have any methodology. Now, speaking of, do I have information of these dates? Sure I do. Yes, you can go into the Yuga cycles by the way of the Puranas or the laws of Manu. My screen, I want to show my screen, but I keep going back and forth, waking up my wife. So if he can put me back on my screen, I can show some sources.
Go for it.
Y'all, okay, so let me, forgive me, y'all, because I usually have a team that work with me to deal with these objects.
Yeah, just try to get your mic right too. Just speak kind of clearly and slow so we can hear you.
Okay. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay, cool. All right, let me see. I'm trying to do this. Oh, going to my wife. All right, so yes, during the debate, I will show that there are ancient Indus Valley records that show about pre-Kemetic civilization, or what you know as what they call the dynasty of the kings, or the dynasty of the giants, or the dynasty of the gods. You have different interpretations. Now, one of the things that Tahuti said that is inaccurate, he's saying, well, show me where the Kemetic people said these things about themselves since I said that. If you read correctly, I never said that the Kemetians said any of this. I said this is before the children of Kemet. When what you talking about Kemet, that's post-Diluvian. That's not antediluvian. Anybody that come through the seed of Kam or Ham, that is post-Diluvian. I'm talking about pre-Diluvian records. When you go into the Puranas, when you go into the Yamamana and different writings, the Veda, different texts of the Indus Valley, you will see that they talk about Atlantis, but they call it Patala. As a matter of fact, I gave information to Tahuti in his inbox because he made a false accusation saying that the Greeks created Atlantis. I'm saying, how did the Greeks create Atlantis when we can go to older records, okay, and find this out? And furthermore, a true historian wouldn't ask for a facsimile for things that originally were oral. This is the problem with Western academia, and this is why I'm gonna crush you at, Tahuti. And this is no disrespect. And the thing that I'm having, and the problem that I'm having with you, Tahuti, is this. You want to talk to me about the antediluvian world, but you don't want to put your belief system out there, because if you do, if you start talking about the king's list of Amidos or Abydos, you know and well that I know that you acknowledge that each king during pre-dynastic Kemet lived to be over 1,000 years old. You also believe that the original Kemetians are descendants of extraterrestrials. So for you to sit up here and try to question me about my acknowledgement and chronology, you have to question yourself. You don't want it to be put out there what you believe in, because you will be looked at as pseudo. And you know who was trying to catch you on that? But he ain't know how to box you in, but you got the right Hebrew. When Aunt West and you debated, Aunt West wouldn't stick you because he was asking you about the date of the pyramid, which some people date to be over 10,000 years old. What you talk, or the Giza pyramids and Sphinx and all these different Cyclopean buildings. I say that was built after 9,564 BCE. And you asking me where I'm getting my teachers from? I'm getting them from different occultic records, along with the oral traditions of different Brahmanistic teachers, different teachers and elders throughout Africa, throughout Asia, throughout the ancient Americas. And you know, Tehuti, I got information to prove what I'm saying. Also, I can prove emphatically that Egyptology is a colonial approach of domination that came through Symbolism. What about that dude, James Henry Bressing, that created the Oriental Institute over there and the University of Chicago? He's the father of American Egyptology. Now you asking me about my methodology. What is your methodology to challenge what I'm saying? My methodology is Hebrew Israelite sovereign nationalism. My methodology, these are things that I developed. Hebrew cosmogenesis, Hebrew anthropogenesis. If this is you right now, imagine a chemist, and he's in the laboratory and he's doing experiments in the laboratory, right? Follow me, everybody. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
This is Tehuti. Imagine a chemist. He's dealing with elements, and he's inside of a laboratory, and he's doing experimentation in the laboratory and even outside the laboratory. And in them experimentations, he's failing and he's growing at the same time. And once the growth and development of the experimentation is fulfilled, he shows it to a group of his sovereign peers or his peers, and they agree whatever his experiment was. And then from there, he may win a Nobel Peace Prize or whatever the case may be.
Okay.
Now you got somebody like Tehuti that may study a few books on chemistry, may look on the internet, may dibble and dabble with people, but he's not a chemist. But now he wants to debate somebody that's an actual chemist. The difference from Tehuti and the chemist is that the chemist has a methodology, and his methodology was battlefield tested. Tehuti, what you doing, it isn't battlefield tested. My grandfather and those before me and myself, we laid down the foundation to build government, okay? Now, when you start talking about what you want your children not to be taught, listen, we have a body of children that we run our own international school called the Akbar Brotherhood School, brother. We have the School of the Prophets Institute in Dimona, Israel, that brings forth the highest intellectuals in the world. Some of the most advanced Afrocentric scholars been back and forth to Dimona, giving us credence. So this ain't about farming, brother. Let's make this clear. Don't try to compare us to the Mormons. That was like highly disrespectful. To try to compare us to the Mormons or to the Jehovah's Witnesses. Some wicked motherfuckers. All they did was impose their religious doctrine.
That was a low blow, yo. That was
Yeah, that was
very
a low blow. So I'm
You
on
ain't
your
gonna give
top.
him one of the shorts? Like,
I'm on your top. I'm telling you, nothing is comparable to the African Hebrew Israelites. We still stand. And if you don't believe me, I'll pay for a plane ticket for you. Round trip, brother. You name your date and time, and I'll send you to Dimona. And I bet you when you come back, you'll say it's nothing like it. We have our own everything, brother. This is a theocratic government. The Jehovah's Witnesses don't have no goddamn theocratic government. What are you talking about? The Mormons don't have no theocratic government, but because I can't go back, I don't want to keep waking my wife back and forth up. Tehuti, if you can go into your empire and show some of the stuff.
Yeah, we're definitely at time limit.
I can break it down to you, brother. But again, we
time limit,
exist.
Yeah,
No, we just watching it on the 2. I'll put it on here.
Oh, can y'all hear me?
Go ahead.
Yeah, definitely. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah.
and you keep throwing this 311 trillion 40 billion years ago. I can tell that you don't know what you're talking about. You just throwing it out there. What I'm saying is, when you go into Genesis chapter 1, you'll see that Hebrew word Yawam. When you deal with the ancient archaic Hebrew sign language pictures or sign pictures, the Yawam, when you see the Yah or the Yo, it's an image of an outstretched arm, signifying something holding on to something. Then you got the woe, which is a peg in the mean, the waters. Yawam means that which contains life. So each day is an epoch. When you align the Yuga cycles with the Bereshit code, it'll come up to 320 million years ago. But we're not talking about the Azuletic world, the pure existence of will, which we date for only comparative study. Let's make it clear. Just like Dr. Ben, when he wrote Black Man in the Nile and His Family, he was talking about the Australopithecus, and then he was also talking about the stories that the Twa talked about.
All right, brother. No, the time, each year I get 2 minutes. So, yeah. Each year I get 2 minutes. So, we're watching the timeline. So you could close out. Just close it down.
What I'm saying is, when you look at Dr. Yosef A.A. Ben Yokanayan, who is the granddaddy of Afrocentric Egyptology, along with Dr. John Henrik Clarke. Dr. John Henrik Clarke clearly said that a body of Israelites ran into the heart of Africa, along with Dr. Ben on page 76, and African Origins, Major Western Religions. So even the Afrocentric scholars that y'all believe in, and even Dr. Malachi Z. York, he was known as the Nubian Islamic Hebrews. He was also known as Iman Isa. And then he was known as Joshua Rabboni, and he went through these certain stages, but he never, ever said that the original Hebrews were white. He always said we had connections with these people, and that was one of your master teachers. So you can't debate me. You need to resurrect your master teacher and debate him, because he said it. Farrakhan said it. He said that he'll put his life on the line, that the so-called black man is the true children of Israel. Dr. Khalid Muhammad said it. Malcolm X said it.
Okay.
It's not, and I'm going to let it go.
All right. No doubt.
Okay. Wonderful. So what we've established so far, because I like to do things very organized, what we've established so far is that the questions that I've particularly asked for verification from our ancestors of the 10,000-year war, the 10,000-year Kemetic War, is unanswered. Sorry, this is why I need time limits. This is exactly why I need to put my time on.
Okay. I just want you to know.
Thank you so much. Is my time on now, or do I start over? I don't know. Okay. So far what we've established so far is I gave Mighty Hebrew his props and respect for his accomplishments. Nitpicking on exactly the different accomplishments that Mormons, Jehovah's Witness, TD Jakes, Nation of Islam, that's fine. That's not even what I'm here to discuss. What we are here to discuss, based on the post that Mighty Hebrew put out, was the chronology, and the linear dating system is one of the topics versus circular dating system. So I'm questioning him and asking him, what is his methodology on how he got these dates? Where did he get the information from that there was a 10,000-year war in Kemet? One of the things that I focus on is, I believe that if people are going to choose a religion, a way of life, and they're claiming that it's ancient, they're quoting ancient history, I believe that our ancestors were intelligent enough to speak for themselves. I don't think that we need to add on stories to our ancient ancestors. We need to look at the translations of what our own ancestors wrote and then build upon that, as opposed to coming with some new age doctrine and then trying to push that before we go to our ancestors. So if some new age woman such as Madame Blavatsky or John Dee or any of these occultists start teaching this information, and I'm going to ask them, can you please stop teaching information about my ancestors that my ancestors didn't say themselves, as if my ancestors are not intelligent enough to speak for their own history. They have hundreds of thousands of papyruses, stone writings, where they talk about their history. So if somebody's going to come and say, well, the Cometians came from Nechala, then I'm going to say, great. Who said that? Which pharaoh, which ancient ancestor, which Indian? Let's go to the ancient Indian records. Do they predate the pyramid texts? 2600 BC? Is there any archaeological finds that predate that we can see that the Indians wrote that, listen, those people in Kemet, those people come from us, the Nechala? Then at least we have something to base a conversation on. But I can't base a conversation on a 2021 claim or a 1960 claim or a 1930 claim about what our ancestors were supposed to have done that our ancestors themselves never said that they done. So what we've established so far is that, Mighty Hebrew, my brother, at this time you're not able to show reference to these 10,000-year wars, to the Nechalas and Ruta people predating and then becoming the Cometians, the 850,000 year history. You're not able to show that, and that's fine. We can move on. That's why this is a preliminary where I'm trying to see what you're qualified to talk about. So you're just not able to show it. What I want to say before I close this segment is Mighty Hebrew. How much time do I have left?
You got 28 seconds.
28 seconds. Mighty Hebrew, do you go by the radiocarbon dating method or the argon dating method? Yes or no? Just do you go by that? I'm trying to create or find some type of methodology of how we're dating things back. So just a simple question, and then I can, after his 2 minutes, I can get into what we actually both believe in.
Yeah, there
Peace.
you go. All right.
He said I can't show him. I clearly said it's on my wife. So I had to
turn up
come in a little closer.
It's on his side.
Make sure we hear.
Can y'all hear me?
Now, okay. Yeah.
See, he's throwing out false narratives. I don't know if y'all heard me. If you actually, what he did was, he took one of my writings and called it, or made it seem as this is the post that was put up about our discussion. That post that he used, that wasn't the post that I just put up for our discussion. That's number one. See, he tricked y'all into believing what I wrote. That was just a post that I was writing to some of my students. That had nothing to do with the debate. The debate was, why am I a Hebrew Israelite? My connections with the Hebrews in Israel and with Prince Asiel, Prince Kez, me showing that Egyptology is in fact Eurocentrically based, and you asked me what chronological methods or timeline methods do I use. I use the circular timeline methods of the Yuga cycles with the Bereshit code. The dates that you see is only based on comparative study. That's it. I do not subscribe to Western academia. See, the difference from me and you is you need to be authenticated by Western. I don't. So now, can y'all see my screen?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Y'all can see my screen. So
got 25 seconds.
Damn, that ain't even enough time. That's why I'm saying there's really no use in even showing anything. For the
Well, hold it for the next one.
Yeah, we really don't have enough time to build. But to stick to the point, I can show you exactly where I get my dates from. I can show you our date and method, which is only based on comparative study. For example, real fast, 14.5 million BCE in the Indian subcontinent in South Africa, they found what was known as the Ramapithecus. This coincides with the 18.5 million BCE of records of the Romalho.
All right, brother. Close out real quick, and then you can get the close.
So what I'm showing is, I'm showing a comparative study. I'm showing what we do at the Mighty Hebrew University by way of the Hebraic/Indo-Scholarly occultic records with academia. Do we agree with academia fully? Not at all. If it don't align with our ancestors, no, we don't agree with it. But Tahuti,
All right.
you need to stop playing and acting like you don't deal with things that are considered to the academia world pseudo. Put out what
Gunshots.
you really believe in. Put
Okay,
out what you
time.
really believe in.
Time, brethren.
Okay. All right. So peace. So nothing. Okay. Wonderful.
Ready?
2 minutes. Oh yes.
All right.
Okay, so wonderful. In that 2 minute time period, nothing has been shown from our ancestors for these claims. Mighty Hebrew said in that last 2 minutes, actually probably 3 minutes, he said, "I do not subscribe to Western academics." He said that?
Yeah.
Okay. This is Mighty Hebrew in our last discussion, where he was showing, if I don't know if you remember where I popped up with the book, but this is Mighty Hebrew in our last discussion. I just want people to, everybody to hear, just so we can.
Sources right here, y'all, so y'all can see that I'm not making it up. You have a book right here known as, here you go, boom.
Oh, sorry, 1 moment. Let me do a screen share real quick, so everybody can see that this is actually a last discussion where Mighty Hebrew was giving. Okay, here we go.
You have forbidden archaeology you can use, the hidden history of the human race. You can use this and it proves without a shadow of a doubt that we existed on this planet for millions of years.
Okay, good. So he used the Forbidden Archaeology book and said that you can use that to prove beyond a shadow of a doubt. So that's what's being used to prove without a shadow of a doubt. If you see the screen right here, am I showing the screen?
Hold on a second.
I think I need like 5 minutes.
Yeah.
You want 5 minutes is fine. As long as
two minutes too short.
Any
All right.
time limit is fine. As long as there is a time limit.
All right.
Oh,
So
that's
I'm
why
gonna
you-
push y'all up to 5 minutes.
Okay,
Mighty
fine.
Hebrew and what's the name? So 5 minutes apiece.
Yeah,
Give it 3 more.
That's fine. 5 minutes is fine.
Give it 3 more.
As long as there's some type of time period.
I'll show you how to do it.
Okay, so if you can see the screen, this is actually me earlier on this week opening up, just so everybody can see. This is me opening up the Forbidden Archaeology book that the brother Mighty Hebrew said that this is what can be used beyond a fact of a shadow of a doubt. Here's page 764 of that book, and I want to go to that page. And as we can see on pages 764 and 765 of the pages from the book, Mighty Hebrew says, is fact beyond a shadow of a doubt. The author shows one of his accepted dating system methods, elaborates on how it works as the final truth, and also explains his method. This method is the only absolute dating system up to 40,000 years. Thus, if this is the book that Mighty Hebrew is calling fact beyond a shadow of a doubt, then he cannot say that he does not accept radiocarbon dating. We both accept this method. So Mighty Hebrew, when you said, I don't subscribe to Western academics and that kind of dating system, I just want to show you on the page where the gentleman whose book you told us all to read has a section called Carbon Dating of Bones, and it states that carbon-14 content test that gives the absolute rather than relative ages, and radiocarbon date thus connotes the final truth. This is the book that me and Mighty Hebrew both have. Okay? On this here it says, by measuring how much of the total carbon 14 is given, we can compare how much time passed since the organisms died. The smaller amount of carbon 14 as percentage of the total carbon older than the sample. There are, however, several problems with this method. The oldest object datable by carbon 14 method are only around 40,000 years old. So in Mighty Hebrew said, this book shows beyond a shadow of a doubt that we've existed for millions of years. I just want to show that the author of this particular book, who's using radiocarbon dating, is saying that the absolute dating system only goes back 40,000 years ago. So by Mighty Hebrew actually using this particular book and saying that this book is what we can use beyond a shadow of a doubt, I just want to make clear that Michael Cremo, the author of this book, uses radiocarbon dating and calls it the absolute final truth. This is what Michael Cremo himself calls it. So if Michael Cremo himself is calling it absolute final truth, then I agree with you, Mighty Hebrew, and I'll use this book, and I'll use what the author of the book is saying, that we both were going to use
all right.
radiocarbon dating. Okay?
That's it.
So just show your methodology, please, of how you got the dates. But if you can't, we'll just save that for later. It's not me, that's what the book says.
5 minutes, yo, go. Let's go. Let's get dark now. Let's get a little dark.
Now, why are you doing this, Tahu? If you know anything about Michael Kramer, you wouldn't have never said that. First of all, Michael Kramer also acknowledged the Yuga cycles. When you look at Michael Kramer's book, Forbidden Archaeology, and what you just expressed, he's only expressing in the sense of contradicting Western academia. If you continue, you got the book, so you know that he acknowledges that man been on the earth for millions of years. Now, why you gonna play this game and misquote what that man just said? What you think, I'm slow, brother? I got the book too. The whole book is to disprove Western academia, because in Western academia's mind, they think that modern man only goes back no more than 150,000 years ago by the way of Homo sapiens. He's disproving that by showing that man been on the planet for millions of years. That's what the whole entire book is talking about. So why would you take one specific piece and you're misquoting it to try to make it appear as though Michael Kramer is saying that man or emphatically the dating method only goes back to 40,000 years. You do know that Michael Kramer don't acknowledge the accuracy of radiocarbon dating. You do know that, right? You do know that Michael Kramer is a practicing Hare Krishna who uses the Yuga cycles to align with the comparative study of man being on this planet for millions of years. Now, this right here is old India, ancient, medieval, and modern. This right here is for my good brother Rasul. Remember when I was telling you that there was an ancient war in India and you needed that source?
Yeah, I'm right. Here
it is, Ancient India, a textbook of class 11. This is academia. There's the source right here. What does it say? In this period, we come across 3 types of villages in South India. 1, Or. 2, Sabha. And 3, Nagara. When you study the Or, the Chaldeans that people are talking about in Mesopotamia, that only goes back to the 7th century BCE. When you talk about the Or of the Indus Valley, now you're talking about over 3,000 years. Okay? And also, I was saying that there was a method.
Your voice.
Come up to
the mic. The mic.
Yeah, come up to the mic a little bit.
You hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you down. Yeah. Got to fix it a little bit.
Your mic once again.
Hold on.
There you go.
Yeah, you must be something must be over it.
Can y'all hear me now?
Now we can hear you.
Yeah, you're good now.
Okay. From the eastern sea border to India, that's 9,000 miles. The old city of Mecca in that region, Liksha, of the Indian Ocean. This is a historical fact, okay? And then he tried to say that the name Yahoo, you can't find it in record. Why are you boxing yourself in with crackers are looking for? If you have oral tradition that's saying different, won't you go to those that have an anthropogenesis? I told you my methodology. My methodology is to line the Bereshit code with the Yuga cycles. Why am I saying this? Let's find out as to why I'm saying this. Now, look right here. Are we going to deal with contemporary scholars, or are we going to deal with modern academic, contemporary scholars, or are we going to deal with the classical scholars? Well, let's look at the origin of the Hebrews right here. Let's start right here in Anti-Calypsis, so y'all can see that I'm telling the truth. In Anti-Calypsis, Volume 1, page 396 by, what's his name, Sir Godfrey Higgins. He says the Arabian historians contend that Brahman and Abraham, their ancestor, are the same people, or the same person. The Persians generally call Abraham Ibrahim Zeradas. Cyrus considered the religion of the Israelites, or the so-called Jews, the same as his own. The Hindus must have come from Abraham, or the Israelites from the Brahmins, right? Now, as you continue to read, I'm going to slide through. I don't know how much time I got.
There it is. There it is.
Break, save it for next
Hold
time.
That thought.
Time is
Hold
done.
that thought. Hold that thought. You got it. You was right there.
All right.
You need 20, huh?
Yeah,
Go ahead.
it's,
That's how it happens.
Okay, so
no, Tehuti, why you put this time constraint?
yeah, because we're not going to do half an hour lectures here. We're just going to we just interact. But so here I have something. Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I have something written down here on a piece of paper.
There you go.
I have something written down here on the piece of paper that we're going to get into my next round. But everybody in the room is actually going to participate in this. What we're going to do, Killah Priest, could you read this, not out loud, but just read that. Sorry. Read this, just read that. I went to the store.
I got you.
You got that?
Yep.
Okay. You got it?
Yeah.
Good. Go ahead and just tell Rasul that. And Rasul, when you're done, tell the brother here that. And then tell the sister here.
Are we playing telephone?
So you guys do that while I get into the round.
Funny
One
guy,
for you guys.
AD.
No.
I mean, it's true. That's what it is.
Yeah.
That's
just
what that is?
Go ahead and tell him. So while that's happening, we'll get to that in my next round. Okay. Now, so basically, nothing's been verified from our ancient ancient records. Oh, it's still my time. It's still my time. Nothing's been verified. We did get into contemporary ideas from modern day people in modern day books, but once again, no ancient writing has been quoted. No ancient source writing has been quoted. So this is where the confusion comes in. When we're talking about ancient people, can we go by what the ancient people actually wrote themselves that's in stone or papyrus that is preserved, that we can look at and translate, or do we go by Madame Blavatsky, John Dee, and some other people that are of the 19th century, 20th century? No. So basically, that nothing could be shown. Once again, so this is my other. I'm going to do a screen share. And we're going to get to this, what everybody did, by the end of this round. Okay, so I have 3 minutes and 21 seconds left. Wonderful. So I'm going to get to a screen share. And one moment here, please. Where's the, okay, screen share here. So what I was trying to do, Mighty Hebrew, also to
hold on a second. We got a technical error. The Zoom meeting is not responding. I'm going to have to reset the Zoom.
Okay, no problem.
Stop time.
Yeah.
Stop time.
I have 3 minutes.
The retrograde is upon
Bust
us.
the screens, Russell.
Huh?
I got you.
Sorry.
Bust the screen. That's it. No, not again. Not again.
Yeah.
That's good.
By the way, I got the message
Time stop.
all the way around.
Who's winning? Raiders?
Chargers.
Oh.
Are y'all there?
Yeah, sorry about that. We had some kind of technical
No
difficulty.
technical difficulties.
Okay, Mighty Hebrew, can you hear me, brother? I want to make sure you're there for this.
Give them like.
Sound like Metro Lou was going against you for a second.
Okay,
ready?
good.
Ready?
Are you there, Mighty Hebrew? Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes. Okay, so
Yes.
I'm going to continue. If you can hear me, this is still my time.
Go.
Okay, wonderful. So, what I was doing is I wasn't limiting Michael Cremo to one specific dating system. I was just choosing one that he calls the absolute final truth. He uses many dating systems, such as sedimentary dating. Sedimentary dating is a form of dating where you can tell the age of something based on how low it is underneath the surface of the earth because sediments are there. And he talks about that in the book too. And this is how we can trace back millions of years. So yes, Michael Cremo does say that there's bones that go back millions of years, but what he calls the absolute truth, what he quoted in that page as a dating system, that's truth up to only 40,000 years. After that, it gets blurry. I'm just giving you one method. I believe in many methods of dating. All I've been asking you, Brother Mighty Hebrew, is what is one of your methods? Just give me one method of how you came up with that we were here 850,000 years ago and we had a 10,000-year war. Just give me one method and we'll analyze the method. But instead of giving me a method, you're critiquing me personally. And that's ad hominem. I have nothing to do with this. I'm discussing what is your scientific method. I've shown one that I mentioned two. One that I agree with, which is radiocarbon dating. And one is called argon to argon, potassium 39 to 40 dating, transmission through a nuclear reactor. I agree with that one as well. I also agree on sedimentary dating. So I'm accepting these dating methodologies into a debate system, dialogue. But if you're not even stating what your methodology is of how did you come up with these years, then we have to call this made up, right? Okay. Now, also, just to close out, we're going to go, everybody, who was the last to read that? Was it you, sis? Okay, you 80?
Yeah, I got it.
80, what does it say on this paper here?
I went to the store to buy a blunt.
What?
Is that what you got?
That's what I got.
Okay, good. Brother there, what's your name? Z, what was said, what's on this paper? What did it say?
It said,
Real quick, okay. Sister, what did you remember this paper saying?
I went to the store to buy a book.
And what do you remember this paper saying?
I went to the store to get some toothpaste and some, toothpaste and bread.
Oh, no memory, just one person. What?
Toothpaste and bread. I went to the store to get toothpaste
And what does this paper say, Killer Priest?
I went to the store to get some toothpaste, bread, and some shoes.
Okay, good. We have Dro, we got bread, shoes. Here's what the paper says. I went to the store and got toothpaste, milk, a stick of gum, a loaf of bread, and oatmeal. A very simple grocery list. Okay? Words that are passed from person to person can't even get past 5 people without being altered. Thus, I'm not interested in oral tradition from thousands of years ago. We just did this 4 minutes ago, and it can't stay the same.
Wait a minute. Wait.
We can't. This paper.
Hold on,
hold on 1 second. This paper changed in 4 minutes amongst 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people.
Yeah, but
5 people. And the paper changed. Therefore, I can't believe that what somebody said, I'm not finished. What somebody said, thousands of years ago from oral tradition. I'm interested in what they wrote that's stamped on papyrus. That's interesting. What they wrote that's stamped on stone that stayed the same, unaltered. That's interesting, but not oral tradition because you can't prove oral tradition. It doesn't even get past 4 people. But once again, I'm asking Mighty Hebrew, if you could just answer for us, what is your methodology of dating system? Do you actually have one that you can tell us, or do you want to save that for the debate?
All right.
Peace.
There you go. Go on.
Okay. Mighty Hebrew, it's your turn.
Yo, absolutely. You need to stop this, man. You think we're not listening to you? You try to use forbidden archaeology and Michael Kramer as a premise to debunk the millions of years that I'm saying that we've been on this planet. And you've seen that that's not what Michael Kramer was saying. So then you had to come and say, well, he has different methods of approach when it comes to dating. Well, if you know anything about that book that you have, what he's doing is with all the dates, he's showing that all them dates are flawed. He believes in what I acknowledge, the Yuga cycles. And if you read his other book called Devolution, you would know these things. You wouldn't be lying on this man. Any of y'all, Killer Priest, Rasul, any of y'all can go online on YouTube and look up Michael Kramer. He says that all the methodologies are inaccurate when it comes to dating. And furthermore, you're going against the ancestors, because when you come to Africa, right now, they still teach their children, their customs and mannerisms and their history orally. Europeans created by the way of manifest destiny. They used the power to define, to shape their world by the way of academia. What you call an academia was created by Napoleon, all these methodologies that you talking about, radiocarbon dating. Come on, my brother, you know it's not fully accurate. You know this. So why are you acting like this is an accurate science when it's not an accurate science? I told you my method of dating is through the oral traditions that was passed down through the Yadavas that still exist today in southern India, along with tribes in Africa that's saying they're Israelites. So let's go to classical records, shall we? If you go right here, can y'all see me, Rasul? Can you see my screen?
Yeah, I see it.
Okay. Let's go to classical records. Fuck contemporary records. Let's go to the classical historians. Let's see where the Hebrews come from. It says, in his history of the Jews, the Jewish scholar and theologian Flavius Josephus, 37 to 100 ACE or AD, wrote that the Greek philosopher Aristotle said that these Jews are derived from the Indian philosophers, meaning the black Javidians. They are named by the Indians Kalani. That's in book 122. And don't try to say, well, we're not going to use Flavius Josephus because everything you say ain't accurate. But guess how you know about the dynastic periods of Kemet? Because of Flavius Josephus going against Amphion when you start talking about Minotaur or Manatho. You wouldn't know about the 30 or 31 dynasties, and you wouldn't have never known nothing about Manatho if you ain't know about Josephus. Because Josephus is the one that tell you about Minotaur or Manatho. Let's keep going on. Clericus of Sari wrote, the Israelites, or the so-called Jews, descended from the philosophers of India. The philosophers are called in India Kalaninians, and in Syria Judites, right? Now, let's go to
You went down again, bro.
Come back to the mic, Hebrew.
Let's go to some
There you
black
go.
scholars.
Yeah.
Let's go to black bloodlines. Abraham and the racial profile of the ancient Hebrews. Man, you nothing to us for real. You only making little suggestions here and there. Then you try to bring up Michael Kramer. I remember when you was on the show when I brought up forbidden archaeology. I only use that as a reference point, not saying this is solely the absolute, but as a reference point. Let's go down. Look, you see it says Judah was the largest Israelite tribe to leave Egypt, which means that of the mixed multitude that left with Moses, Judah was the tribe that was most mixed. Jump down. Sir Godfrey Higgins quote Mr. Marcus, the Yadavas were the most vulnerable immigrants from India. They were the blameless and pious Ethiopians. If you study Herodotus, you would know there's a such thing known as Eastern Ethiopians and Western Ethiopians. Anything west of the Nile, that was considered the Western Ethiopians. The Eastern Ethiopians go back to Hindustan or Hindu Kush. They are the ones that are known as the Yadavas. This is the same tribe that Abraham came from out of the Haraparian civilization, 2166 BCE. He came from out of the Ur, the Indus Valley. That's why when you go into Bereshit, chapter 11, verse 1, it breaks down that we came from the land of Kadim, east, which is India. Go to the 26th chapter of Bereshit, you'll see the same thing in the 4th verse. So my methodology,
there it is. Time, my brother.
Close this out. The methodology that my ancestors. I don't need no cracker to tell me who I am. I'm going to my ancestors, and my ancestors gave it to us orally, and that's how I'm giving it. And again, you cannot ask for a facsimile for something that's oral, body bag.
Yo, let me tell y'all. I told the chat room that this is gonna be crazy. I knew it was gonna be crazy today with these two. Yo, yeah.
European methodology.
Yeah, you're talking.
Is this
go?
Is this?
Control himself.
You're using the same.
Is this go? Yeah. Is this go? We gotta be fair. Go ahead.
Right now.
Okay, Mighty Hebrew, can you hear me, brother?
Crazy.
Mighty Hebrew, can you hear me?
I love you, brother. I can hear you, Tahuti.
Yes, yes. And so since you do want to engage, I mean, since you fade off the screen, are you there? Since you do want to engage, you know, because you're still talking, which is interesting. But so just for clarity, before I do get into my round, just for clarity, because maybe I missed it on the screen. Just yes or no, the people that you're quoting about the ancient history, are those writings from the ancient people on papyrus themselves, or are they from a Greek Josephus? I just want to know just which one. Just which one is fine. I don't need a long lecture. Just he's on mute. You're on mute, Mighty Hebrew.
He's on.
Yeah, yeah. Is that a papyrus?
You gotta unmute on your end.
Is that a papyrus written by our ancestors? Since you said you go by our ancestors.
Listen, I gave you sources. I don't want to give out everything, but you can go into the laws of Manu, M-A-N-U. You can also go to the Purana records. The Purana records, they're all written by Indus Valley sages, man.
Okay, so no problem. I just want.
Hold on. I'm answering your question. Stop doing that. You have many Afrocentric scholars, along with scholars all over the world, who use Paradonis, Philo, Josephus. Stop that. Remember, I said I'm using these things as comparative studies, meaning that I'm showing you the ancient histories of the people from the Indus Valley from which the Hebrews come from.
My brother, is that a yes? I'm just asking. I don't need a long. I'm just asking. Okay, watch this. Mighty Hebrew, watch this. The Lord, Mighty Hebrew, the Lord God is a son. The Lord God is a son. Psalms 84:11. See how easy that is? I quoted something from the Bible, and I gave the reference from the Bible. And if somebody says to me, "Hey, did you quote that from the Bible or
just
the Quran?"
Give a yes or no.
Quran, I can say, "Oh, I quoted from the Bible." I'm just asking you a simple. This is why it's so hard to talk to me, because I'm just asking a simple, clear, straightforward question: is the information you quoted about our ancestors coming from any papyrus stone writings from our ancestors? Yes. What is the name? What is the name? What is the name?
I'm gonna give it to you again.
What are you?
I'm gonna give it to you again. You can go to
what are you reading that we can look at? Please, I want to read it with you. What's the name of the papyrus, the ancient museum artifact or archaeological find? The translation you're reading. It's in the Puranas. What verse? I'm going to pull it up right now. What verse is that? That talks about the 850 million years Puranas. What'd you say?
Hold on, and let me make something clear.
I'm just looking for the verse, please.
I gotta get it. I gotta look it up. Hold on.
Okay. Well,
and I wanted to say this for the people. You keep saying our ancestors as if everybody dark is the same. Stop that.
I'm not saying.
Can you prove to the people that you committed right now?
My brother, my brother, please don't.
No, I'm serious.
Right, but you're creating a straw man. You're creating a straw man.
Not a straw man.
I never said anything. I never said. Okay, let me skip my time because I never said anything about all of our ancestors are the same.
And I'm gonna ask you a question.
I'm asking for the.
I'm looking for that verse. I'm asking you a question, brother.
You want to ask him a question?
Yeah, I want to get it because he's not. Hold on. He said that you don't have the answer to the question, and it's eating up my time. You do not have the answer to where in the Puranas are you reading from. Just where are you reading from in the Puranas that talks about this 10,000-year war and 800? Just where?
Stop that, bro. I done gave this to you so many times in your inbox. Stop that. Stop acting like you don't know.
So you don't have it. No problem. I just want to know if you had it or not. That's fine.
You ready?
Okay.
Listen, I do have
my time.
I do have it, but
take it back to.
I didn't even start. Yeah, so I didn't even start anything. I just wanted him to.
All right.
Take him back a little bit.
I'm asking why I'm looking for it. I'm asking.
Okay.
He keeps saying our ancestors, but if you dealing with any form of DNA, you know that the two Egyptians are your Bijaz spies and the Sudan. Truth was found with DNA.
Make sure we can hear Mighty Hebrew when you talk. Just talking to the mic. Good.
Okay. All right, Mighty Hebrew. Thank you so much. I was just looking for where you got that from in the Puranas, and you're unable to.
Ready?
unable
No,
to
it's not
present
that
it.
I'm unable to do it.
So
it's
then,
that I'm
can I
looking
please?
up.
Oh man.
Just
This
answer
is why
on the
there's so
next.
much-
Oh, you go. Or just answer
If I
on your
ask
go.
somebody how tall they are, I don't want to hear, we'll see in London the cubic centimeters of the microorganisms. How tall are you? I'm 6'4". See how easy that is?
I'm just asking you a question.
If I've asked you a question in my Hebrew on my time,
well, doors open. Yeah.
I actually asked you and used up some of my time, and I thought that the
No,
question.
No, you said you wasn't even using your time yet.
I did. I got him to rewind some time, but that was on my time, and I said stop my time.
Okay.
Yeah, because he's eating.
Apologize. Go ahead.
Okay,
Go ahead.
all right.
My fault.
Okay. So once again, I don't know.
That's.
I don't know
super
why
chat.
are people just. I mean, if I'm respecting the ancient Mexican culture, the Aztec culture, the Chinese culture, and I say something about them, I expect somebody to show me where they said it themselves. I hate this superimposing of European philosophies of Atlantis and all of these things over top of ancient cultures when the ancient cultures themselves never said these things. That's why I always ask, where did the ancient cultures themselves say it? And once we can go to it and find it, then at least we can build upon that. But if we can't even find where they said it, then we're back in the land of Papa Smurf and Spider-Man and made up things. So let's get into this this issue that I have with, again, with religion and Hebrew Israelites. I'm going to share my screen again, and we're going to deal with some actual facts versus cartoons. Facts versus cartoons. Okay. So when I go to this is one of the issues I have. Can everybody see the screen? Okay. Whenever it seems like Hebrew Israelites of this day and time are very proud of their culture, proud of who they are, and they display themselves through pictures that are usually cartoons. Mighty Hebrew displays cartoons. He actually sent one to me right before the debate. And these are some of the other cartoons. When we go through Hebrew Israelite websites and literature, we see multiple images of prophets demonstrating their pride, as every culture has images, carvings, statues. Where are the images and carvings and drawings in antiquity dating to the time of the Hebrews demonstrating themselves? I want to hear where the culture did something themselves. I don't want to hear philosophy, theory. These are images of cartoons talking about Black and Proud, King Solomon. And this is in these days and times. So imagine if you actually lived in the time of the so-called wisest man on the planet. There's statues, there's tombs, there's something. And I don't get that with the Hebrew Israelites. I get these cartoons in this day and time. I do not get anything from antiquity. Now I want to show something that's actual antiquity. This is from the British Museum, Papyrus 10018.2. And this is the Papyrus of Henutawi. Here's the Papyrus of Henutawi. This is the writings of the people themselves, where you can look at their writings and see the images that they're drawing of themselves, and then we can build upon the images that they draw themselves. This is Henutawi. Okay, this is the coffin of the ancient chantress of Amun, Henutawi, daughter of the high priest, Amun Minkepera. Hey. As well as the sister wife of the HPA, the high priest of Amun, Smendes II, painted wood from Der El Barari, tomb MMA 60, 21st dynasty, 3rd intermediate period, Museum of Fine Arts. Here is her Shaptis. These are actual artifacts that were found, made by the people themselves, that showed their own belief system without superimposing. Here is Henutawi, the beautiful black sister, as you can see right here. This is her actual body. This is not a drawing. This is not Superman. This is not Spider-Man. This is not a cartoon. This is the actual tomb with her body in it of Henutawi, going back 10,070 BC. Here is the writings of her belief system. You see the Uwajit, the Eye of Heru. You see the baboon of Tehuti, and you see Henutawi right over here. Okay, these are actual.
Gloves is off.
Here is Henutawi's son. We find gold masks, things that represent what the people are drawing themselves. Here's Henutawi's beautiful daughter, Ma'at Kare Mutemhet. Here's her beautiful daughter, her actual daughter, not a picture, not a modern day cartoon. Here's her daughter. Here's the other one. You see these beautiful sisters here found along the Nile Valley, their belief systems. You can find this. This is archaeology. This is information. This is something you can look up, you can find, and then discuss what's actually found. I don't find any archaeological bones, any writings of the book of Genesis that dates back to any time of ancient Hebrews. And my time is up, and I'm just asking, can you show us, if you want to have this for the debate, that's fine. Can you show us where these archaeological finds are so we can date them and look at them?
Super chat,
That's
come
all.
on, let's go.
Thank you so much. Just facts, please.
Body Hebrew is on you.
Yo, why you asking me these easy questions? Now, he tried to make it seem like, oh, you can't show me such and such and such. Okay, so if you go to the Vishnu Purana, book 2, chapter
What is
1,
this?
2, and 3, you will see that the Hebrew Puranas speak of Atala, or the White Island. As you read that whole entire chapter, they speak about Atlantis, but the name is Atala. Now, I'll put up here a chronology right here, right? And can y'all see my screen?
Yes.
Yeah, I got you. You got the wrong Hebrew once again, man. You keep making it seem like you talking about I showed you cartoons. Well, let me tell you something. I don't be showing you cartoons, bro. I don't know who you talking to. The ancient Hebrews and Killer Priest, he knows this well. The ancient Hebrews didn't acknowledge making graven images of themselves, but the other nations made images of us. But let's go into which we was talking about Atlantis and all this. Now look, y'all, you see the date, author, source, and context. Now he told y'all in one of the dialogues that it was the Greeks that told us about Atlantis. Am I correct? Ain't that what you said?
Say it again, my good brother. Say it again, please.
Did you not tell Rasul? Did you not tell Killer Priest and the whole listening audience that so-called Atlantis, which is really called Atala, did you not say that that came from the Greeks? Yes or no?
Absolutely. Atlantis came from the Greeks, yes.
Yeah, that's all I wanted to hear you say. So when you look at this timeline here, you can clearly see it goes backwards. It started from 470 AD. Notice how it's dropping. Now, if I can show the story of Atlantis, really called Atala, before the Greeks, you got some explaining to do. So as you can see right here, you got the plural, you got the orb of the moon.
Aboriginal power in. Now go ahead, brother. My bad. I just shouted somebody. Go ahead.
Right. You see, follow Judaeus. He's breaking it down. Dorius. As we continue on, let's go down, because we shooting down. Because remember, he said that the Greeks created this. As you keep going down this timeline, you see Strombo, you see all these different people, right?
Greeks.
Now we going into Manetho, 250 BC, list of 10 god kings, which he called the Archeans, which is some scholars try to say it's a corruption of Atlantis or similar to Atlantis. Let's continue on. Let's go down this timeline, because this man clearly keeps telling y'all one thing, but we see it different. Now you see 350 BCE, right? There go Plato, right? They always say, well, Plato is the one that gave us the story. Oh, are you correct? Okay, let's see. So then you got Shalom. Then you got the Mahabharata, and you can find that in the Karna. You can find that in the Karna Piva, which describes the 10-year war at the end of which the island of Atala and all the inhabitants was destroyed. Let's go further down.
Give him a bomb for that. Give him a bomb for that, priest.
We showed some papyrus?
Why every time we go down further and further, you see more people talking about so-called Atlantis? We already left the Greeks. What are you talking about, dude? You saying that there's no other people talking about this, but we're finding clear evidences. Look at this. Why we got the Vishnu Puranas locating Atala, the White Island, in the Western Ocean? at the same latitude as Harney Islands in the Atlantic. What do you think you're talking to? You know what I mean? You kicking it, and the Vishnu or the Purana records are before the Turan Papyrus of the King's List of 1300 BCE. Come on, man. I'm showing you a chronological timeline. You're not doing this. You're not doing this. I'm even showing you in your own Book of the Dead that they talk about this. Or if you want to call it the Book of Coming Forth from Darkness into Light. Let's see if there's any older records than that. Huh? Let's go into it. Huh? Look at this. Now look at the
Time is on and popping right now. It's about to get. I think we get to the thick of this.
Beautiful, wonderful.
Gloves are off. I mean, turbans are off.
Can I ask you something real fast? Real quick.
Don't start this time.
Don't start. You want to ask me something?
Good.
Yeah. Go ahead, Mighty Hebrew. Yes, sir.
No, I'm saying, why didn't you put up the post, what we was talking about? Why did you use something that had nothing to do with the post as to what we was talking about? Why you being deceptive, brother, tonight?
Okay, so I can find that post, but that post was your post, correct?
Yeah, just like you made a post, and I'll beacon back.
Okay. I'm just asking, was the post your post, correct?
Yes.
Okay, that post, you have every right to put in that post what you want to bring up in the preliminary. Yes, you have every right to do that. Yes.
I mean, we had a conversation and we agreed to what was being. I mean, I don't care what we talking about, but we had a conversation, and what I put in that post is basically what we was talking about. But you pulled up something totally different.
Excuse me.
Even though it don't matter.
Okay. See, I agreed that you can bring up those topics. Yes, I agree.
And
I don't agree that those are my topics.
Oh, and you also said that I challenged you to a debate. You remember that you said that I challenged you.
Okay, yeah, you asked me the one question. You did ask me the one question.
I go back to you.
Okay, good. So just to make clear for the crowd, I put up a post that said that me and Mighty Hebrew are going to discuss some things. Mighty Hebrew put up his own post of things that he wanted to bring up. He showed me the post, and I said, that's fine. I have absolutely no problem. I never said that our conversation is limited. And plus, one of the things that he discusses on the post is academic dating systems, linear academic dating systems versus circular. So I'm actually what I'm discussing is actually on one of his topics that I wanted to address first, which is, you want to use circular dating systems? Fine. Can you show us the method? I'm going to show you a linear dating system that people go by that you agree to because you're putting the BCEs. So I'm going to show you that people agree to that. And thus, I've been talking from the very beginning about dating systems. I'm the one that actually first brought it up in this conversation. I brought up potassium to argon 39 to 40 in a nuclear reactor. I'm the one that brought it up because you wanted to discuss dating systems. So I'm actually still on topic. I want to know about that, but I'm not limited to just your topics. Just so everybody can know, I'm not limited to just what you write because you you don't limit the topics of discussion. I can fairly tell you what my contention is, and my contention are the things that I'm bringing up. Your dating systems, Hebrew Israelites, claiming that they wrote a book of Genesis and Exodus, and all these are some things that. So now is it my okay? So now you've asked the question. Okay, my time back because that was all in his his question. Now it's my time. Yes, I've answered the question, and now here's my time. Okay, so Mighty Hebrew, my good brother, I'm just going to quote some things that you said in your last time period, in your last round or time frame. You said Hebrews do not make images. Did he say that, Killah Priest? Hebrews do not make images
of themselves.
And I'm talking about the prophets and the messiahs and the people of power. They don't make images. Okay? So therefore, I should not be able to go to a Hebrew website and find images. Okay? Now, if everybody can see the screen, Annie also said, I don't make cartoons. I'm quoting him directly. I don't make cartoons, Tehuti. I don't know where you got that from. Did he say that? I don't make cartoons. I don't know where you got that from. Okay, Mighty Hebrew, my good brother. Is this your website? Oh yeah, am I sharing? Sorry.
I can't see.
Okay, just to verify, because this could be an imitator. It could be somebody that's imitating you. But I just want to know, just yes or no, is this your website?
I can't see. I got two websites.
Okay, no problem. I'll wait for.
There's no.
It
There's no
says,
cartoons on none of my.
welcome to the Mighty Hebrew University School of Advanced Esoteric Theology.
Can Mighty Hebrew see the screen?
I shared it. He should be able to.
Is that your? Is that
Okay,
your?
I know what you talk. No, I can't. I know what you talking about.
I'm just asking, is this your website? Just yes or no is fine.
Yes, it is. But that don't have nothing to do with.
Is this your website, my brother? I'm just curious. I want to make sure that nobody's imitating you. Is this your website?
That's my website.
Okay, on this website, as the crowd can see, there are two things that I brought up. I showed cartoons, and I said the Hebrews make cartoons and images of themselves today. Why do we find none of ancient times? Mighty Hebrew said, I don't make cartoons. You got the wrong one. I don't know where you got the idea from. I don't know where you got that idea from that I make cartoons. I am on Mighty Hebrew's website, and on his website is a clear cartoon of a black man as a Hebrew, as a Hebrew chemist. So Mighty Hebrew, as a Hebrew, you're making images, and as a Hebrew, you're making cartoons. So let's just clarify that. So now that we've established that Mighty Hebrew fully agrees with cartoons, now that we've established that Mighty Hebrew fully agrees that as a Hebrew you can make images, I can move on. Thank you very much, Mighty Hebrew. This may be a 2-on-1. I think it's Mighty Hebrew and myself versus Mighty Hebrew. So thank you for helping me, and thank you for that website to verify that you do make cartoons. So let's move on now, please. Okay, good. So back to so back to real images. We're gonna go back to images of real African people with artifacts that state their clear teachings. This is Mehi Pere, 1400 BC, the tomb of Mehi Pere, a brother with twisted hair and locks. Twisted hair, as you can see. This is his tomb. This is his body. Here's his belief system that was found inside of his tomb. He believes in the cows of Asar and the cows of Osiris and the bulls of Asar. This is his Book of the Dead, which shows that he believed in the Book of the Dead. Here is his Medunetter that he wrote. Here is him, drawn by his scribes. This is the papyrus that dates back 1400 BC. Here are the artifacts that were found in his tomb, demonstrating his belief system with the Shabti, with the symbols of Osiris. Here is more images of himself that they found. This is what I'm talking about. Finding artifacts from people that say that they are Hebrews. King David, Solomon, Joshua, Joseph, Job, any of the people with these kind of artifacts, these are drawings from the people, not this Mighty Hebrew. Somebody's not coming up, but not this. This right here. I don't know it's not coming up, but yeah, I don't know why it's not coming up, but there it is. Here we go. Mighty Hebrew, your artist is awesome. I like him. I mean, I've never seen anybody look like this before, but we're going to take this as a strong, powerful black man. He's a chemist. I don't know if this is Inky. I don't know if Abraham had chemistry tools, or I'm not sure which prophet this actually represents, but he looks cool, handsome man. Cool. But I just wanted to establish in my last 2 seconds that yes, Mighty Hebrew, you have images and you show cartoons. Peace and love. Show the ancient ones, please. I love you. Peace.
We're gonna move right.
I think he's saying he wants to see a stone carving or something. You gotta show something.
No, listen. You can type up right now true images of the ancient Israelites, and you'll see stones of us in the Babylonian captivity and all that. See, the thing with Tehuti, he don't know how to stay on topic. He everywhere. And if, hold on now, excuse me.
Yeah.
Did he pass out?
Yeah. Pause this time.
Oh, there.
Pause this time.
Oh, okay. Oh,
Listen, we do homeschool here, so if y'all can see, it's like.
good. Yeah. Oh,
The sun is
wow,
out there.
that's beautiful. That's beautiful.
Sun
Look
over
at that.
Tanzania.
They're like, oh wow, it looks like it looks like Wakanda. Like you know that scene? Remember that scene too?
That's beautiful.
You didn't see Black Panther, Tehuti?
All right, bro.
Yeah,
Yo,
yeah, I saw Black Panther.
Alright.
I saw Black Panther, but I like Mighty Hebrews cartoons better.
See, I'm glad, yo, that's a deep website. Let me tell you what that signifies. That right there signifies Adam HaChakma cosmically coming down from ascent to descent. It has nothing to do with none of the prophets. It's a statement beyond the conception of what is physical, even though you see something animate there. That wasn't to be taken literal. If you go inside the website itself, then you see actual people and the breakdown of our school and all that. That is all symbolic right there. So I don't make cartoons, brother. I never inboxed you any cartoons. That's exactly what I said. You go on my website and you see an image and you think it's describing the prophets or something like that, and you ran with it. That's your problem. You got to stop juxtaposing when you talk to people, man, and just ask what that means. Now, if you notice, y'all, when I broke down, proving that there were people before the Greeks that talked about Pathala or Atlantis, notice what I'm showing. He's not combating the information I'm showing. Now, can y'all see my screen?
Yep.
Yes.
I got this joint right here. Tools in Tamil Nadu. 1 million years ago, okay? 1 million years ago, you have East Indian scholars that is combating Western academia, because when you have people like Max Mueller and all them in the 19th century that created the Aryan race invasion myth, what he did was he purposely shortened the Yuga cycles along with other nations, ancient nations, from the Assyrian tables, the Babylonians, the Kemetic. He shortened it to align with no more than 6,000 years. That's what he did. But in the Yuga cycle, you have what is known as the Golden Age, the Silver Age, the Bronze Age, and the Iron Age. And the way that they tell their times and sequence is by the way of mathematics. And through their mathematical equations, it comes up when we was etheric in nature in the Ozuletics world of existence. They're saying 311 trillion, 40 billion years. Now, Rasul, you've been hearing me from the very beginning. Did I not say that I'm dealing with the anthropogenesis or the oral traditions of nations?
That is
correct.
That is correct.
Did I not say that I'm only using Western academia as a comparative study, not a definitive, correct?
Indeed, you did. Proceed.
Okay, so you're arguing based on what a cracker told you, limiting your history when the original man has no beginning or end. What are you talking about? If you God,
did he show something yet?
You Nessa, if you Elohim, why you keep limiting yourself with stones that man made?
I can't see it. Is that a
Yeah.
Yeah.
It says early.
See them stones? They were made from out of volcano lava. And if you look into the Lemurian Amanadu history, you'll see that.
Mighty Hebrew. Not to cut you off, couldn't you say the explain it, because we can't really see it. That is a little blurry.
I was looking for the papyrus.
Oh, the papyrus.
The stone writing from our ancestors, talking about what you believe in.
Did I not give them the source of papyrus? Did I not?
Yeah. We just. I
never saw any papyrus on the screen yet.
Listen, I'm reading it to you because at my PowerPoint where it's at, I don't have it in here. So you can go to the Vishnu.
Oh, okay,
I'm
no
telling
problem.
you where you can go. You can go to the Vishnu Purana, right? Book 2, chapters 1, 2, and 3. And it to you. And I'm only giving you one out of countless amounts of sources. But what I'm showing you is the tools of Tamil Nadu. And they say early Passamene presence of hominids in South India. They're proving that what we know as Homo sapiens and building tools, that they're saying that they have fossils and bones even older than that, proving that that man was dealing with tools 1 million years ago. What are you talking about, bro? I'm showing you this.
Okay, I think time's up.
And notice everything I'm
Okay,
showing,
right.
I'm combating. What you
All
said.
right.
No doubt.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you, Mighty Hebrew.
Okay.
I'm done.
Yeah.
That's five. That was
That's
five.
That's five. You're going to go next. Keep
Next
the
time when
thought.
y'all do the actual debate, it'll be 20, man.
Next, when we do the debate, it's going 20 minutes, man. Y'all got, because y'all going in, yo.
Yeah, y'all going in. Y'all going in. I like it. I like it.
Okay, great.
Very informative.
Okay, wonderful.
You don't want to sell the
Wonderful.
world.
Is it my turn now, or is it still, he's getting more time?
I'm just saying.
Hold on.
I'm just wondering.
You ready? You ready?
Yeah, I've been ready since he's supposed to stop.
You believe you are extraterrestrial.
All right.
Is he still? Is it still
Tell
my
the
turn?
world what
No.
you believe in.
All right.
I'm gonna come back.
All right.
Oh, is it my turn? Thank you, Mighty Hebrew. Thank you. I'm just
How's it
wondering
go?
if it's my turn.
I love it. Yo, I love
Mighty Hebrew.
it. Yo, I love you, God. All right, Tehuti.
Let's go.
Okay,
You ready?
Wonderful.
All right.
Okay, beautiful.
Go, let's go.
Okay, so thus far we've been in for over an hour, I think, Mighty Hebrew, basically you're yielding and saying that you do not have, right now, in this particular conversation, you do not have any translation from actual ancient records that comport with your belief system. That's fine. You can say that for the debate. No, that's still my turn, though. I think it's still is my 5 minutes up already? That's fast.
Hold on, God. Hold on, Ak. Let him finish.
So we'll move on from that because you have no verification from anything from our ancestors at all. So I think the confusion is that a narrative is being painted that I don't believe that people were here hundreds of thousands or hundreds and hundreds of thousands of years ago, beyond what academic or biblical people say. I'm not denying that. I'm saying that if two archaeologists, two anthropologists, two religious people, anybody comes together and they start mentioning dates, they must have a methodology from which they got that specific date from. What the good brother Mighty Hebrew is doing in debating is called broad sweeping, broad stroking. So basically he's saying, look, there's proof that people have been here for 1 million years. Fine. I'm dealing with the exact statements from Mighty Hebrew and claims. The exact statements is that there was some war that took place for 10,000 years. So I'm assuming that our ancestors must have known about this war, because if we're talking about in 2021, how did we get privy to this information and our ancestors never heard of it? That there is some Ruta people that came in 610,000 years ago from India and civilized and cultivated Kemet. Did the Kemetians say this on any papyrus? Is there ancient any Ruta writings that can be shown? And as we can see, not. I do not. One thing I find when I debate Hebrews, this happened with Zion Lex too, it gets into conversations about other cultures. I would like to stick with the Hebrews themselves. If you're a Hebrew Israelite, what did the Hebrews themselves say? Where can we quote what they say that they believed in? If you're going to talk about Kemet, what can we quote that they say themselves believed in? In Mighty Hebrew, you're quoting books that were written in the 1900s and some other books, but never giving the reference to the actual papyrus, like I showed Henutawi on her own papyrus that she had made for her with her belief systems on them. Mary Pere on his own papyrus with images of his belief system on them that we can discuss. Can we find any information, any records of Hebrews themselves in ancient times, in the time of Moses, let's say 1400 BC, in the time of Abraham, anyone themselves talking about that they are Hebrews and here's what we did? Where is the information? If all these things that are being said, it just sounds like a movie. Now, I want to show something interesting, and I'll go ahead and do a quick screen share. Hold on 1 second. Let me get the screen share up, and we're going to share. And also, Mighty Hebrew, I want you to be honest, but you weren't quite honest. I'm not disputing who this image is, wherever it went. Where did it go? I'm not disputing who this is. I'm not saying that this is any particular prophet. I'm not saying it's anybody. I'm saying that people make drawings, cartoons, carvings, statues of their culture that represent their culture. You said Hebrews don't. You're a Hebrew, and here it is. You do. Whoever you say this may be, it's somebody that represents esoterically, physically, literally, symbolically. It's an image of a black man with an afro and a very interesting beard as a chemist. And you had somebody draw this. Fine. You said, I don't know where you get, Tehuti, that I draw cartoons. This, by definition, is a cartoon. Is this a real man, Rasul? Or is it a cartoon?
It's an illustration.
This is a cartoon. If it moved, it'd be an animated cartoon. It's a cartoon. So I just want to everybody be honest. Like if I draw a cartoon and somebody finds it and I say, I don't know where y'all get that I draw cartoons, and then you find a book that I draw with a cartoon in, I'm going to say, man, yeah, that was me. Sorry. I forgot I drew that. I forgot I represented that. It's a cartoon. Where are the real images of Hebrews themselves talking about themselves being Hebrews that date back to the time before we even get into 850,000 BCE? I'm just looking for the records of them.
All right.
Okay. Can you present anything here, or do you want to save it for the debate?
My brother, Mighty Hebrew.
I just want some facts.
Come in. Hold on. Let me set the time, brother.
I'm on it.
It's on right now. It's on. The gloves are off. Go ahead.
Yeah, this is great. Oh, hold on.
For things that are oral, man. This is how you know. Have you been to Africa? Have you traveled? If anything, I should be asking you questions. Notice what these guys do. These guys never want to be questioned about their belief systems. Tehuti know good and damn well that he believed that the ancient Egyptians are extraterrestrials. He believed that pre-dynastic Kemetic pharaohs lived to be over 1,000 years old. Won't you bring that out? Because when you talk about the king's list of Abydos, you acknowledge that each king ruled between 700 to 1,200 years. You know this to be true. The problem is you don't bring this out in the open on Killer Priest podcast because you don't want to be questioned by the masses about things that would be considered labeled pseudo. You don't want people like the Dagger Squad, and Ra Squad, and others to challenge you on certain things that are considered pseudo. Me, I'm a free thinker. I don't need no European to validate me, okay? When you're dealing with archaeology and paleontology, these are fixed elements, man. These are lineal fixed elements. Traditional, quote-unquote, African people don't think like that, Tehuti. If you came over to Africa right now, the stuff that you saying, they go like, huh? What you talking about? You see what I'm saying? You trying to box people in based on things that you saying they can't prove. If you want to, you can type up the true images of the ancient Israelites or the true images of the Israelites, and it'll all pop up when we was in the Syrian captivity, the Babylonian captivity, and their images in Iraq and other parts of the Near East of us in stone, man. But that's not even deal with just that. Let's talk about the West African Hebrew traditions throughout West Africa, where you have tribes over in West Africa and East Africa that's saying that they Israelites. They're not saying that they Comedians, brother. And I challenge you on the DNA. I went to African Ancestry and took my DNA. My DNA is E1B1A-EM2. I go back to the Igbos of Nigeria. The Igbos of Nigeria are saying that the Israelites, and they practice the Israelite paradigm from before Europeans tried to convert them to Judaism. They was upholding the Hebrew paradigm. We know that the so-called Egyptians are E1B1B. The so-called African Americans are not E1B1B. Prove to us that you're Egyptian or Comedian because you keep putting out there, you know what I mean, that our ancestors said such and such. When you look at the Bija tribes of the Sudan, they don't look nothing like us. Their cranial structure is different. Their whole phenal structure is different. Their customs and mannerisms is totally different from us. Look at us back in 1974. Can you see the image right there? Killer Priest.
Yeah.
You see where it says Black Israelites address Pan-African form? I want to talk about what's practical, because what these Kemetic so-called scholars do, they try to fixate you on things that they can't even prove. But when it comes to things that we really need as a nation, they don't have nothing to benefit us as a nation. In 1974, at the 6th Pan-African Conference, which you see right here in Dar es Salaam, the Tanzanian government recognized the so-called African Americans as the original African Hebrews, and under repatriation, it's the only country in Africa that recognizes by our ethnic nationality. This is a fact. I'm asking you, brother, what grassroots have you followed where you help thousands of people? It's hundreds of people repatriating with me right now. We got over 500 Hebrew Israelite sovereign nationals in Dar es Salaam, over 200 here in Moshi. What I'm saying to you, brother, you saying you don't want to teach something such this, that. Do you know how to irrigate land? Do you know how to build autonomy in government? When you look at the United States government, that's not predicated on Medunetta or the Parent Hebrew. It's predicated and abstracted from the Torah. And then you try to use from our website an image. Come on, man, get the fuck out of here. That has nothing to do with the argument. Even Kemetic scholars make cartoons and all. See, you can't stop nitpicking on the tree, because I can pull up Kemetic websites and they got cartoons of, come on with this. You can go on back pages where you see Kemetic scholars doing that. So why are you playing these games to try to punch holes in the Hebrew community when the Hebrew community has an endless amount of world now?
All right, Aki, you know.
I'm asking, why are you trying to punch holes in our community?
Is it my turn yet, or
when
is
your
it still?
community and you've been staying on it?
All right,
I do my best.
All right, brother. Time.
All right.
It's getting deep now, yo. Let's.
I'm still waiting for some facts, but okay. Yeah, yay.
It's on and popping right now.
It's great dialogue. You guys are both holding your composure. You're definitely better than me, because I get emotional.
Yeah,
you know, Rasul gets emotional, but I love what you guys are doing. I'm learning a lot, and this is really great dialogue. So, you ready, Tehuti?
Yeah, I'm absolutely ready.
All right.
I'm just taking the things that Mighty Hebrew claims that I'm not doing, and I'm showing. He says that I don't bring out the King's List on the Killah pre-show.
Right.
I don't talk about our ancient ancestors ruling for thousands of years. I actually did the last show. I actually did, and I will show.
That was the
This
I ain't seen the one with the.
I'm gonna show it right here. Am I sharing the screen? Why is Mighty Hebrew talking? Am I sharing the screen?
Hold on, man. Hold on, Mighty Hebrew.
Okay. Here
we on a
is
time span right here. All right.
Here
you ready?
is once again. Here is the Taurine Kings List, which has the Natiru ruling for hundreds of years each and thousands of years each. I do bring this up. I do talk about it. I brought it up on the last show. I actually used this in my debate with Jabari. I used this in my conversation with Unquest. I brought up the King's List right here. I showed column.
Use that
column
on
one.
me.
Do you remember this last? Yeah, remember this? I showed this. So it's like I'm wasting my.
You smile on that.
Yeah, I showed this. I showed where it says Ma'at ruled for 700 years. Do I believe that? Yes, I do. I believe that the Kemetians taught that. So now if we have a discussion on what they taught, we have to take what they wrote and then discuss how we think about what they wrote. But first, we have to find what they wrote. So when we talk about there's some ancient Hebrew people that believed in Yom Kippur, Rosh Hashanah, and wore tassels and did this. Good, great, wonderful. Can I find any kind of archaeological find that shows at the time that Hebrews were supposed to have existed, in the time of Moses, in these times, that there were people that said that themselves? Like this King's List is written by the Kemetians themselves, right? Henu Tawi's tomb is made by her people. Mm-hmm. Her Book of the Dead is made by her scribe. Yeah. These are the people themselves in their own culture stating what they're stating their belief system is. What Mighty Hebrew. So we're going to move on for that now. So that just to correct that, he was wrong. I do talk about that. I believe the Natiru lived hundreds of years. I came on the show discussing extraterrestrials.
Yeah.
That's how me and Rasul got into it. I came in showing beings around the sun. You remember that?
Yeah.
And showing heads on Mars. I came. That was my very first show. Came in about
we used
to right. So we would go back and forth.
We go back and forth about that kind of stuff.
So that information that I don't show forth that I believe in extraterrestrials and life on Mars, I do.
Yeah.
No, he talks about that.
Right. Absolutely. So that's incorrect. Now, he says Africans don't think like that. How do Africans think in ancient times? How do Africans think today? He said there's people in Africa that say they're Hebrew Israelites. Okay, wonderful. Do you see this image on the screen? Ghana, Nigeria, do you see these images?
Yeah.
These are Africans that claim they're Christians.
In Ghana, okay.
They're saying they're Christians. They're dancing. They're catching the Holy Ghost. And if you ask them today, what are they? They would swear, "I'm a Christian. Jesus is real. Yes, this is real." Because so whatever Africans are, whatever Africans or people in Africa are saying they are today, I'm not discussing that. Because when you talk about Shamyaza of 850,000 years ago and Moses of 1450 BC, we're talking about ancient people. What did the ancient people say they were? Not this lady catching the Holy Ghost. She's catching the Holy Ghost right now. I can't say, see, she's African, Killah Priest. That's our culture because the Africans are saying it today. Yeah, she's hypnotized. After Alexander the Great, Alexander III, who called himself the Great, and the Ptolemies came into the motherland, into the Nile Valley, and distorted ancient writings, everything from that point in those areas became warped, and the Greeks said they did it. They don't deny they did it. They came in imitating ancient Egypt, creating Serapis, making new deities. So whatever Africans believe today and whatever they're telling you today, there's African Jehovah Witnesses, there's African Nation of Islam, there's African guys that are Moors, there's Africans today saying everything. We're not discussing that. I'm discussing what did our ancestors say themselves about themselves. I've been asking this question now for an hour and a half, and I'm just waiting for the good brother, Mighty Hebrew. He's showing images of today, Hebrew Israelites today. Were we proud of ourselves in 1400 BC? Is there images of Hebrews marching proud in 1400 BC, 1200 BC? Is there anybody in ancient times saying that they were Hebrews in ancient times that believed that we came from Shamyaza and we came from the Ruta and all of the beliefs that Mighty Hebrew is saying? I'm just asking, hey, did the ancients know about this? Or does Mighty Hebrew have some access to some information that not even our ancestors knew about? So I'm asking the question, Mighty Hebrew again, can you show where our ancestors taught about Hebrewism and Ruta?
There you are, Mighty Hebrew. You got 5 more minutes. You got 5 minutes.
Let's get it popping.
Let's keep the chambers going.
I'm not going to keep repeating myself. He's dealing with a straw man argument once again. I gave the information. Y'all remember earlier I said, because, can y'all hear me?
No. I'm just trying to make sure the time is good.
80.
Okay.
80.
Remember I said earlier that my wife was asleep, that I don't know how to use this joint?
Right.
Mighty Hebrew, I'm stepping away for a moment. I'm just going to be over there. I can still hear you. If you look and don't see me, I'm still in the room.
Okay. So what I'm at access to is what I sent to my wife in the inbox. I clearly said to him, if he wants, because I don't know how to do it, is to type in, he can go to bennyzaqueen.org, and in it, it'll have images of the ancient Israelites. And in them images, you will see us in the Babylonian captivity, the Assyrian captivity. Anybody, Killah Priest, seen these images before? Us coming from out of the Babylonian captivity and chains and stuff, all carved in stone.
Yeah.
He's seen, what you say, Killah Priest?
No, I seen him. But
I know that's what I'm saying.
Right.
What I'm saying is I don't know how to work this joint. But what I'm saying is he's dealing with a straw man argument. He's not answering anything that I'm putting up. He's not debunking anything. And on top, he's not getting into detail how he really believed that the Egyptians, I mean, he talks here and there, but he doesn't go into detail because he know in the academic world that is labeled as pseudo. My thing is, How is he arguing with somebody when he has beliefs that can't even be proven? He can't prove that the Egyptians come from the star Sirius. He can't prove that. He's only going by what he believed in, which he got influences from Dr. York. So stop playing these games. Let's deal with what's practical right here, right now. How do you self-govern a people? They don't want to, if you notice, he jumped straight into, well, the archaeology said, I just told you I'm dealing with the anthropogenesis of nations. I'm not dealing with modern day archaeology as a definitive fact. I only use these things as comparative studies. Haven't I been saying this the whole time?
Say that again, because you got to. I'll speak it to me.
Haven't I been saying from the beginning?
Yeah, you got to speak into the mic. I think you
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Say it right there. Go ahead.
Okay. Didn't I say that I only use Western academia as a comparative study?
I'm gonna give you some extra time because I gotta eat something.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I remember you saying that from the beginning.
Have I once tonight say I agree with Western academia?
Say that again.
He said.
Have I once
said I agreed with Western academia? That's what he said. Go ahead.
No.
Right. He's arguing. You cannot keep asking me for facsimile on things that are oral. That's dumb. Any real historian or scholar knows you cannot ask for facsimile for things that are based orally. Even when you look at the Torah, it uses the Hebrew word Killah, which is more like a recitation, and that's the same word in Arabic. We recited things orally, and then later on we wrote it down. You're asking for facsimiles for things you can't do. You can't come into Africa amongst traditional so-called Africans and ask for facsimiles based on things that's oral. When you go into Deuteronomy chapter 37, it tells us to go to the elders before us. I'd rather believe what my elders say versus some damn cracker telling me something. You going to the same man that enslaved you. You going to the same people to try to tell us history. They don't know. Just because they're the custodians of certain archaeological relics, it's a hypothesis. It's not a fact. Why you think they constantly change? Every time they find something new, they're constantly changing. You try to come against oral tradition. Remember earlier, you try to use that piece of paper and you try to pass it to people to try to provoke oral tradition.
That kind of worked though. That kind of worked because the one person says something different. I'm still thinking about that though.
Right, and I have no problem with that. But that's the same thing with Western academia. What they may believe in today, they're not going to necessarily believe in tomorrow. And when you go into the Egyptian chronology, they're arguing about the accuracy of the chronology. All Egyptologists don't agree. Stop making it seem like it's a Unitarian agreement with academia when it's not. Stop playing these games. You're not talking to those.
And to the mic, brother.
Yeah.
You think I don't know about
Say it again.
You think I don't know about Texas? None of them agree with each other. Napoleon is the father of Egyptology. But you want to sit up there and try to tell us what we doing wrong.
I suggest.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah. No, go ahead. You got a little time because Tehuti's.
Okay, you saying I got a little time left.
You got a little time because Tehuti's.
Yeah, keep going. I can hear you. I'm drinking a lot of tea.
Y'all something. This is what I mean by facts, y'all. This is what I mean by the truth. Now look at my screen. It's about to come up.
Okay.
This is what he's not showing. He keeps saying, these are our people, right? Okay. Let's see if I can pull this up. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I'm trying to pull this up. My internet is kind of weak. When you over here in the
yeah. You're doing pretty good though. Go on. You doing, you know, because I understand. You take the
saying,
limited,
what I'm
might be
saying-
limited over there.
Oh, okay, here it goes right here.
All right, all right.
It's pulling up now. Okay. He tried to use West Africans being Christian and trying to align that, well, you got Christians over there. Hebrews is an ethnic people. You don't know the difference from a nationality versus religion. You can't compare a Hebrew to a Christian. One is an ethnic group, the other is a religion. So that right there alone, he's out of power. But I want to read something to y'all. This piece, Asian Origins of African Culture, Asian Migrations Through Africa to the Americas by Graham Kersley. Listen to what he say. This is in my book, Our True History of the Diaspora and Our Freedom. I say this. Professor Kersley crosses the threshold and challenges the academic world, connecting the West African tribes back to Northeastern Africa, the so-called Middle East, which is causing a shaking within the Afrocentric world on a global level. Professor Kersley states on page 19 and 20, this is quote, in the European colonial period in Africa, before the independence movement in the 1950s and 1960s, there was a broad acceptance that most of the sub-Saharan archaeological sites were in some way connected with West Asia and India, or even further in Southeast Asia. Many tribal cultural traits reflected in myths and rituals, along with oral histories, were perceived and recorded by European explorers and researchers as being so closely similar to those of the ancient Middle East that they were seen as confirming that the majority of culture stimulus over centuries was from outside modern day Africa, so to say. However, with political independence came an identity crisis among West educated Africans who succeeded as the new rulers of a newly independent states, and who were determined to see cultural elevation regardless of the validity of their claim to the archaeology or traditions within their national borders or from outside. So what's going on is that prior to Kwame Nkrumah and all them winning their independence from the British and all of that, you had the ancient elders throughout West Africa that was saying that they was originally from Northeastern Africa and that they migrated into West Africa. They were saying that they were from the Levant, from Israel, not all West Africans.
Speak a little bit into because you're going off the mic again.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, I want everybody to hear what you're saying.
Okay, so you had segments of West African tribes that were teaching that they were from the Levant. As I continue to read, correspondingly, within the frame of the same 20th century, decades of independence, the black minority, civil rights movement gathered strength in the United States, resulting in a search for legitimacy, claim equal political rights with the white population that resulted in the search for roots that might compare more favorably with those of European descent. The highly politicized, now this is deep right here, the highly politicized and sensitive nature of this search has led some to the outrageous claims of quote unquote African origin, meaning that when you study the Kemetic school of thought, a lot of the modern day African scholars, when they talk about going south, they go south deeper into Nubia, first going to south of Windows Valley among America do. When you look at the ancient Egyptian culture, it ain't nothing but
Hey, speak a little bit into the mic, yo.
But the time, okay.
What I'm saying is,
Give
ancient
him
Egypt.
an extra 5 minutes.
You're way out now.
I'm like 15 minutes now.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, your
Ancient
time is.
Egyptian culture is nothing but bronze.
All right. From the Bronx, okay.
Okay.
All right, so we got Tehuti coming up.
Okay, beautiful.
Noun. Okay, hold on.
Okay.
All right.
Woo.
All right.
All right. Peace.
You ready?
Yes.
All
go. Peace and love, everybody. I'm going to take some extra time too, I guess. 'Cause he just had
Yeah, you can take
15 minutes. Okay. Peace. What's that, Mighty Hebrew?
Yeah, take some time. Go ahead.
Okay. Peace, Mighty Hebrew, and everybody else. So, wonderful. I don't know why this is seems so difficult, but whether modern day people call it academics or whatever they may call it, the fact is there is historical records that our ancestors wrote and left. There's documented evidence. There's skulls, bones, mummies, papyrus, stone writings, buildings, civilizations that are left, that are found in a field called archaeology, which is not owned by whites. It's not owned by any race. There's archaeologists all over the world of all races. No white archaeologists that dominate everybody. So the thing is that, especially Mighty Hebrew referred to a book of a man who uses archaeology. I'm just asking for an example. I mean, this is, let me get into the other topic then, since this is going to drag out. We'll get into the topic of not only did the ancient Hebrew culture, as they write about it, did not exist. As they write about it, were there people that call themselves Israel in ancient times? Was there a tribe? Was there Canaanites? Was there a Canaan? These are all names that Alexander and the Ptolemies had access to. After Alexander beat Darius, he had access to the files, the books, and the stone writings that Darius had access to. Because Ashur-bani-pal had the oldest library, which was an Assyrian, so-called Sumerian library of cuneiform with all the stories of Enki, Enlil, and the ancient epics of Gilgamesh. Alexander obtained that because he beat Darius. He also, by beating Darius, he now had access to all the ancient Kemetic files, and therefore stole these stories to make what's known as the Bible today, which is why Mighty Hebrew nor any Hebrew Israelite can show us any ancient book of Deuteronomy, which is supposed to be written by the hand of Moses. That means that it has to be 1450 BC dated. By any system. I just want any system. There's no ancient book of Genesis. Mighty Hebrew keeps talking about oral tradition. The Bible is a written record. He went from oral tradition to say, go to Deuteronomy. And I'm like, isn't Deuteronomy a book? So Deuteronomy is a book. Genesis is a book. So let's get to the writings. Hebrew Israelites, let's even say they had oral tradition, but there's a whole book, several books of writings. There's several books, Chronicles, Kings. They wrote.
First Samuel.
So where are the writings of the Hebrew Israelites? Now,
well, they do got the book of Hebrews.
That's Greek. The book of Hebrews is New Testament. That's actually Greek. So now let's.
You're right.
Yes.
You're right.
So now let's get into.
That's not in the Torah.
Yeah. So, here's one of the issues that I have a problem with, is that if I'm going to teach my child who's one of the wisest men on the planet, the narrative is painted by Hebrews and white Jews and other people that it's a man named Solomon. Solomon wrote the book of Proverbs, and he's the wisest man on the planet. And then when I go look up Solomon, if I just go to look up Solomon, I'm just going to type in Solomon, and Solomon, just some archaeological records or anything. A tomb, a bone, a city, something, writings of people saying they saw Solomon. Anything like that. He's the wisest man on the planet. He had the greatest kingdom. Him and King David had the greatest kingdom known in Israelite history. Wonderful. So they must have left something of this kingdom, a chair, a toothpick, a shoe.
It's a literal interpretation.
Right. The Solomon. So now I want to go to this.
Well, that's a good question.
So
they not the cut. We had the tomb aside the wall.
Yeah, they have not found any tomb dating back to Solomon's time, or nobody in a tomb. I'm just asking for. I don't understand why our people. If our people existed, and every culture has records of themselves. Every culture, the Aztecs, the Mayans, the ancient Chinese, the ancient Egyptians, the Sumerians, every culture has records, bones, things that prove that they were a culture and that they believed in these particular things. If the Hebrews or the Israelites were real people that believed in things and had all these cultures and dynasties and devastated the Canaanites and devastated this tribe and devastated the... where can I just want to see something written by somebody of that time. Why is that? That should not be an offensive question. I just want, like, if Malcolm X existed, did anybody write about Malcolm X while he existed? Of course. Donald Trump existed. Did anybody write about Donald Trump while he existed? Of course they did. Of course they did. Pharaoh Ramesses existed. Did people write about Pharaoh Ramesses while he existed? Of course. Hundreds of writings, stone tablets, things that are left. But I want to get into this thing right here. If you just type in and look up Solomon. Yes. So here's am I screen sharing? Yes. So when you look up Solomon and just look him up from anything, it never says who the person is. It says according to the Bible. So as soon as you look up Solomon, it will say Solomon, called Jedi, was, according to the Hebrew Bible, Old Testament, a fabulous, wealthy, and a king of the United Kingdom of Israel, who succeeded King David. According to the Bible, of course. If I go look up Spider-Man, then everything about Spider-Man, who makes Spider-Man, Marvel?
Stan Lee. Rest in peace, Stan Lee.
Stan Lee. I'm going to find everything about Spider-Man in Stan Lee writings or people who saw the Spider-Man movie.
Right.
I won't find Spider-Man as an actual being in real history, even though thousands and thousands of people go and see the movie. And we just had a debate, and I wasn't in it, but there was a debate right here that took place. Who's stronger? What was that debate, Killer Priest?
Oh, yeah, we were talking about
Batman.
I was saying that Batman
or Superman.
He couldn't.
Right.
You know, I was trying to make the equation between a Justin
League and the other.
And I was saying Batman just didn't have no power. He's not even more powerful than Wonder Woman.
Right. So people argue about Batman, Wonder Woman, and all these things. But when you ask somebody, is there any records outside of the story of Batman, outside of the movies, outside of the script that Christian Bale played, outside of that script? Script is just short for scripture, by the way. Outside of that scripture of Christian Bale, is there any record of a real Batman, of Thanos with that glove on his hand? It's an awesome, we love it. Is there any real record of Wakanda? These are stories that people are writing, but nobody of the culture of that time.
What's that guy? Indigenous guy. He tried to use Wakanda.
Right. But nobody in 2020 believes that Batman is actually real. So even though you had these stories, nobody of the time period, nobody in 1450 BC really believed that Moses was real.
That's why they're called characters in the Bible.
These are characters. They're created by the Ptolemies. These are created characters. Now let's get into here's Solomon. So Solomon is, we can't find Solomon. No problem. We can't find Solomon. Now let's look.
The Ptolemies created this myth.
The Ptolemies took ancient cultures and tribes' names and placed them into the Septuagint, and from the Septuagint birthed all the Bibles and all the ancient stories. And so that's why that's
why Martin Luther, all them guys, was able to translate. Translate it.
So we can't find stories, even if you find the name Israel in a writing. We can't find that Israel wrote about people named Solomon in his story. It's embellished. It's not a real, actual thing.
Yeah.
There's no ancient records of it. And I'm asking Mighty Hebrew, can he present just one record of ancient people who said, we are Israelites and we are Hebrews and we follow this way of law?
Outside the book.
Outside the Bible, which only dates back to the Septuagint.
Right.
287 to 285 BC.
Okay.
That's where those stories come from. Now we're looking at here in the British Museum, right? What are we looking at here? What are we actually looking at here? Right? We're looking at museum number EA 10474, the papyrus of the teachings of Amenemopi. Actual writings. It's so interesting how people say that I'm going by European things and I'm the only one actually showing African writings.
Right.
Like, well, I'm the one actually showing, hey, this was written by the hand of an African. Here's their language. Here's their sculpture. Here, I'm showing things from.
This is from again?
From this is in the British Museum. This is the papyrus of Amenemopi, from which they got the book of Proverbs from.
Okay.
Now, here is Proverbs. Here is Amenemopi, and I want to just show something very interesting. Here is what the ancestors carved of gold, Amenemopi's face mask. This dates back to the time of Amenemope, found in Amenemope's treasures. This is not Eurocentric. This is not academics. This is the ancient people's carvings themselves of Amenemope, because he was a man they respected that wrote the laws of Ma'at, wrote some of the laws of Ma'at. Now, we go into Amenemope's dates. Whoops. We go into Amenemope's dates, and look where Amenemope dates. Right? The records of Amenemope are the records of his writing, right? 1300 to 175 BCE. Because we have to understand that these records are written over a period of time, and there's different dates, because when one person writes the laws of Ma'at, the other scribes start writing them as well. Kemet was 4,200 miles. So you're going to find records of the laws of Ma'at that are the same writings that span hundreds of years, because they're all following the same law, the same things. So one scribe writes it, he passes it to his son, the other scribe writes it, and now we look into, this is papyrus, here's the papyrus again, and here's the instructions of Amenemope.
Okay.
So here's the instructions of Amenemope. Chapter 6, it says, do not move the markers or borders of the fields, nor shift positions of the measuring cord. Do not be greedy for cubic land, nor encroach the boundaries of a widow. Right? That's Amenemope. We go over here to Proverbs 23, which the whole Proverbs 23 is actually copied from Amenemope, and no other part of Proverbs, is just all 23. Remove not the widow's landmark, enter not into the field of the fatherless. Okay, good. I'm gonna relinquish my time right there, but I'm asking Mighty Hebrew, can you show us the records of ancient Hebrew writings with their belief systems?
You got 5 minutes. You got 5 minutes.
Are you crazy? Are you crazy, man?
I'm just waiting for the records. I don't want to hear that I'm crazy.
Listen, man.
Where are the records?
Yo, that what you doing, using Amenemope,
Let me know when he shows the records.
Amenemope, and dealing with the Proverbs, man, real scholars don't even do that no more. They understand the common plan of
Talk clearer, brother. Talk clearer into your mic.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I can hear you now, but make sure it's just like that. Yeah.
All right, what I'm saying is, you try to bring up Amenemope, that's what you try to bring up, and you dealing with the same old regurgitated bullshit that the Proverbs is accomplished by that. Modern day scholars don't even do that no more. That's stuff. If you ever been to Africa, they have, hold on, they have common knowledge.
We want you to hear. We want you to try to talk into the camera so you look better. We can hear you better when you look into the camera directly so we can hear it. There you go. There you go.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Okay. What I'm saying is that is pseudo what you're doing, brother. Talking about the Proverbs come from ancient Kemetic writings. Modern day scholars don't even deal with none of that no more, because they understand the commonality threads of ancient nations. Now, you keep asking me questions pertaining to show me this, show me that. You know how many tribes and nations are in Africa that the stuff they have is oral, brother. All tribes in Africa cannot do what Kemet did, man. So you need to stop this. When you talk about Kemet stretching, which you know is Egypt today, all the way down to Lake Victoria. You know what's funny? When the further east you go, you don't find no Kemetic writings and all that. That's all concentrated in lower and upper Kemet and in certain parts of Nubia, man. Stop playing these games like every single tribe and nation of people, can show you and this. All nations didn't even deal with writing. So what are you talking about? Do y'all have the body of Narmer? So let's deal with the anthropogenesis of people. Now I got here from over 1,200 years, there were waves of migrations of Hebrew Israelite sovereign nationals from ancient Israel, northeastern Africa, the west, east, and southern Africa. We know through research that we have medieval citizens of Timbuktu, such as Sadi, who scribed the book in 1652 CE called The History of the Sudan. So let's hear what you want, something from our ancestors. Okay, so these are eyewitnesses. This is eyewitnesses about Israelite presence in West Africa, brother. It ain't no Kemetic presence in West Africa. You sitting up here trying to bring us over to Kemet, and I'm asking you to prove that you Kemetic, and you can't. You keep saying our ancestors, but I bet you any amount of money if I take your DNA and compare it to some real Kemetians, all right, I bet you don't match that. Continue on. The history of the Sudan, right? That the first founder of the first Sudanic dynasty in West Africa was a Hebrew Israelite sovereign national named Za-el-Yimaim. His name is sometimes written as Za-el-Imani. The name Za-al-Imani stems from Za-min-el-Yemen, which means he has come from Yemen. Why? Because they talk about the migrational pattern, how we got into West Africa. The author would like to make note to the reader to look at the map mentioned below, which shows that Za-el-Yimaim went to West Africa by the way of Wagala in central Algeria. Wagala was a trading center for our Hebrew Israelite national ancestors. Za-el-Yimaim set up the first Hebrew Israelite sovereign nationalistic dynasty's capital at Gao on the eastern upper Niger River. The map below comes from out of the 1930 book or masterpiece, Lost Tribes and Myth. Here's the map right here, bro.
Show
map.
Try to, pull it, let me see, okay.
What I'm saying to you, bro, listen, we know the Kemetic history, but that don't make all dark-skinned people Kemetic, man. All dark nations didn't do the same thing. Once again, when I came into this discussion, I am arguing things based on the anthropogenesis. You're arguing things based on Western academia. In a lie that you're going to put out there and say, it ain't about a white and black thing. Come on, man.
All right.
I'm going to go.
All right.
So I want to move on to an interaction because we're going to be up here all night, man. This is beautiful. I'm learning a lot. This is very informative, but I want to get an interaction so we can keep it moving because I want to play some music later on. So I want you and let's get an interaction out of Mighty Hebrew and Tehuti, and let's get it going. It's on.
Hey, we doing this timer too?
Do we need a timer for interaction now? Right? Nah, they're just going back and forth.
All right.
Yeah. Having the phone.
Just have the answers in.
Let's go.
Hey, Mighty Hebrew, how you doing, brother?
Hey, what's up, Tehuti?
All right. You still have that coin I gave you that bent?
You always giving guys ornaments, Tootie. Why you always doing that?
No, it was my special sorcerer's coin.
You shouldn't have took that coin, yo. You're Mighty.
I just wanted to show my sorcery power. You still got that coin?
I got your powers now because I got your coin.
Okay, so I'm glad you like the magic. So let's interact a little bit. I am not doubting that people have any kind of oral words that they say that they believe in. I'm dealing with the writings that Hebrews walk around with, a Tanakh. You have pictures of yourself with the Bible, a Torah, and a Tanakh. These are actual writings. Okay. I just want to know. I just want you to know that the word "write," the commandment to write, and that people wrote something, is mentioned 82 times in your Bible, in your Torah and Tanakh. So
are you sure it says write or recite?
Right, Musa, Moshe. Do you want me to read it? I can read it. And Yahweh said, "Can I read it?" If you ask me a question, I just want to. Exodus 17:14, and Yahweh, the Lord, said to Moshe, "Write this for a memorial in a book." So he's writing in a book, and there's 82 references to people writing in a book. Numbers 5:23, and the priest shall write these curses in a book. So there's multiple reference to writings. What I'm asking you, brother, is where are these Hebrew writings of anybody in that time that claimed that they were a Hebrew Israelite and the belief system. Just give me find anything. Just give me one writing of ancient times, if you could, of anybody saying that they were Hebrew and they believed in Moses or Abraham or anybody.
Can y'all see my? Oh, okay. Let's take this clear.
Yeah.
First and foremost,
Speak up a little. Your voice is muffled.
I don't acknowledge the New Testament. Can you hear me?
Yeah, yes.
Can
Go
you
ahead,
hear
go
me?
ahead, go ahead, God.
Okay. Let's make it clear. I know that the book of Hebrews was brought up, but let me make it clear. I'm not messianic. I'm Torah only. So that has to first be established. Second, the reason why I asked you, do you read Hebrew, is because certain verses where it says to write, it uses the word to recite. And then you say they're written in a book. It uses the word shafar. And in the Hebrew, sometimes shafar is also defined as given a form within the book of the mind. Now, we know later on in history, we wrote this information down. But originally, this was given to the people orally. What you're asking me for is things that the Levitical priests did and the scribes did amongst themselves. The common people wasn't getting that. The common people was learning the law, statutes, and commandments and the old traditions of their ancestors orally. The same way that they're doing it in Africa today is the same way that the ancient Israelites did. And then you said, when you was trying to break down, you tried to say that the Ptolemies and made this history up. Anybody that knows history about the Hebrews know, if you read the book of Maccabees, book 1 and 2, you see after the death of Alexander, son of Philip of Macedonia, his kingdom was broken down to 4 provinces, and we was under the Cilician kings. And we were told by the Ptolemies, who forced, when we was on the island of Elephantine and in Alexandria, Egypt, to put our information down in writing form in Greek. Also, you try to bring up King David, saying there's no evidence. You know recently that they found archaeological evidence proving that King David existed. You do know that, right? You do know that
one thing. Yeah, hold on, one.
It's not your debate.
You're asking a question. Do I know that they found what I was asking for?
Yes,
writings of people, writings of people saying writings of people saying that they believed in a king named David, and that there is a city, there should be major things to show a king and a whole country that he ruled. Is there any writings or archaeology that I can find that date back to 900 BC that show King David and his rule and his beliefs or anything?
Yes. You have
and by the way, the book of Maccabees is only 175 BC.
It doesn't matter. I just told you.
It really does matter.
Everything was given. See, it doesn't matter, because remember, I keep saying, why you keep asking for facsimiles that were originally oral? Notice, if you go back and listen to all this, you're asking a person that deals with oral tradition for facsimiles. That is a contradiction. Also about King David, they do have coins and seals.
Can you show that?
Clearly speak about, hold on, that speak about the house of David. I told you specifically earlier that my wife was asleep and there was only certain things I can pull up that was already in her inbox. I don't know how to go to the internet, push some buttons.
Okay, so we'll move on to the next. If you don't have access to that, if your wife has access to it, then I'm not gonna bully and say prove it. If you're telling me you have it, but your wife has
ridiculous.
it. Yeah, then we'll just go to the.
I'm not saying that my wife has the evidence. I'm saying that my wife knows how to use this internet thing. I don't know how to use it.
Hebrews believe in books. Hebrews have books that they say the scribes, the prophets, and people wrote. You carry them. You call it the Tanakh, Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Deuteronomy, Numbers, the book of Malachi. Can you show me the writings of these books that are found in anywhere in the original Hebrew writing? Just could you show me just one
You're
reference,
asking-
not the Greek? Show me a book, please.
You're an intelligent man. Why are you asking for a facsimile for things that were originally oral? If it was originally oral, why you keep asking for things like, show me this writing, this first writing?
Where does the
Remember,
Bible say that? The
these
Bible
things-
says Moses wrote books. Aaron wrote books. Like, the Bible's not saying that it was originally oral. The prophets didn't say that.
No. Do you read Hebrew?
The prophets said the Bible was originally oral?
Do you read? No, I'm asking you, do you read Hebrew? Yes, I don't follow the King James Version, bro.
I never asked you from the King James Version. I asked you for the actual document, the actual record. Like I showed you the record of Hanitawi.
You cannot ask. This is simple.
So there's no
Tahu.
books
You know
of
what I'm
Hebrews.
asking.
Okay.
No, you cannot ask for a facsimile for things that were originally oral.
Did Moses write?
Hold on. You can't cut me off. What I'm saying to you, if it was originally oral and given down from generation to generation, then later on it was scribed. That's the point that I'm saying to you. Just like if you come to Africa, that's like you going amongst the Maasai. Listen to what you're doing. That's like you going to the Maasai. They might have wrote something about their history, but it was already orally going on thousands of years before they even wrote it down. You ask a Maasai chief, can you show me a facsimile of this? He gonna look at you like you retarded because you're asking for a facsimile for something that was originally oral. A real historian wouldn't even ask that. Why you keep asking? You're regurgitating your questions when I'm clearly saying you can't ask for a facsimile for something that was originally oral. And furthermore, everything that is scribed inside the Tanakh is not 100% accurate. Just like the things that you got in the middle negative, that's not 100% accurate, bro. Anytime the Europeans touch that, they over there commit chiseling shit.
My God.
That don't mean everything is accurate. That's why I use the Sinaitic archaic hieroglyph or the so-called Sinaitic hieroglyph. That's the point that I'm telling you, bro. So again, I want to ask you a question. Where in history have you seen a facsimile being asked for something that's oral?
Okay, that's a very good loaded question. With the assumption that it was originally oral, there is absolutely no record. There's absolutely no record from the prophets themselves that the Book of Deuteronomy was originally oral. There's absolutely no record in the Tanakh or the Old Testament themselves that the book of Isaiah was originally oral. It actually has them writing in the first persons, saying, "I did this." There's no writings that states that the book of Deuteronomy and Numbers, as it's written there, is oral. There was a book of Deuteronomy written. What I'm asking for is how old is the book? Where can we find that book? Not the oral.
Right.
The oral. That's. I can't discuss and debate oral. I can't. Is there a book of Deuteronomy that exists?
But before you,
is there a book of Deuteronomy that exists? I don't know. I guess not.
I'm saying
I guess there's no book.
Well, it's not the gospel.
No,
Deuteronomy is in the Torah.
Is there a book of Exodus that exists that I can find in history?
Deuteronomy.
Oh, like a tangible book, right?
Yes, it's a book. I hope it's tangible.
Man, let him get cut. You say there's no oral inside the Torah, any of these books.
I never said that. That's not what I said. No,
let me finish.
I didn't say that there's no oral.
It's a lot of things I didn't say, but you saying not saying.
I didn't say that. I'm asking for the record.
You gotta wait your turn. You gotta wait your turn.
Where is the Book of Chronicles? Like anything. Give me something, please.
Hold on. What I'm telling you, you cannot argue with somebody that deals with oral tradition. That's what I'm saying. You have to go to somebody that's dealing with strictly academia. I only use academia as a comparative study, not that it's factual. That's my point that I'm saying to you. Now, when you go into Bereshit, you can clearly see the oral tradition. You can clearly see the oral tradition. Even when you go into the last chapter of Deuteronomy, you see the death of Moses. So come on with the dumb stuff. it's clear that these things were originally given orally.
Okay,
and then later on during the time, hold on. And then when you look at during the time of Ezra, the priest, from what the so-called consensus say, this is when things start being documented. But before then, these things were given orally. So stop playing these games as if Kemet is the custodians. What you're doing is what the crack are doing. Because the Greeks were tutelaged by Kemet. You think Kemet is the cradle. Kemet is not the custodians of civilization and human existence.
Mighty Hebrew, we may have to time the answers because I didn't know the answer was going to take 15 minutes for one question.
Let me finish.
Mighty Hebrew, can you hear me, sir? Listen, who wrote the book of Proverbs? Who wrote the book of Proverbs? Is that a book?
Well, I'm saying, listen.
Is it a book?
From what we, if you asking me who wrote the Proverbs, listen.
Did he give the answer?
Easy answer.
Who wrote the book of Proverbs?
Hold on. This is not a back and forth. I'm a navigator.
Proverbs is the Psalms, correct?
No, there's Psalms and Proverbs. Proverbs. Who wrote the book of?
We don't know. Listen, we don't know. Hold on. We don't know that. Now you'll have people that try to say Solomon wrote it, this person wrote it, but when you got oral tradition, you'll have people that have passed things on from generation to generation, and then later on they wrote it. We know through the information that we see and what we have, the copies Solomon didn't wrote. He didn't write. Maybe the original, hold on. Maybe the original, he may have wrote it, but we don't have evidence.
The Psalms is in Hebrew, right?
I'm just asking one question. Are you saying you don't know? Is that your final answer? You don't know.
And no, I don't do that. Tehuti. I'm not the one.
I'm asking you a question. Who wrote the book of Proverbs?
No. I'm a grown man. You're not going to tell me how to answer the question. I answer it the way I desire it. And what I'm saying to you is nobody knows. Just like they ain't got no fucking idea wrong with it. But you acknowledge he existed. Just like they ain't got nobody at Imhotep.
No.
But you acknowledge he existed. Stop playing these games. And then you got to look at, we were agrarian people. We were agriculturalists. We didn't predicate ourselves on the dead like the Egyptians did. Just like you keep saying plagiarization. Well, if you talk of plagiarization...
Okay, I do have to speak now. I mean, you've been speaking for a long time, my brother. I just asked a simple question. Proverbs is a physical book. And let me do something right here. Proverbs is a physical book that's attributed to a prophet. I'm hoping it's a prophet. It's not some European that wrote it, Proverbs, right? Is it a prophet that wrote Proverbs? A prophet. Does it have a date?
I know that they said that the king wrote the Proverbs.
Okay. Here. I'm going to show something right here. I'm going to go ahead and screen share right here. And here we go. We're in Proverbs. Can everybody see AD? I just want to know. I mean, I guess I can't ask about any kind of historical facts.
No.
Okay, go ahead, AD. Can I show this, please? Can I show? I just want to show. I don't know.
All right. Go ahead.
Order the thoughts.
Proverbs 22:20. Have I not written 30 sayings for you, saying of the counsel and knowledge? Somebody's talking here. This is not oral, this is a writing. Somebody's writing this. Somebody's saying, have I not written 30 sayings? The problem is, my brother, is that it's written in Proverbs 22. It's written before the book is done. There's 31 chapters in There's 31 chapters in Proverbs, and we're in Proverbs 22, and in Proverbs 22, before the book is even done, the author is saying, have I not written 30 sayings for you, saying the counsel and knowledge? And the word they're using is shalesh. But he's saying that he wrote it, and there's 30 sayings. Now, I want to show something here. This is Amenemopi. Amenemopi's writings right here. We're in chapter 30, where Amenemopi was finished his book. And he wrote, look at these 30 chapters. Why? Because it's the end of his book. So at the end of this book that he wrote, Amenemopi, he's concluding saying, I'm at the 30th chapter. Look at the 30 chapters. They inform, they educate. They are the foremost of all books. And at the end, Amenemopi writes, that is its end. Amenemopi has a reason. The absolute proof of sloppy plagiarism is the fact that the original book has 30 chapters. Then it says that at the end, thus the summary line makes sense. Look at the 30 chapters. The original author is saying it makes no sense for the author of Proverbs to say in the 22nd chapter, unless the 22nd chapter was copied and the copier got to the end of Amenemopi and put that part sloppily as he copied it. Why would Solomon be saying this if there's 30 lines in chapters in Amenemopi, and when he gets to the end, he concludes by saying, look at my 30 chapters, but here we are in Proverbs, the same where I show the rest of the plagiarism. He says in Proverbs 22, before his book is even done, look at my 30 sayings. What 30 sayings?
Good. Listen, that's not
30 sayings? We're in the 22nd chapter.
Yeah.
Plagiarism.
The one little verse dealing with the whole context of what is being talked about.
Where's the 30 sayings of this author?
This dumb stuff Kemetic scholars do. I have not murdered. I shall not murder. When murder is a universal thing. Stop doing it.
Why is the 30 sayings in Proverbs 22 before the book is done?
What I'm saying is take the whole entire book of Proverbs, or so-called book. You took the word where it says writing, you knew Hebrew, and stop using English, you would know the word is recited. It's not right. That's number one. Number two, you cannot take certain little quotes here and there that have similarities and say plagiarism, man.
Similarities is like word for word.
Let me finish. Boom, you got to show the whole book Proverbs. It's a whole.
Speak up,
Biggie. And you can't do that. What you're doing is you're taking certain quotes, like if you go to the Egyptian, the negative confessions of Maya, the 42 negative confessions of Maya, or the 157 negative confessions of Maya, you will see, I have not stolen. And then you go into the 10 points, even though there's 613 commandments, 248 positive, 365 negative, you would take that and say, see, this was plagiarism. That's dumb as hell.
Wonderful. Now, why is he saying 30 lines in Proverbs 22?
What I'm asking you is this. This is what I'm asking you now. You see how you try to use that old pseudo argument that you're using right now? Real Kemetic scholars don't even use that shit that you're doing right now. I'm asking you.
Why is he using 30 lines in 22 again?
If it's plagiarism, who was the plagiarizer and when?
Ptolemies.
Watch this, y'all. I'm asking you a question. You say it was plagiarism. Under the court of law, when you're dealing with plagiarism, you need the party that's being accused and you need motive. So now I'm asking you right now, brother, who was the plagiarizer?
Okay, are you gonna let me answer?
Yeah, I want their name and the proof.
Okay. The Alexandrian Council and the Ptolemies, who put together the Septuagint and 287 to 285. Can I answer or no? I can't answer. I thought you said I was able to answer. Am I able to answer? Are you cutting me off, or I'm not able to?
I'm asking you. When you saying the Alexander, you talking about the Greeks, and we know
okay. Let me know when I can answer without being interrupted, and then I'll talk.
When I'm asking you let me make it clear. Let me make it clearer to you. You can't say Solomon because you don't believe Solomon existed. So I don't know why then you turn around and say, well, if Solomon says, you see the contradiction? Now, what you're trying to say, the Alexandrians, we know for a fact that the Alexandrian people did not write the Tanakh. And we have older manuscripts.
Oh, you do? Oh.
You got
you have his old manuscript. That's what I wanted from the beginning. Thank you, Mighty Hebrew. You said it. Stop. Stop. You said it. You're great. You have older manuscripts of the Tanakh. Thank you. Did he just say that? Did you say he has older manuscripts? Wonderful. Stop right there. Stop. Not older oral traditions. Older manuscripts. Wonderful. Can you name one of those manuscripts? Can you give me the date? Can you give me the date?
Hold on.
He has older manuscripts. What's the name of the manuscript? A manuscript is oral?
About archaeology. It's been about anthropology.
What is the name of the older manuscript? What's the name of it? What's the name of it?
Scroll. You got the silver scroll.
The older manuscript of Deuteronomy or the book of Isaiah or any of the books in the Bible. What's the older manuscript?
You have the silver scroll, which breaks down Deuteronomy, the Shema, and different things going back to the 6th century BCE.
Silver scroll is not the book of Deuteronomy. Sorry. What's the older manuscripts of the book? What's older than the Septuagint? Name the name of the book.
The silver scroll, it was like written on like this type of aluminum stuff.
Do you have translation of the silver scrolls to show that it's the book of Deuteronomy? I would love to see that.
It shows that it's Deuteronomy chapter 6.
Do you have the name of the older scrolls that are in the Bible? And if so, what do they date to? What's the date of the older scrolls?
Hold on. What you're dealing with is a historical fallacy, bro. You're asking people that deal with oral tradition. Listen to what you're doing, man. You're asking people that deal with oral tradition for a facsimile of something that was written centuries after. Like, for example, if you go into Exodus chapter 1, verse 11.
Is that a book? Is that a book? Exodus.
Let me finish.
Where's Exodus? Is that a book I can go to?
I'm about to prove to you that it was originally oral.
Is Exodus a book? Is Exodus a book?
No, Exodus now is put in a book form. It's really called Shemot, which means these words.
Awesome. So there's an ancient book of Shemot.
Hold on, bro. You can't box me in. What I'm saying to you is that Shemot was originally given oral to recitation by the name itself, Shemot. When you go to Shemot, chapter 1, verse 11, it talks about how we built the cities of Pithon and Ramses. But
I want to go to Shemot. I want to go there with you, brother. Where's this book of Shemot?
To show you that these things were originally oral. It was originally known as Avaris.
I want to go to the book of Shemot with you, brother. Can I go there with you? Where's the book of Shemot?
I don't care what you go. You don't know what Shemot is.
Where is the? Was it written by Israelites? Where is this book? What language was it in?
You're supposed to know.
Where is the ancient book of Shemot that you're talking about? There's no book of Shemot. There's no ancient book of Shemot.
Hey, listen. I'm rather come in with my hammer, yo.
Everybody's laughing. There's no the ancient book of Shemot.
Because he don't even know. He don't even know Hebrew.
But this is why. But this is why.
He don't even know Medulletta.
So right. Ancient book of Shemot. Everybody heard that, right? There's an ancient book of Shemot.
The book of Exodus.
But this is why.
It's falsely called the book of Exodus.
Right.
I'm trying to drive a point.
Okay, drive the point.
I don't have it. I don't have the ancient book of Shemot.
This is my point.
Sis, do you have the book of Shemot?
And then we got to move on because the debate gonna be crazy.
Yo, this.
Y'all gonna be off the hook.
Hey, my brother.
I ain't show this boy nothing.
Do you have the book of Shemot?
You got my screen up. You got my screen up.
Hold on. Hey, D, hold on. He about to show it. He about to show it, yo.
Put that screen up.
Yo, listen.
That screen up.
Hey, D.
Where's this papyrus of Shemot?
Can you put a screen up?
Yo, man. Yo, this is off the chain.
The book of Shemot, ancient book of Shemot. Yeah, Google the ancient book of Shemot.
I think you said put the screen up.
I want to see the book of Shemot.
You should know.
Yo, somebody said the Kifa. Jody's saying the key teeth.
Where is this book of Shemot in the museum? Where is it found?
All right, we got your screen, brother. What you want us to pull up?
All right, pull up the book. Make sure you spell it right too,
I need the book of Shemot right now. Let me look it up.
So we'll be able to find it.
Shemot. Let's look this up. I want to date.
Make sure you correct spelling.
Book of Shemot.
Do y'all see the image? It's not the book of Shemo.
Take
It's
that.
just
No, you got a
Shemo, bro.
Josephus photo down. Take that down.
He's the one that said Book of
That
Shemo.
ain't Josephus.
That John
That's-
Fresco. Oh no, I'm sorry. John Fresco's.
I'm
Okay,
showing
he
him who
talks
his
about.
daddy
All right.
is. I'm showing him who his daddy is. I got you.
Well, the book of Shemo. Show that.
I'm looking for the
when
Book
you
of
go to
Shemo.
Listen, Shemo is originally an oral tradition, which means these words, which later became written in falsely called Exodus.
Okay,
When you go into
Shemut. Somebody
Shemo,
said, yo, somebody in the chat said,
Big up to the chat room. The best.
yeah, somebody said, yeah.
Where
He
can
got
we
you,
find it?
too.
Where?
He got you. Shemut means Exodus. Go on, brother. Go ahead and
No,
explain.
it don't.
It don't mean that?
No.
Okay.
No,
He said,
no. Doesn't mean Exodus.
Hold on.
That's how you know we don't know
hold on.
Hebrew.
No, hold on. No,
Listen,
I mean,
the word Shemo in Hebrew means
Yeah,
I'm looking for the Book of Shemo.
no, I'm
every
not
verse.
trying. I'm not,
Every verse.
The book of Shemo.
Can we get one
The
physical
word
item to
Shemo
examine,
don't
please?
mean
Anything?
Exodus.
Any one
Don't
physical
mean
ancient
Exodus.
item?
Just like
I'm gonna go back to the cartoon.
Wayikra. Then you
Well,
got Benishbor.
let me screen share the cartoon.
Them words, each of them words, you go into the first verse of each chapter, of the first chapter of the Torah, it gives you the meaning of these so-called books. And Shemo don't mean that.
SHIMUT.
No, they do.
Is it
S-H-
SHIMUT?
So there's a set of writings with a title that we can't find. Can we find this writings of Shemo? Yes. Shemot is a word that I'm trying to find the book of. Where can we find this that we can find the date of this book of?
Go ahead. Well,
Listen, you're acting like you don't know what I'm saying. You cannot take oral tradition and create and ask for facsimile.
My brother, you
These
said there's a
writings
book of
was something
Shemot. I'm
later.
just asking you, where can we find it? You said it. You said book of Shemot.
telling
Shemot.
you-
that must be the
I'm
book of
telling
Exodus,
you,
though. Isn't the Torah?
Book of Exodus, book of Shemot. Where can we find it?
No, it don't mean the same thing.
I'm not saying it means the same thing. I'm just asking.
Somebody that knows
I'm
people.
asking
When
for
telling
it.
you, it's like somebody
This
trying
is
to
dope.
tell
This is
you
actually dope,
what a
though.
certain word and mega mean. I'm telling you that the word Shemo don't mean Exodus.
I
Even though
never
they
said it
say-
did.
Okay.
I'm just asking for the
You
book of
did.
Shemot. Somebody in the
book of
chat said
Shemot.
that. I'm not. Can we please get the
Somebody
book of
in the chat
Shemot
said that
presented
at the
on the
ball.
screen? Can
What
you
I'm
screen
saying
share?
is, all right, so
I'm
now
gonna screen
I
share
can
the
drive to
cartoon.
my
Here we
point.
go.
So
This
in-
guy wrote the book
so
of Shemot.
in Shemo,
Here's
you'll
the
see
author.
that they say
Let me
that
show the
we
author
built
of the
the
book of
cities
Shemot.
of Python and Ram. It's just like hypothetical. Let's say if I say the Dutch discovered New York. Now we know that the Dutch, at that time when they came into New York, they did not call it New York. They called it New Amsterdam. So in certain passages in Torah Constitution, you're going to see what is known as acronyms, thus proving that these stories were originally oral, because what they're calling Python and Ramses, that area was known as Avaris. So in that
Where can we find this?
retrospect, what I'm showing you, hold on, what I'm showing you is you cannot ask historically for a facsimile for something that was originally oral. The argument is non and void. No world historian would ask the questions that you're asking. From the very beginning of this discussion,
no records of
I
anything.
came by the way of anthropogenesis. You're coming by the way of Western academia. Oh, we found this. Our ancestors. You haven't proven these are your ancestors.
Okay, Mighty
You
Hebrew
haven't
one. Okay, Mighty Hebrew.
proven
Okay, good. Can I? AD, can I show something, please? Let me show you how easy.
still
Let me show you how easy this is. This is how easy. This is how easy it is to answer a question. Watch this.
No,
AD,
no,
let me screen
no.
share.
You don't tell me how to answer.
No,
a
this is how
question.
easy it is
What
to
I'm
answer.
saying to you
Like, this is
that
how
you
easy it is.
cannot
Really, this it's really
you
this easy.
cannot take lineal
Here it is.
history
Am I sharing my
and try
screen?
to
Watch
align
this.
it with circles.
Look. Here it is. Where is the ancient record of Mehi Pere? Where is it? Oh, here it is. Look what's happening. Hey, look. It's not the book of Shemot, but here is the actual record from the ancients and their writing. There's actual writings that they wrote that date. Here's another page. Here's some more of it. This is records. Whatever it says or doesn't say is not the question. The thing is that there is records of people's writings saying what they believe in. This man here believed in the Ba. Here's the Ba. Here's the image of Osiris right over here. Here is the Aktet boat. Here's the shoe symbol. This is what I am. This is something physical that we can discuss. Now, can you do the same with the Book of Shemot?
I'm not going to let you do that to listen to audience.
I'm just asking for the Book of Shemot. See how easy that was?
As if everybody wrote their history. Stop that. Everybody did not.
So there's no Book of Shemot. Okay,
no,
next.
No.
Okay.
What I'm saying to you, bro.
There's no. Can we move on to the next?
No, we're going to stay right here right now.
On the Book of Shemot, you want to stay here?
What I'm saying to you is you're using the Kemetic. That's what you're doing. You're using the Kemetic right.
Oh my goodness.
Try to juxtapose everybody in the Nile Valley.
See words.
Like that.
Did anybody write?
Man.
Did any Hebrew write anything? Did any Hebrew write anything at all?
No, I'm not saying.
Even one book, a sentence.
They wrote, but later on.
Can I get a sentence?
What's wrong with you, man?
Anything?
Are you?
There's nothing.
I'm not trying to disrespect, but I'm asking you a question. Why do you arguing the facsimile against oral?
Hold on.
That's dumb.
Hold on.
Somebody
Give me a second. Wait till they finish.
How can you argue with them?
That's your claim.
With artery or whatever. That makes no sense.
Did any ancient Hebrew write anything they believed in at all?
Did the account write anything?
I'm asking you a question. Did any ancient Hebrew scribe, they're called scribes because they write. My brother, did any
ancient accounts write anything? Stop trying to make it seem like it's the only. Stop trying to make it seem
my
like
brother, can you answer a question? Did any ancient Hebrew scribe write anything that they believed in? Even one? Just
yes, later.
Okay.
Later they did.
Later after the Hebrews had scribes?
Like in the 2nd century.
After the Ptolemies. After the
not
Ptolemies.
After the Ptolemies.
Show me it before the Ptolemies, please. Can you show me it before the Ptolemies?
Why you keep debating oral tradition? That's dumb. Any real historian or scholar will tell you all. You cannot go to a people who was a. That's like me going to the Akan or the Yoruba or the San or any of them. Give me a fact.
I'm not asking about the Yoruba. I'm not asking about the. I'm asking about scribes. The Bible says there were scribes. Scribes is a writer. Can you show me a writing, please?
All they did was later wrote this
after
stuff
the
down.
Ptolemies. Yep.
That happened centuries
after the Alexandrian Council.
No, that's what you said. Even let's say hypothetically they did write it after the Ptolemies. That's the point that I'm saying to you.
So,
that is the hypothesis.
My brother, in the time of Moses, in the time of Moses, stop. In the time of this is a way that Mighty Hebrew has to debate is to keep talking. In the time, hold on, please. In the time of, excuse me, brother, please. In the time of Moses, it said there were scribes. The Bible says in the time of Moses, Aaron was a scribe. I am just simply asking, can I get the writing of any ancient scribe of Israelites in their language? Just one sentence, a writing, something.
And I'm telling you that the ancient Israelites did not move like that.
Even though the Bible, even though they're called scribes.
Hold on, let me finish. Wow. They didn't start writing until they went into captivity. When they start going into different captivities, 586 BC,
it literally says the scribe wrote a book. I just read it.
That's not what it says in the
it literally said in the Bible the scribes wrote a book. I'm just looking for that book.
I know you keep, what I'm saying to you, you keep reading from English. You keep coming from an English mistranslation. I'm not one of them Hebrews. I am saying to you, brother, you cannot take a people that's dealing with oral tradition originally and asking for a facsimile. You can't, that's dumb. How many times I keep repeating myself that you keep asking the dumb question?
Okay, so Mighty Hebrew. So the conclusion is ancient Hebrews never wrote anything, and there's no documented evidence of their belief system. That is our conclusion.
That there isn't some documented evidence.
Give me one, please.
What I'm saying to you is that the Hebrews did not predicate their existence.
Can I get one, please? Just one writing.
You're listen. There's a bunch of writings. But
it's a bunch of them, but I can't get one. It's a bunch.
I'm not here to argue with you.
I'm just asking for one writing. Why is it?
I'm arguing with you about oral tradition.
I'm not asking for oral tradition. I'm asking for one writing of any Hebrew in a 4,000-year period.
I'm not dealing with that for the simple fact we don't know who wrote what. Just like when you dealing with the Meta, we don't know what that shit really say, man. You know how you know we don't know what it really say? Because you got different dialects views of how to deal with the Meta or the so-called. You're not reading the Meta, brother. You're reading about the Meta. So once again, brother, you are arguing things that can't be argued.
That's what I teach my children.
That's why it's going to be good, yo. Mighty Hebrew.
My children, my ancestors never wrote anything.
Mighty Hebrew, what's up, my brethren? All right, could you hear me? All right, listen, for the whole chat room that's in the building, this is going to be one of the craziest debates that probably took place.
I'm going to body him because he keeps coming with facsimile with oral tradition. That's dumb. You will never hear nobody in Africa do that.
The written Torah is oral.
Or what you saying that's oral.
They carry.
That's stupid.
All right.
The oral tradition existed thousands of years.
So there's no schools. The ancient Hebrews had no schools with children or teacher that wrote anything. Not one Hebrew sentence.
I'm not saying that they did or they didn't.
Can I get one, please? One sentence from a Hebrew school?
But I'm not arguing that shit. You're asking. I can answer your question.
It's like Joe Frazier and Muhammad Ali.
I'm just asking for some kind of doctor, some kind of proof of a culture.
Because what you're trying to do is box me.
Was there Hebrew doctors that had any prescriptions or
in the ring?
Anything written?
The academic. Listen, my argument isn't
Hebrew
Western academia. My argument is that
the whole society was oral.
Here in the continent of Africa deal with oral tradition.
Oral traditions.
We don't give a damn what Western academia say. You cannot take Kemet and try to broaden Kemet as if everybody thought like the people of Kemet.
Right.
All African tribes didn't write. Got African tribes right now that's not even white, but they got oral tradition. That's like you going up to them, asking them for a
So there was school systems that didn't write?
Oral
there's schools that didn't write?
Right. Oral traditions. Listen. This is going to be so great when we get down to the debate. This is going to be so...
I thought this was a debate. There's going to be more of this?
Yeah, man.
What's going on here? What are we doing?
It seems like it's the debate. This is just a presentation.
I'm going to get to a prelude. In the prelude, what I'm going to do is I'm going to show different traditional African styles.
Yeah, I know, right. If this is just a presentation, this is just, they just meeting each other for the first time.
That's the difference.
All right, check it out. I want to... All right. If y'all finish, man, y'all want to go at it, bro. I mean, because this is good.
That's my brother.
Yeah, but
you know
the conclusion is I'm going to teach my children that we had oral schools and no writing. None of my ancestors wrote.
That's not his school of thought. That's not his school of thought.
None of the children of God wrote anything. Those are the chosen people. They didn't write nothing.
Okay.
Listen,
that's what I'm going to teach my son.
What I'm saying is,
can I get one writing?
It's not. They didn't write like Kemet. Just like all societies didn't write all these shit, bro, until later. Even the Native American tribes.
I'm not dealing with Native American tribes. I'm dealing with
the Native American tribes. They didn't write.
They say they had scribes by the hundreds in the Bible. The scribes writing books. The book of Joshua, the book of Chronicles. Who's
the book of Joshua.
All these books. I'm just asking. Can we get one in the original writing?
Hey man.
Or any of these written in the paleo, so-called paleo?
I don't acknowledge
the books that. There are books in the Bible. Yeah.
All right, we're gonna.
I'm Torah only.
Can we get one book of the Torah? Can we get anything, please? Anybody in the Torah wrote anything?
Isn't a book. The Torah is
A
not
paper.
a book. It's a
How about just a piece of paper? Forget a whole
No,
book.
the
Did the
Torah is
Hebrews
a
even write a sentence on a paper?
It's going to be like a discussion.
No,
Not a real-
because you being smart and disrespectful. What I'm saying to you is that the Hebrew Torah is not a book. It is a constitution that was
Torah's not a
given
book.
orally, originally, later on
It
during
has
the time of
chapters.
Ezra. And that's when they start writing it down.
Oh, when by Ezra? By Ezra, you say?
Around the time of Ezra.
Oh, what
Around the
time?
through the
Right, great.
oral
We're pinpointing a time. What time is Ezra? What time is Ezra?
I'm looking at
What
the
Some
chat
year?
people
room.
say 500. Some say 500 BCE, but what
Oh,
you're
good.
doing is
500 BC.
still trying
We
to
got a date.
argue.
Yo, we got
Finally,
Listen, so you will understand me.
2,000 years.
we got
after.
700 people in the
Cannot
building, man.
argue oral traditions with facsimile.
No. No. Let me clarify, Mighty Hebrew. Let me just say one thing, Mighty Hebrew.
Real quick.
Mighty Hebrew. We can't argue oral traditions. Period.
If anybody agrees
Hold-
with these cats in any manner, these super
And you can't argue oral traditions. Period. Because oral tradition is just word of mouth that changes. You can't even. That's why I
That's
want to
what-
argue actual
Yo,
documented
oh,
facts.
My hammer.
Can't argue
Oh,
All right, the
no,
hammer's
what's
out
the
again.
academic thing?
I'm about
Oral
to
tradition
knock
doesn't
on-
make it past 5
Stop
people, which we just
disrespecting
proved.
the ancestors. Stop
By the time we got to the end of our oral
disrespecting
tradition, the guy was
ancestors,
smoking a
trying
blunt.
to make it seem like we're
All right, the hammer's out.
trying to make
I'm gonna have to
it seem
break
like
it down.
the
Because,
so-called white man
order
got
the
all
thoughts.
the answers,
Yeah.
and that we got to go to the so-called white man. But his teachings change consistently. What they believed in 20 years ago, they don't even
Shout out to
believe it today,
Atanai.
huh? Stop trying to make it seem like you're trying to make it seem like, oh, oral tradition, it changes. So does Western academia. I choose to follow my ancestors versus you choosing to follow Western academia. And
you've
yet,
shown
you
nothing
haven't
that the
shown no
ancestors have
DNA
Look at the
said.
mark.
that
You've
I
shown
don't care
absolutely
what you
nothing that
feel.
the ancestors have
Listen, I'm
said.
telling you the oral tradition. Listen, you can go right now.
Did he
Watch
show
this.
anything from the
Look
ancestors?
online right now. Watch this, y'all.
Mighty Hebrew. I'm the only one in this discussion. I'm the only one that showed something from actual ancestors. Do you realize that? I'm the only one that showed things from our ancestors. My brother, you've shown nothing from the ancestors. Has he shown anything from the ancestors?
This is getting good.
That's what you
My
did.
brother, I'm the only one that's shown something from the ancestors.
You
It's
cannot
on and popping right now.
This is
Is it though?
the Yoruba. You can't use
Is it on and
Kemet
popping?
to talk about the Hutu. You can't use Kemet to talk about the Spanish. So you
I'm waiting, Mighty Hebrew.
Retract that statement.
I'm waiting for something from our
Go ahead, you read it, AD.
Kill a priest.
All right, no,
I'm waiting for something from our ancestors. I'm waiting. I've been waiting
Yes.
for 2
I'm
hours.
asking you. That's not
Did you
our
show something from our
ancestors.
ancestors?
Go
You are
ahead.
not E1B1B DNA.
Right.
Show me
I
that
gotta-
your
I
DNA
gotta
aligns with the
move
B
things
dot
like
5
that. I can't-
and
I
the
think-
Sudan.
I think
who
this
are the
question is
real
for you.
Kemetic.
Go ahead.
That's what I'm
I think
asking.
he's asking you a question.
Show me right now, Tahuti, that your E1B1, that E1B1 B DNA of the B-Jai tribe match with yours, or the so-called African American.
What in the wo- what's the question? What? What's the
Yeah,
so
I'm
much-
asking
brother?
you. You keep saying
What's the
our
question? Just ask the.
ancestors,
What's the
right?
question, brother?
I'm
What's the
saying-
question?
I'm asking you a question. Prove to me that your DNA aligns with the B-Jai tribes of the Sudan. Not
Okay. Wonderful. Okay, so once again, this is a great example of a straw man argument. I never claimed anything. Can I
you want
please
me to
speak?
answer
May
the
I speak?
question?
Can I speak? Can I respond? May I respond? You want me to show you some B1E1 from a Beja tribe of Sudan, and I never claimed it to be from a Beja tribe from the B1E. I
said
myself
that you
never made
Canadian.
and no.
You said you
Can I?
Canadian.
May I can't finish. So go ahead. You answer for me, please.
Because the
Go ahead and
B-Jai
answer for me.
tribes are your true Camites. They're your true Comedians. That's
My
the
brother, I
point
never
I'm
claimed to
saying.
be from them. I never claimed that.
But
I
you keep
never-
saying your ancestors.
I never
and you keep
claimed.
using Kemetic
Yes,
document.
yes.
That's not your document.
Our
That's a
ancestors are
plea
people
document.
that lived before us.
Okay, let me
The
jump in.
people
For,
that lived
let me
before us.
Let me give a shout out
Then
real
that's
quick.
everybody.
I never claimed
Yeah,
to be from that
everybody is
particular
your
tribe.
ancestor.
Go ahead.
I'm
And
gonna
that
give a quick
origin.
shout out to
So the
Mark.
ancient Chinese is your ancestors, right?
All right, let me get a quick shout out to Mark Shrubel. Shruby dooby doo here. Peace. Can I come on at one point and talk about African, maybe Egyptian Kemetic horseman role in one of the most famous battles in ancient history, and much more. Want to build.
How about no?
That's coming from Dog Leo. Is that his phone
Maybe
number?
so. Maybe
Is that his
so.
phone number out there?
If you're
He
qualified,
just dropped
if
his
you're
phone number on
qualified
us.
enough.
Okay.
Let
I'm gonna
Rasul
do one
call
thing.
him.
I'm just gonna close out with this one thing to answer Mighty Hebrew.
Okay.
Okay, and then I'm gonna close out because
Yeah, we got to close out.
Once again, I'm gonna show something from our ancestors, the people in the motherland that existed before us. I'm going to show something from them, whichever tribe they may come from. I don't even claim any kind of tribe. I'm just talking about the people that look like us that came before us. So I'm going to show something right now. I'm going to show something which I know Mighty Hebrew is going to probably cut me off. But am I screen sharing, AD? Am I screen sharing?
Come on, man.
Am I screen sharing? Okay, let me just go to... Okay, here we go. Okay, so we're in what's called the Mural of Races from Senuseret and Ramesses, which show the Kemetians that people are calling Nubians as they were drawn by the ancestors. Then it shows another group of people called Tamahu, and then it shows another group of people called the Namu. I'm going to zoom in where our ancient ancestors that were called the Ret Em Romay. That's what Kemetians actually call themselves. Ret Em Romay or Ret. Okay, this picture was actually taken directly from the late great Ranoko Rashid. Rest in peace, my brother Ranoko Rashid. And he went in and saw this. And see these two letters right here? This is the letter R, and that's the letter T. That is what the Kemetians call themselves. Here is their depiction. And it looks like a black man. Whatever particular tribe or family, I'm not concerned with. I'm not concerned with that. I'm not here to break up people into tribes. I'm not here to say, you're from this tribe, you're from that tribe. I'm talking about a particular region that we're claiming stories come from, which Israelites are claiming stories come from, and people of the Nile Valley claim stories come from. And I'm asking, what did they draw or write themselves? This is their image that they wrote themselves. So Mighty Hebrew is my brother, whether he's traced to some E1, B1, F1, E1 tribe from some other place, and Killah Priest is my brother, whether he's A1, 2, 1, 3, 1. I'm not into that. I never came here claiming tribes. I'm talking about ancient so-called African ancestors and how they looked, how they depicted themselves, and what they wrote about themselves. That's what I'm here to talk about. And if you're claiming that there's some other tribes called Hebrews and Israelites, then I'm just asking for the proof of that. This is the area of where you actually live right here, of Kemet.
And there's Hebrews over here,
And
but
this-
nobody's saying it Kemetic.
And
They're not saying it Kemetic over here.
of course they're not saying they're Kemetic, and they're not saying
They're
they're
not
Kemetic
saying
on
none of
Crenshaw
that
either.
stuff.
They're not saying
You
they're
got
Kemetic on
Israelites
Crenshaw
that
and
been here
Normandy
for
either.
2,000 years.
They're
that
not
live
saying they're
Mount
Kemetic in
Carmel,
Italy
Israel.
either. I'm not talking about what people are
So
saying
why
today.
they over here? Why they over here in Tanzania? Why
Because
they over here in Tanzania?
the place is called Tanzania. Do you know what let's look up Tanzania. Let's look up the meaning of
Listen,
Tanzania. Let's see if
don't
white,
have nothing. Listen,
it means slave ships.
I know what
Right, slave ships. Let's look up.
I know what Tanzania
Yeah,
means.
because it means
I know what
slave ships.
Tanzania means, bro.
What does it mean? Is that an ancient
I know
African
what-
name?
I know what Tanzania
What does it mean,
means.
brother? Is that an ancient African name given by people who had knowledge of self?
Listen, we don't-
Or is it from Arab
we
slave
talking to
masters?
modern people. That's not what I'm listening. What you dealing with
So-
right now is from fucking European slave
That's what
masters.
Tanzania is, from Arab slave masters.
Listen, we know what the
place
word
was
is.
enslaved, so of
But
course
that's
their
not the
mentality
point.
is warped.
The point, no. This is the point.
Oh, no.
If I go to Mount Kilimanjaro right now, There's a group up there known as Wakabrani. They've been there close to 3,000 years. From the Levant, their oral traditions, their customs. They do Sukkot, Pesach HaChag Matzah, Yom Kippur. They do Shavuot. They do all these Hebrew code customs without the book. They're doing this stuff. They're doing Torah orally. If you go amongst the Igbo right now, since you talking about so-called facsimiles, in the Igbo culture, they say that they, after the Exodus, they didn't go all the way to the Promised Land, but they broke off and went to West Africa. Their ancestor is known as Eri. Eri is the son or the grandson of Gad. This is their traditions that they're saying over here. When I'm saying, they're not saying they Kemetic. Why is there West African tribes with these oral traditions that they're not even dealing with these books that you know as the Bible, but they're walking so-called Bibles? Why are they doing all these Hebrew traditions? Why are they saying that they're the Wakabrania? Why are they upholding these customs? Why are they wearing fringes with cords of blue? Why are they doing these things, man? That's the point that I'm arguing with you about.
Tanzania. I mean,
you cannot take, no, and I've been asked them to put my screen up so I can show you that Egyptology is predicated on racism. And I'm coming out of the University of Cambridge. So you can't say these things ain't true. I'm saying that the Hebrew culture is predicated in Africa. Egyptology and modern day Kemetic thought was developed in the United States.
Tanzania.
That's what I'm telling you.
Okay, my brother, as we can see, Tanzania is an Arabic word given to. Can I speak or no? You just want to speak all the time? Tanzania is an Arabic. Why, Mighty Hebrew? Why can't I get 40 seconds? Can I get 40 seconds? Can I get 40 seconds or no? Tanzania is an Arabic word that was given to the area from Arabic conquerors, Muslim conquerors and conquistadors. Can I please? May I please? Given by slave. May I please? Can I get 30 seconds? Or you can get 82 minutes, but can I just get 40 seconds at least? It was a name given by slave masters. The people that were enslaved in the area were given the culture of the people that enslaved them. So if there's people in Tanzania that are calling it Tanzania, that means that the original name that it was called before the Arabs got there was robbed, and the same people that believe they're Muslims or Israelites are the same people that believe the area is called Tanzania.
No, they don't. They call it Zain. No, they don't.
What is the ancient?
That's what I'm saying.
Zania, the same Arabic Swahili language. They're all influenced, just like Ethiopia. Okay, I'm done.
No, you don't know. No, that's not true.
Tanzania is an ancient word. The people there all know the culture.
No. The name is really called Zain. That is the original name. Good, and for you to make a statement, about, the reason why they Muslims and Israelites, no, they're telling you they oral traditions. They weren't converted by nobody.
I can't argue oral traditions.
These people were migrated, bro. Listen, you can go on my joint right now, Killah Police, on my Facebook page, where that word
Zains or Zinj.
Yeah,
that is an Arabic word too. It's from Zinji. That also
Zinj, the word Z-A-N-N-Y goes back before the Arabic. The Arabic bard.
689.
They bard.
Okay.
And what I'm saying is, how you gonna argue with people that been upholding these customs? They're not saying nobody forced this on them. They saying that they migrated.
Yeah, Christians don't say it was forced on them either.
All right.
My mom didn't say Christianity was forced on her either.
All right,
I'm talking about you can see it inside.
T.D. Jakes didn't say Christianity was forced on him either. He believes that's true.
If you go amongst the Zulus, this way
order in the thoughts, huh?
Okay.
The judge is saying the verdict. What's the verdict?
Okay.
You can see their culture. They got.
Yo, let's wrap it up though.
Okay, I'm gonna wrap it up with my last thing.
Okay.
Put my screen up, Killah, please.
Okay.
You put my screen up.
Okay.
Screen's up.
You see where it says Victorian Egyptology in the making of a colonial field science. You
Yeah.
see that it come from the University of Cambridge. When we do our actual debate, I'm gonna show you how Egyptology was used as a vessel to spread colonialism, and that they used the archives of Egypt to enslave the people to believe that everything centers around Egypt. What I'm saying to you is that when you come into Africa, they have oral traditions, tribal dances, their linguistics, everything showing that they descendants of the Hebrews, not all African tribes. I'm not saying all African tribes, by the way. I am saying that you have tons of Hebrew tribes over here in Africa that give their oral traditions, saying that they're not from West Africa or they're not from East Africa, but they're really from Northeastern Africa. And they tell you how they came over here. That proves what I'm saying by the way of oral tradition. Why is it that these people talk about Moses? Why they talk about Solomon? If these people didn't exist, why these
Because they were
Hebrews
conquered
that
and they
deal
weren't
with
talking
oral
about Moses
tradition, why they talking
prior
about these people?
to the
They
invasion.
don't
They
have no
weren't talking about
Islamic nor
Moses.
Jewish influence. That's what I'm
Prior
asking
to the
about.
invasion, there's no record of anybody talking about Moses.
No doubt.
That's all.
We're invasion. We're invasion. These people weren't invaded. These people came here.
Tanzania wasn't invaded?
I'm not
We're
saying
gonna
that the
keep on going.
Tanzania
Okay.
wasn't invaded. I'm talking about Israelites. I'm not talking about Arabs. I'm not talking about Arab invasion.
I can't go by just what you're saying, Mighty Hebrew.
No,
Please.
no,
You're
I
just
never
talking,
asked you
brother.
to go by what I'm saying. I'm telling you to bring your black ass over here so you can see with your own eyes.
We're gonna end this.
All right, yeah,
My
let me
brother,
bang on the
Mighty
hammer.
Hebrew,
All right,
What's the verdict?
by the Hebrew, you was great.
Yeah, we had to.
Hold up. By the Hebrew, Tehuti, that was great, but I have to bring it to
My brother.
yeah.
Shout out to
It's time. We're gonna close the Torah. Time to close. We're gonna close. Huh? What's it?
Play that.
Sledgehammer.
Yeah, the sledgehammer's down. All right, yo. So we're gonna set up a time of the day where we can get together and have a nice discussion over biscuits, tea.
PowerPoint. In the PowerPoint.
Exactly.
On the PowerPoint.
And we can all hold hands and sing songs of joy.
And smoke a blunt.
Together.
Smoke a blunt.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, man, shout out to Mighty Hebrew for coming through, man. We got to move on. Yo,
I'm trying to see if you play a couple of my songs, man.
yeah, we're definitely gonna play. Man, come on, that's no problem. We definitely make sure you send me the songs tonight.
Promotion.
Yeah, I'll right now.
Yeah, send it to me.
The
Also,
ones I want you to play.
Also for the chat room, we got a very, very special guest that came back. You haven't seen him in a long time.
Who is that?
C1s is in the building.
God in the building, you know what I mean? Yeah.
Okay,
West Coast motherfucking killer bees in the building, you know what I'm saying? And God, baby, holding it down. You know what I'm saying? No doubt, you know?
C1s.
Shit. I came out here just to fucking smoke a blunt with y'all. I came out here just to get on motherfucking AD's nerves and shit, you know what I mean? I'm back and shit, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no doubt, man.
Just so motherfuckers know, you know what I'm saying? Straight up. Big up to motherfucking Mighty Hebrew. I gotta give it up to him.
Yeah.
Because like I mentioned to the gods earlier, he was one of the day ones.
Yeah, day ones.
Big up Mighty Hebrew, you know what I'm saying? You already know me,
Come
Papa.
on.
You know how we get down. You got those
That's
zombies, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, you know? Hey, appreciate it, man, no doubt. Once again, I just gotta give you your respect because you held it in there, you know? It was a good debate. It was a good debate at the end of the day. It was a really motherfucking good debate, you know what I'm saying?
No doubt.
And shit, I'm just blessed to be over here and witness the shit, you know what I'm saying? And smoke a blunt to it, you know? Real shit.
Yo.
I sent the two songs to you, Killer Breeze.
All right, I'll send them to AD.
Hey, speaking of songs, the God got a new track out, you know what I'm saying?
You got a new track?
Oh, yeah, I got a new track out right now, man. If y'all don't mind listening to my track for all the people on the chat,
we're gonna add that tonight.
See one to get a God, you know, whenever. So,
We're gonna add that tonight.
Yeah, that's some new hot shit that just dropped, you know
Also,
what I mean?
you the cat. Yo, this is a cat behind his t-shirts, man.
Oh.
Yo, make sure y'all put down y'all joints because he did all of the Killer Priest t-shirts.
Right.
And your information, you got it down there?
Yeah,
Get
just
them
see
information.
everything is fucking Cash App, is Instagram, all that shit. SEA, number 1 LA, C1 LA.
C1 LA.
Yeah,
how you spell C1 though?
SEA.
All right, C1.
And then the number, like the depths of the sea.
Yeah.
Like,
Depths of the sea.
and it's also an acronym.
Yeah.
Self-enlightenment acknowledged.
That's right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Straight up. It's self-enlightenment acknowledged.
That's beautiful.
SEA.
That's beautiful.
C1, the depths of the sea. So yeah. SEA #1 LA. That's how guys hit me up. The YouTube shit is just SEAONE. You type that shit in, boom, 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 boom.
So if y'all looking to do T-shirts, he did the
speaking of
Rocket to Nebula. Well, we got to still do that. That's, somebody said Shay said C1s.
C, and then not the number sign, just C1LA. Yeah. No, that shit gotta zoom in, son. Where's the fucking camera?
Put it over there. Come over
Where's
there.
the fucking camera, son?
There you go.
Oh, wow. Ooh, what you don't know about that, son? Wow. C1, ghetto god in the fucking building. Ghetto shit, not giving a fuck. You know what I mean? Straight the fuck up. That's how we hold it down. And yeah, no, definitely a lot of new music coming out. A lot of good new projects coming out. On top of that, we got the fucking. I'm gonna be performing in downtown LA right here for the Killah Army anniversary joint in January. You know what I'm saying? So Nine Prince just hit me up for that joint. So you know what I'm saying? Fucking got that.
KP.
Alright.
Also, I need y'all motherfuckers to come and smoke a blunt with me. Straight up, the God's in the building. You know what I'm saying? West Coast fam holding them the fuck down.
No doubt. Make some noise. All right, so yo.
If y'all don't mind, motherfucking
Yeah, no.
Hey, oh shit, what the fuck's going on? Oh shit, I need another beer. Cheers me, please. If anybody's feeling my vibe, please drop a fucking chat, a super chat, whatever the fuck it's called. What the fuck
That's
that
right.
shit called?
It's Cash App, Zelly.
No, enough to give me a 40, so motherfucking priest could buy me a 40 on my way out. You know what I'm saying? When I'm out of here and shit. Straight
But what about if they want T-shirts and stuff like that? You know
if
what I
they
mean?
want
Because
T-shirts, they don't get T-shirts. Only you, son.
Oh yeah, no
Straight
doubt,
up,
no
it's
doubt.
exclusive.
And L graffiti writer, MC.
They don't get that shit either.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
exactly.
You gotta only see that shit illegally on the street, on the
That's
block.
right, that's right. There you
know
go.
what I'm saying? Straight the fuck
On
up.
the block because it's hot.
That's real shit.
Yo.
And, other than that, you see the new motherfucking video that you're about to see in a little bit.
Yeah.
And then you know what I mean? It's thanks to the blessing of the God right here. And you know what I mean? Other than that, it's fucking C1 to get on God, baby. You know what I'm saying?
Right,
Straight the fuck up. I came over here particularly just to give motherfucking AD another shirt after I gave it to him 3 times already.
Right.
He to the point he didn't even want it no more, yo. He was like, I already got these. See, like, yo,
Come on,
you gave it to me
yeah,
like 3 times already, yo.
I believe that was a photo of a patrol car on fire, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I don't know about none of that, yo. I don't know. I don't know.
Oh man, it's on. Man, shout out to Mark Strobel. So get that 40 turned up.
Whoa, hey, 40 turned up, baby. Hey, you can buy me 540s now, please.
40, yeah,
That's
exactly.
about 540s.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
More than 5. Yeah.
You find natural
Nah,
ice.
that's a little bit more than
Like
540.
Yeah.
I can get you like
10, you know?
Yeah, catch up.
Something shit, straight the fuck up.
Catch up. Yo, listen.
So we hold,
all right, let's go on to the music, yo. This is the part.
Hey, just anybody YouTube SEAONE. God, baby, fucking, you know what I'm saying? I'm right there holding it down. And big motherfucking up to the delegators, to the motherfuckers holding it down the whole time tonight. You know what I'm saying? Both of y'all motherfuckers is holding it down on the realness to the fullest. Look at, oh son, they got another $5 on my 40s.
Got 5 on it.
Yeah, that's a 12-pack.
Come on.
Actually, probably like a 30-pack of some cheap beer.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Good
Somebody said
looking
Hurricane.
out.
Remember Hurricane?
Oh man, yeah, that's Swerve King.
What's the other one?
Oh, don't even play that shit. That's some hood shit.
What was the liquid crack from the 80s?
All that.
Cisco.
Cisco.
Remember Cisco?
Hey, why was that liquid? Is that why I ended up so I should drink that shit?
Yeah, Golden Champagne. It was Golden Champagne.
There's Crazy Horse, Thunderbird, Thunderbird, Cisco, Night Train, all those little hood bottles. You know what I'm saying? They were like, ooh, but the Cisco was the best shit because it was bigger.
Yeah, Cisco.
And then Cisco, it was smooth.
Crack,
you got fucked up.
Yeah, man.
Straight up, that shit landed me in jail several times. So don't fucking drink it unless you're gonna share it with me.
Be responsible. Drink and share.
Yeah,
all right.
fuck up.
King
Mad
Cobra.
Dog 2020.
Somebody
I
said
do give
King
it up.
Cobra.
They got the Mad Dog 2020. You know what I'm saying?
St.
In the
Ives,
building,
King-
baby.
Yeah.
No doubt.
Yeah.
Hey, big up to fucking Morals merch too. That's another done. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Il Caso.
Shout out to Morals merch.
Shout out to Morals merch. You know what I'm saying? Islamic fucking clothing merch. You know what I mean? They help me fucking pump your shit, son.
Epic era. Somebody said mix Cobra with Four Loco. Yeah,
Oh no,
Four Loco is the
no,
crazy
no,
drink.
no. That shit had a lot of people going to the hospital, right? It had caffeine and alcohol, right? It was high alcohol content.
Yeah,
and it was
Loco.
caffeined out, and it made people like really like iffy. Another thing as well, for all you motherfuckers that do the perico, the puro, just be careful with that too right now.
Oh yeah,
because
yeah.
it's a big epidemic, yo. There's a lot of people passing away from doing that. You know, I was talking to a triple OG right the other day, and he was like, "Yo, cocaine ain't what it used to be." Period, point blank. It's you're not even doing the actual drug anymore. You're just totally doing some obscure, crazy. People are dying. They're dropping left and right. Yo. So just be careful, please, to the youth. Straight the fuck up. Sharpen up. You know what I mean? Don't you know? It's shit. Straight up. I've had too many experienced drug users pass. So if that's happening to them, the little youngsters that don't know what the fuck's going on, for sure don't need to be doing nothing because the fentanyl.
How do I pass this? Yeah, no doubt, man. No
the
doubt.
fentanyl thing is a real big epidemic in America right now.
Yeah.
Hard.
Yeah,
It's killing a lot of people. So
we gotta solve that
sharpen
problem,
up, man. Don't do that. Stay the fuck away from it unless you're gonna, you know what I'm saying? Let me test it first.
Positive words. Yeah, exactly. Positive words. Positive words, encouraging.
Coming from the God, baby.
That's right.
See when the ghetto God.
All right, so we about to move on. Hey, I want to tell, how come I can't afford it?
Oh, another $10. Now you owe me for sure a 12-pack at least.
Peace to Hebrew.
At least you owe me a 12-pack for sure, right?
It said peace to Hebrew and Tehuti. Great knowledge.
Holding it down on the real.
Okay, yep. Yeah, peace. Go ahead. Yeah.
Peace to Hebrew and Tehuti. Great knowledge between both of them. But get Ashar Kwesi and Anthony Browder. We need that comedic build. Peace to you.
Karakamoon.
Karakamoon. Peace to you. Karakamoon, thank you. And I wanted to say, just to close out, peace to Mighty Hebrew. Thank you for coming. Great discussion. We will talk outside of here. What the topics are. I did want to officially see you off. Like, I didn't want to officially say, thank you for coming and thank you for the build. It was good. And people that are watching it will leave and take from whatever they got from the both of us. For those who want to contact either one of us, I think our information is at the bottom.
Either one of us.
Yeah. Contact either one of us. There are students that actually we both share. There's particular students that come to me and also go to Mighty Hebrew that we both share. So you can learn from both and critique both and analyze facts from both. Our debate, Mighty Hebrew, will definitely have to be, we're going to discuss it and have to be on factual information. I definitely will not debate oral tradition, but I will debate some factual, provable information. So peace and love to you and everybody.
All right.
Up to the Most High, man.
Yeah. All right, check it out.
Real shit.
So let's move on to the music. We got them in the building. All right, so this is the part. Well, AD, you break this one down.
Yeah, this is where we play tracks that were submitted by the viewers. So for upcoming artists, we've got this segment called Song Promotions. We got about 5 tracks to go through. Let's see.
Whoa.
Mighty Hebrew, you gonna stick with us?
Yeah, because I want to critique. Because some of them songs y'all be playing, man, them joints be garbage, man.
Right. Okay, so I
But
got
some
you.
of them be good too.
That's right.
You
Okay.
like the songs.
AD, how can I send this to you from Mighty Hebrew?
On
videos.
WhatsApp.
Yeah, but it won't. It's like when I press it,
No, click on forward.
there's no
got it.
forward.
Okay, I'll help you out when we
Alright.
play a song.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's get right to it. The first track over here is
Hey, I'm cute. I'm cuter than DMX though. All right, I'm not the Latin DMX. I'm cuter. You know what I mean?
the first track.
It's on and popping up here.
Your mama.
Is
told me
it?
so.
Is it on and popping? The first one is Black Sunshine. It's called Babylon System.
That's a dope name. Both dope title, Black Sunshine.
Yeah, let's see.
Teaching tongue, damn it.
Here we go.
They were the definition in Northeast. We were talking about Northeast people.
It's a video.
But my music, I'm so dedicated. But still, they won't give me no ratings. Yo. In the suburban system, it's for pain and affliction. Ooh, in the suburban system.
So that is Black Sunshine. Black Sunshine from Reading, England, UK. The song was called Babylon System. Pretty cool, huh?
I thought you said Black Sunshine.
Black Sunshine's the name of the artist.
Oh, okay.
Babylon System's the name of the song.
It's Fire Sister.
From the UK.
What's Fire Sister?
You like it?
That's right.
What you think of it?
Yeah, that's
What you think of that?
Joseph goes by that too. Must be another name.
Got that new
What you
flavor.
think of that? What you think of it?
You know what I'm saying?
All right, let's start from AG. What you think?
Cool. It was different. It's a lot of I get it. It's a lot of auto-tune going on, and I know that's a style within itself. We used to call that the T-Pain effect. Like, hey, yo, T-Pain that.
Was
Hey,
it
yo,
too
can you
much
T-Pain my voice? Yo, let me get a T-Pain effect on that. And I'd be like, all right. And that's just like, auto-tune all the way up. But, it's a style within itself. If you like it, you can make it work. It's cool. It works in this way here. If you like it, not bad. I got no critique on the mix or the master. So that's it. I bet.
The auto-tune's like kryptonite sometimes. Yeah. Was that auto-tune on that?
Yeah.
You can run out the building and bust out.
T-Pain effect.
Yeah, some more auto-tune. You can use auto-tune like a weapon.
Goddamn auto tune.
What you think, Mighty Hebrew? We're gonna go around the room. Mighty Hebrew, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm listening.
What you
Yeah,
thinking?
Like, it do got a lot of auto tune in it to the point that you really can't hear the person's voice. the
Yeah, I thought
actual
like that too.
voice
I ain't
of
going
the person.
for it.
And it seems like the auto tune is dragging out the beat itself. You hear more of the auto tune than the beat. So it's like it's a major disservice to the song. But I see the creativity what the person was trying to do, but that was too much auto.
That was good. To Hootie? Oh no, pass on you. Yeah, go ahead. What you think?
I like the aspect that it was like old school rude girl vibe to it.
Right.
It brought that angle in,
Right.
but with a new flavor and vibe. You know what I'm saying? So,
Oh,
You gotta get closer to the mic, bro.
yeah.
which motherfucking microphone? I need it.
Well, not that
Yo.
one. That one's yours.
Oh shit. My
Yeah, I
fault.
need this.
Damn,
I need this
goddamn.
over here.
Yeah,
This is
yeah.
ill. I got the classico.
Go ahead.
I feel like Chick Hearn in this
There you
motherfucker.
go.
You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
yeah,
Like, yo.
All right.
All right,
See,
y'all
feeling
feeling
good.
me?
See what's
All
feeling
right.
good.
Yeah. Hey, see Hearn up in the building, baby. All right, so check it out. what I did like about it was obviously the fact that she brought the old school rude girl, you know what I mean, style in a little bit, and then even though it had a little new age angle as far as production,
yeah. It's like an R&B hook.
Yeah. But you know, but at least you brought that rude girl boom clock.
Right.
So
that's sweet. So good. So cool. All right. Where you at, Russell?
Who, me?
Yeah.
You know, I like what I like. Well, I like the way she looked. I like the way the video looked. Right?
Grammy.
Okay.
Grammy UK.
I like the message and I like the song, but I do not like the auto-tune.
Okay. That's honest.
But she got something going on.
I kind of went for it at first. I'm not gonna lie, but I did. In the back of my mind, I thought it was a little bit too much auto tune. But I'm gonna pass. I'm gonna let this rock. I like it. Like it. It's cool.
All right.
Cause it was different. All right, let's go. Next.
All right, next one's by DJ Aurora Borealis. The track is called Temple of Doom.
Okay, it's starting to get dark.
My heap of pages was so unsatisfactory because the machines were being recalibrated this morning. I focused my thought traveling forward.
You gotta turn your snare up. I always gonna tell you, man, the snare, you gotta turn up that snare. It's all about the mix. I get what you're going for. It's a little repetitive. You gotta switch it up a little bit. You know what I mean? That would be an A part. You need a B part and a C part. You know what I'm saying? Some will call it a hook and a bridge. A part, B part, C part. All I heard was the A part all the way through. That could have been an intro or something. But turn your snares up. I don't hear the snares. Drums first. Boom bap. Let me hear that first. Everything else is atmosphere. That's all I gotta say.
Yeah, you know.
What you think? He's still Mighty Hebrew still here. Mighty Hebrew, what you think?
Oh, he's still there?
Hell yeah.
I'm still here.
You still with us, brother? Hell yeah.
You said pass?
Yeah, pass.
Yeah. Oh shit.
What you think?
Who, me? Oh,
see.
Me? I mean.
On the show we do honesty. You know that.
I'm just faded. I'm smoking weed. I mean,
did it make you feel like that? Like you feel like?
I kind of felt like slicing my wrist. Smoking some weed.
Like it got dark.
Bad. Yeah. In a sense, yeah. It was a dark, deep,
almost walking by yourself.
Eerie beat. Like it could work in that angle. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like an evil dollhouse. Like,
yeah.
Go ahead. What you think?
Yeah, I mean, you know, DJ Aurora Borealis, you know?
Yeah.
Like it's kind of like he just stays in the dark, in a dark zone, like a zone where it's like the Twilight Zone. Like every time you hear a beat from...
everything shut down.
I mean, it's just kind of like a weird reality, like a weird universe of his own, man. Like,
that's a nice name. He should call it a weird reality.
Yeah.
Hey,
But you know, you could actually spit like cats could go in on that.
No, you can flip it. I didn't say it's not a rappable beat. It's not a not rappable beat.
It's not.
I'm gonna
like,
kill it. But
you know what I mean?
it is just on that eerie, dark side.
So it
was dark but strange. Really strange.
I like it because I'm a fan. Some of his stuff is a little out there.
Of course, it's not unwrappable. Like
It's like almost like he did the beat and left the room.
Yeah.
And you walked out the studio and just let it go. And it told the engineer, send it.
Yeah,
I'll go with AD on that one. I'm gonna go with AD on that one. Yo, somebody said an uplifting funeral beat.
Whatever that means.
It's like, you had a funeral,
Well,
but
hold on. Somebody did a song to one of his beats.
That's dark. Yeah,
the guy, whoever did that song, it sound, and he complimented with.
It's dark, man. That was
Aurora Borealis is doing. So again, if you get into his beats of MC,
it's in that dark organ. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like you can go in.
All right, next.
All right, let's go. Next one is by Lance and Killah Priest. I guess he put you in here. So check it out. It's by Lance and Killah Priest. It's called Liddy.
Okay.
Here we go. Featuring Killah Priest.
Oh, hell yeah! Shout out to Lance.
Oh, shit.
Alaska.
That's him?
Yeah. It's my man Lance.
That's definitely where we are.
This is the joint.
We're heading out on the town. Let's find out who's around. Call up our friends. Come on, let's go crazy. This is the night for fun. So let's have some fun. This is the night we gonna go and get a little crazy.
He's from Alaska.
All night, getting drunk at the club. Girls getting down, bottles above. VIP section, models above. Kid kinda crazy, shows me her jugs. KPOG, jaws of that bug. It's our night, so it's all love. Killah Priest and Lance, you don't stand a chance. G's had enough.
Shut it up. Shut it up. All stars.
I got the Lance.
They got the ladies in the house.
We take over the whole Alaska scene, yo. Okay.
They got the
Lance. Alaska scene.
Never thought you'd see Priest doing that.
Yo, remember?
That's right. Hey,
remember when? All right, guys, we're gonna go around the clock. What you think?
Hey, it's cool. Wait, did they put your verse on that beat, or you rapped on that beat?
I rapped on it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I rapped on it. Yeah.
Hey, you a versatile rapper. That's part of your talent.
Hey. Yeah.
They need to take no fat Albert.
What did he say? Shout out to my man Lance.
That's
Man.
hip-hop shit.
Guys, don't read that. It's kind of crazy, sometimes.
Shout out to Big Lance, man, out there in Alaska, man. He's on his way to Netherlands right now. It said Priest used to dance.
It says Priest on E.
Oh shit, that's right.
That's one of them joints. What you think? Mighty Hebrew?
I think it was cool. I think the video was cool. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It do give you a spark of the 90s.
Yeah.
You see the 90s, the way this is expressed. It made me think of the 90s.
Got paid. Friday night.
Mm-hmm.
Feeling.
You already know the Palladium.
Feeling.
Remember the Palladium?
Ladies, it was kind of like
the
that.
Palladium.
What you think?
The tunnel.
That was Lil C's from Junior Mafia's video, right? His new shit.
Lil C, man, big up. C1s. Go ahead. I'm gonna leave C1s alone. Go ahead. No, you good. Go ahead. What you think?
Yeah, I mean, it had the whole thing, the whole like Mighty Hebrew said.
Lance is gonna get on with it. Fire. Big up to Lance, man. Let's keep it going.
So Lil C's like from Junior Mafia, right?
Yeah. You know.
Hey, he agreed with me, priest. He agreed with me.
No, well, you know.
He was like, it was like the 90s underground vibe, like little.
Hey, man. Hey, you know what I told him? That's one of those songs that
the
can go.
video was hot.
Yeah.
The spot was dope. Everything blended. It came out dope.
Yeah.
No, on that end, it was tight.
Yeah, no doubt.
See, he was gone for that.
Big up to Alaska. They, you know.
Let's keep it moving.
All right, the next one is by
track. That's right.
The next one is by Balance Clarity. It's called Emotions from Los Angeles.
That's a nice one. I like that name, Balance Clarity. Somebody.
All right. So that was Balance Clarity from Los Angeles called Emotions. They paid for the full song, obviously. Cool. There was like some spoken word there too, right?
Yeah, what you think, Mighty Hebrew? Thank you. Kept looking for my.
Yo, I think that joint was dope, though. The graphics, you know what I mean? The cartoons that Tehuti said I'd be drawing and stuff. Man, I think
that was so funny.
But look, shout out to Jimmy B. Shout out to Jimmy B. I got that from Jimmy B. He in the crowd watching. But yeah, I just think the whole concept of bringing back that spoken word poetry, and it also reminds me of like the 70s. You remember when JJ from Good Times used to draw the pictures and stuff?
Yes.
And you see, it also reminds me a little bit of Jay-Z's video. You remember he had that joint Still a Nigga?
Yeah. Yes.
So, yeah, I mean, it reminds me somewhat of that.
It was a movie. Yeah. A cartoon. From back in the
Right,
days.
right.
Yeah.
Now, I didn't draw them cartoons, Tahuti. I promise you that.
Yeah, that was the best. Who we going to? C1s.
Yeah.
What you think?
I like the fucking little classic little bluesy vibe they went with it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It was a little long. I think we all, complained about that towards the end.
Right.
Other than that, they kept it classic. They had a little vibe. They went with that old school sound. Shit.
Poetry.
Yeah,
Can't front on poetry.
Yeah.
What you think?
Yeah, I liked it. It was dope.
Yeah, I like the music a lot.
Yeah.
The actual music behind it.
That was fire.
And I like the message. I like the personification of the negatives that had to be overturned. I like that. Peace. What's the brother's name or sister who made that?
That was Balance Clarity.
Balance Clarity. Keep going. I would love to hear more of your talent.
That was dope. That's it. That's all I gotta say is this.
Those cartoons do not compare to Mighty Hebrews. Mighty Hebrew is my favorite cartoon maker.
Oh man, that was We ain't talking about that one. So funny.
Y'all crazy.
All right, let's go. Where we at?
All right, next one is by Ka Zodiac. It's called Illuminated.
Yeah, who's the bionic man? God with the ganja from Hot Sudan. Horrific rhymes, mystic lines cover the prophet's hands. Not a rover, spinning dough on to the cop the promised land. Knocking out and got Moroccans on yachts for the scholars plan. Eugenic counter plans, camouflage to guard the lambs. Invisible seas, the register and Doppler scans. The mixture of God and man, lyrical contraband. My spirit is out of hand, a miraculous diagram. Magical pentagrams, my math is essential. My Adam's apple's a tabernacle without a pencil. I drew the conclusion, I'm smooth as evolution. This time always wins, it seems weird for evolution. Every moment I'll be really is installed in the grand design. Are you sure on the banks of the sands of time would definitely take you quickly like the wind did to a dandelion? But life will never leave you like a seed that is regrew or regrown from deep thrones. I speak poems and meet combs. Sherlock the birds flock to me to get their worlds rock. Yeah, I am that sure shot marksman with dark skin. Truth makes my heart grin. Flowing where the sharks swim, they fly out the water to escape from the slaughter. I'm bathing in the aura of the fauna and the flora. You don't understand the book cause you ain't know you was the author. You ain't know you framed the picture, so you break it for the border like a Mexicano. Ballad the South Moroccan, the start of impossible like the bottle. They sold us already auto. Floating inside a bottle in the middle of the ocean. When the rubber get the flow, I got the microphone foaming like junkies. Overdosing, they pump it in Nova Scotians. I'm worldwide, stopping me from conquering. They should try, instead they wanna sponsor me. Music is my first bride. It made me stronger than 80 offers on the table. I ain't on them, I'm Minona and the savior of the plaguers. Shining like what kind of world does he reside in? What kind of air does he breathe? There's no denying. I'm gliding like what universe was he contrived in? Deeper than Poseidon, scuba diving in Orion. I was born into the world riding a double-headed lion. Here he comes the head of Zion. A legend, a sighting. Forgotten time thought from this ice hero by tribesmen. He's so deprived of this wisdom I provided. Speaker to break the shackles, repeat it in ancient battle. Sneaking in Satan's castle with demons from ancient Babel. A winging horse with my name stitched in the side of my face. You saw it twice in the flame of a mystic candle. Aristocrat smoking a blunt with Joe Campbell. He quit the sig, stupid how brothers forget to live. But struggle to get nothing but change, this is what it is. All praise it, go and get the stage lit. The time has arrived now, so long they waited for me to come drop out the sky, illuminated. With wings on the magic wand, mic that's gold plated. Doors so deep for the scales they can't weigh it. Telepath rap, you know before I say it. So patient, nothing's more powerful than an idea whose time is now faded.
Alright, give it up. That is Ka Zodiac from New Jersey. Track was called Illuminated.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Very appropriate.
Yeah, that was hot. That was hot.
Yeah.
That was hot.
Absolutely. Very appropriate for the show. That track. Great submission. The mix sounded like something that I would mix for Priest. So it's definitely with Priest genre. It was cool. I got no notes on the production. I got no critique. That was just cool. That's it. Fire. Very appropriate. And
Word from Mighty Hebrew. All right. C1s?
She was sick.
Yeah, that was dope.
Yeah.
It was dope. And it was different.
At first I was skeptical. I was like, what the fuck is going on
Right.
here?
I was too, right.
Yeah, but it blended in. It was cool. It was solid.
Rasul?
Yo, man, that motherfucker need to put a shirt on, yo.
That part too, though.
You need to put a shirt on. You need to put a motherfucking shirt on, man. That's how I feel, man. That's just how I feel, man.
He wasn't no
I like that.
They said I was a DMX. He wasn't no DMX, motherfucker. You know
That's what I'm saying, man. You know, he just look kind of weird, like he look like one of them weird new age people. But I like the song. I like what he did. I like the beat. I like the lyrics. But I don't know. Put a shirt on, man.
All right, words of
but
advice.
It was good. It was good. But put a shirt on, man. What, man? I'm just saying. You told me to ask me how I felt. That's what I felt, man. You need to put a shirt on, man.
I hear it. Okay.
Right.
I think that he was very. He sounded like he'd been a hip hop artist for 20 years.
Yeah.
He sounded like a real hip hop artist. That song sounds like the video, the quality of the video, the quality of the music, everything was really good. Just keep going. What's his name? Ka Zodiac?
Yeah, Ka Zodiac.
Keep going, Ka Zodiac.
Let's hear more.
He's
yeah.
what?
Huh?
What do you say? He's what?
I said I want to hear more.
Yeah, more. We want to hear more of you, yeah.
Yo, some cats you just know when they know how to rhyme, like you said. That was good music. That's rhymes. I mean, the pattern, the wordplay, everything was dope, man.
Yeah, good job.
Yeah, good video, all that shit. Yeah.
All right, let's go.
All right, our last submission is none other than Voltage Controller.
Voltage Controller.
And this track features MF Doom. It's called Old Volt Standard.
Blessings to the Most High, man. No doubt.
Here we go.
And you know, with all my heart and soul, the way I do, get Gandalf. But let me tell you,
villains took on many forms.
Voltage Controller.
Villains took on many forms. Villains took on many forms. Villains took on many forms.
Let he who is without sin cast the first stone. After you whose last is doomed, he's the worst known. That'll have your boom blown or either thirst bone. Rockets won't burst, clone, just don't curse the grown. On his own microphone, bring it everywhere he go, so he can bring it to you live.
Kiss the rings.
Ban it, the underhanded ran it, planned it and left him stranded. The best, any who profess will be remanded. Yes sir, request permission to be candid, granted. I don't think we can handle a style so rancid. He flipped it like and did the old jazz standard. Clack, clack, block.
Yeah, you got my email, right?
Whoa. That's right.
That was dope. That was dope.
On that Lizzie Live.
Yeah, that was dope. That was definitely dope.
Yeah,
that was dope. As Voltage Controller.
Rest in peace to MF Doom, man.
Mm-hmm. And then, did you email me, Mighty Hebrew, those tracks? Because I couldn't forward them from.
I gotta email them to you.
Yeah, because I can't forward them from Priest's phone.
Oh well, what you can do is, because I'm not access. I got the link. It's on
play my video, or you guys find
Hold on a second, bro.
I got the spot.
Go ahead. It's on what? It's on Spotify.
Yup.
Okay, I'm going to Spotify right now.
Yup.
All right, I'm just gonna type in Mighty Hebrew.
Yup. You type in Mighty Hebrew, mind mental is never destroyed, and it pop right up. And got the link.
Okay, Mighty Hebrew. Mine, boom.
Yup, you see it.
Yup.
Yup, that's it right there.
Nice.
And what track?
Play. The first play pop.
Pop. Here we go.
Pop goes.
I don't know why the volume doesn't go all the way up more. I'm gonna have to boost it.
This is another song.
Cash got shot up into wop from the Upa. Pop, another nigga drops. When we stop, I see bodies all over the block. Pop, another nigga drops. Cash got shot up like doo-wop from the Upa. Pop, another nigga drops. Pop, gunshots up and down my block. The Glock hop on the palm. J Fox fight, Dr. Shock for survival. Blood spill, honor, strike, fighters like comets. Generation code vet, 1-9 cool. For visions and dreams, we be Elohim, fight Anunnaki. Kai Chi, divine being, Prince Landine. Hanasi, one with Musha King, rest been on me. Completeness emerges. Welcome to the new age. See through eyes as a Kai King. Zion, war, lion, shine on the yard diamonds. Shield out with that conscious, 12 tribes rise. Great shot, rock, solid power, rock, truth like gold collars, hot vodka shots when I blaze into riots. Daughters of Zion, God is the thought, rock boxes, stink boxes. Door of return, suckers be spooked out, chins of Holy Spirits. Kid it feel offended, fuck it, 400 years, I'm going in. Nemesis, number Israel through census. Lost tribes be endless. Cash got shot up into wop from the Upa. Pop, another nigga drops. When we stop, I see bodies all over the block. Pop, another nigga drops. Cash got shot up like doo-wop from the Upa. Pop, another nigga drops.
Yeah, that's Pop Pop by the Mighty
Gunshots up
Hebrew.
and down my block. The clock hop in the palm.
Fire. If you guys at home are interested in submitting your tracks, your music, your MP3s, your video, go ahead and go to killerpriest.tv/song promo, and you can submit your tracks right there. And the link is in the description, so check that out. killerpriest.tv/song promo, and then we'll play it on the next episode.
Yo, AJ.
AD.
AD, I mean AD, excuse me, I'm thinking about AD.
Yeah.
One more song, AD.
Of course, which one?
And then we gotta play C1's video.
Play Rain. Play Rain.
All right, here we go.
Yeah. Prince Maltazar, I'm on deck. Alter ego in the building. That's how we gonna do it.
Who did the beat?
Cyclopic fire, set apart lava. Ramallah on Easter Island, image out of rock.
Untar did the
5
beat.
million incarnated children. Zion, it was written with Nas's pen. Fallen sovereigns in concrete jungle buildings. Creature of the law. Strong ones stand tall to a wheelchair crawling. Flatliners lose mind power. Conscious talisman. Shaman the Shaolin. Vibrational comments to Congo. Violence. Hip hop's rising. In the B-boy stands. Uphold Yah's commandments. Breaking Thor's hammer. Dance pop locking. To the show shock non-stop. Rip cats like vodka. Old school rockin' lottos. Ooh, what the flex. Effects like DAWs. Ooh, when I test the best architect on record. Ooh, what the test to Elohim and mental chest. I'm Buddha, bless the brain noodle. See the future of jewels. Dropping jewels like Santana. I bang out any set, then dip, gang, gang. North Philly street slang. Rearrange your frame, fuck your dame. You pay for thin, niggas be lame. 2021, lions can't be tamed. Black rain, times is changing. Black rain, a vision looks strange. Black rain, strain on the brain. Must maintain the frame from going insane. Black rain, times is changing. Black rain, a vision looks strange. Black rain, strain on the brain. Must maintain the frame from going insane. I'll break your fucking jaw. I'll break your fucking jaw. I'll break your fucking jaw. On your face, I leave a scar. Play Jason.
Damn.
Yeah.
You just
Yeah,
got
White
beast.
Hebrew, baby.
You turned into a beast right there, bro.
You turned into the Wolverine right there, yo. Turned into Wolverine, yo. Yo, wow.
Yeah, man. You know, sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do.
Yeah.
That's my alter
Yo,
ego.
did you play that for Tehuti?
No,
man,
speaking of that,
the lyrics is
speaking
kinda,
of-
they kind of sound a little personal right there, right?
Pop. Is that your opening presentation for the debate?
He said he wanted me on.
Oh no, too. We can rhyme too, yo.
He said he wanted me on.
Matter of
He
fact-
wanted to hear my.
I don't know, man.
Verse
Them songs right there, them joints right there is hard, yo.
Yeah, let's get C1's. What's the name of the video?
Fucking C1.
Is it?
C1,
Nothing.
C1 the
Just-
ghetto God.
Yeah.
Just type that shit in and you'll find the God. You know what I mean?
C1.
Bam, the first one right there.
Oh yeah.
Hey, you know what? I try to fucking change that little frame, and then if like forcibly puts you right there, I was like, what the fuck?
It's all gravy.
Shit.
So
that
good.
shit kind of got me pissed off because I wanted to be, you know what I mean? I wanted to be me.
Surprise.
I
Yeah.
wanted to be
I'm
me.
right there.
I
Yeah.
was trying to be Papi Chulo. You completely took my shot.
Brand new video, y'all. My C Wizzo.
Pop.
No, C
No
was
doubt.
away.
C1 the ghetto God, baby.
All of these nuts can just make phone calls and spread insanity using telephone cables, using computers while who are saying rappers everywhere, Plague of Madness.
We got the
I'm not saying you're not mentally ill. For all I know, you're.
I got the emperor fucking guards on the side and the ninja in the back. You know what I mean? The monk. You know what I mean? Fucking monk.
I like that.
You know what I mean? Killer the B fam, straight the fuck up. You know what I'm saying? That's the shit I gave you right now, son.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Shit.
Lex Luger maneuver, metal plate in my forearm. I'm killing niggas from here to there, so on and so on. Your niggas corny, pursuing glory, telling my story. A bunch of actors manufactured in laboratories. Beast with the villainous style, call how it is. Blazing with the murderous smile, run in your crib and capture the moment and burn it up in the Vega. Some think I'm the devil, some think I'm the savior. Whatever the case, embrace the magic through your temple. I replace the feeling it makes in your mental. The fortified villain, I'm killing your weak perception. Most my niggas hold more heat than Charles Heston. 40 Glock, pop a cop while he in the precinct. While they search for motives, ain't no rhyme or reason. When the gun talk, it's a lecture on philosophy. If the truth be told, even death ain't stopping me.
Hey son, I keep playing it in orbit while I be coming with deeper and more shit. Hey son, I keep playing it in orbit while I be coming with deeper and more shit. Hey son, I keep playing it in orbit while I be coming with deeper and more shit. Hey son, I keep playing it in orbit enough to make a nigga go crazy.
You the God's divine sight, shine bright like gunshots at night. Blow, universal insight to stay hype. Like drug addicts, we in Cadillacs, diamonds in the back with rhyme packs. Lyrical drug dealers and smack facts of nothing but the truth. We troops and C1 and jug of the beast. The ghetto gods spin street knowledge. We stay grimy, yet polished and gleaming. Suckers stay daydreaming. We militant maneuvering through dirt that Babylon wanna kick up and two-faced snakes that wanna be scheming. I stay soulful free from new age slavery. Behind bars, avoiding cases and bids. Fuck the judge, the jury, the DA, and the witness kid. We slice them as we dipping out for silence. Ask my primo and my Theo on the block that smokes Frios. They better not say shit, cause I stay focused and we dropping the hits. Powered by our ancestors and the Most High. They give us the energy to manifest the destiny. So you better know what up, so you know that we it, motherfuckers, yeah. Abundance, greatness, we gods, yeah, what?
What, baby?
Hey son, I keep playing it in orbit while I be coming with deeper and more shit. Hey son, I keep playing it in orbit while I be coming with deeper and more shit. Hey son, I keep playing it in orbit while I be coming with deeper and more shit.
Hey,
it's in orbit, enough to make a nigga go crazy.
Has to go all the way to the whole motherfucking end. Don't stop at all, please. Straight the fuck up, you know what I mean?
Fuck what? You can never fuck with me, man. Fuck you up right now. What? Bust your ugly ass, boy. Ain't no motherfucking joke. You know who you talking to? I'll fuck you up right now. Yeah. What?
Hey, I was telling him that's my primo. I'm like, hey, motherfucker, Cholo gazing in the stars or what?
Yeah.
You know, what's wrong with you, yo?
I already addressed that.
Love it.
Damn.
Shout out to
That's right by Dodger Stadium too, right there, where we're at, right there.
Yeah.
Shout out to Monk. Shout out to Timbo King.
That's what I'm saying.
You know what I mean? Rest in peace to the God. You know what I mean? We had to give him homage. Of course, you gotta pay homage.
Yeah, that was hard. That was hard.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that was hard.
9 mics for that.
Yeah.
9 mics. 9 mics.
If it was a source, what would you guys give me?
9 mics.
Hey, boom.
10. You got 10. You got 10. That was hard.
Dang, man.
10 mics. Well, you know, 9.
Limit 5 though, man. I'm gonna be limit 5.
He gave you more. He gave you, yo, that was
2
fire.
pages. I got 2 pages then. Two advertisements.
Yo.
Hey, to the Most High.
So.
Hey, bless up to a lot of fallen soldiers, man. Big up to Miles, rest in peace. Ill-ass artist. Big up to, you know what I'm saying, Holy P. Big up to, you know what I'm saying, MF Doom. Big up to, you know what I'm saying, a lot of people that just passed throughout these years.
Everybody.
The hip-hop culture, the movement, you know what I'm saying? We got to always have things in remembrance and keep pushing, no doubt, to the Most High.
Hey. Yeah, I want to send a shout out. Hey, I can't wait. You and yo, Mighty Hebrew, you want to say anything before you out?
That song took his
Yeah, man. On that album right there, right? On that album I did a joint called Beat Street. And I don't know if y'all familiar with, I'm pretty sure y'all are, MCLB, you know, and I dedicated that to a bunch of old school pioneers. So y'all ever get a chance, play that song Beat Street. Y'all remember the movie Beat Street, right?
Yeah. We're not going to do it right now, though. We got to get up out of here.
No.
Next time.
Absolutely. Yo, give a shout out to Tehuti, Killer Priest, you know what I mean, AD, Rasul, Lost Children of Babylon.
See when they get a God, baby.
Hey, can you hear me? I don't think they can hear me, AD.
Absolutely.
They can hear you.
Oh, you can?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
We can hear you. We can hear you. You know what I'm saying? So shout out to Killer Priest Podcast. Everybody support Killer Priest Podcast. Mighty Hebrew signing out.
That's right.
Yes, sir. Peace. Peace to you, Mighty Hebrew. Peace to everybody who's watching the best podcast on YouTube, the most fair, the most open, the most inviting Killer Priest Podcast. Peace to everybody that is on.
Oh, I'm out of here, yo. Shit.
Peace to everybody that's on the panel.
My bad.
Peace to everybody that's on the panel. And we will see you next week. And also, so I'm doing the. I have one thing to correct on the collab.
Correct it.
On the collab.
Oh yeah, you got okay. Yeah, you're gonna collect the night. Okay,
yeah, I'm gonna do it here. So
all right.
Yeah, the collab's coming out, and listen close. It's gonna be nice.
That's good. It's gonna be we'll premiere Wednesday.
Wednesday. Okay, I'm doing my last part of it tonight.
All right, yo, Lost Children of Babylon.
Yes,
was good.
Oh yeah, man. Hey, make sure you subscribe to the Killer Priest Podcast.
We drank a lot of tea tonight.
Yeah, and subscribe to my YouTube page. Rasul Law 7 Podcast. Subscribe.
And the collab track, Priest is submitting in his verse, so we'll be premiering that collab track on Wednesday.
And Mighty Hebrew, where can they pick up your album?
I think we lost them.
All right, y'all. Yo, this is Killer Priest Podcast. We say until next time, to Wednesday, y'all come back around. We'll talk about it, man. Shout out to the moderator, everybody, the chat room, the best chat room on the internet, the most enlightened. Y'all always coming. Y'all came today. Craftman, Rocketeers. I'm out of here.
See me? Buy me a beer, yo. Straight the fuck up. All right, you see, want to get a guy, buy me a motherfucking beer at least.
Let's get that beer. Let's get that beer.
Peace,
yeah,
peace,
exactly.
Peace.
All right, so we out. We're gonna land.
Hey, D, you got anything to say? Land the plus, man.
That was basically it. Hold on a second. There you go.
Are we off?
Nope.
Hey, Chris, you know I'm gonna hold you to that. Buy me a 12-pack of dollars. Once I said super chat, motherfuckers like bing, bing,
I got better. I got better than that. I got vodka.
Here's a classic for them. This is bragging the bomb. We're chefing in the kitchen. Benevolent
See y'all
magician.
Wednesday.
My magic is done in vocal boosts with quotables.
Shout
I hope
out
to fuel a
Bragantino.
paradigm shift. That shit is overdue. I know it's gruesome, but that's no excuse to shield your eyes. Playing dumb and doing what you're told to do is ill-advised. Those of you that will comply are in the gravest danger. The brave are shamed because they spoke the truth. They're vilified. Shouldn't we care what the inventors gotta say? You know that mRNA, well, its creator has said that it isn't safe and effective, and still they're making you get it. They've been persuading the desperate with petty bribes and mandated the rest as if they had the power to. That's just against the law. I don't consent at all. Attempt to force me, I'll be back in shower shoes. I don't bow to you imposters. Nah, I'm staying tall. They want to wage a war, they could bring it. I'm not afraid at all. People having meltdowns, spellbound and catatonic. Bells sound and bring me back to hell. These clowns are mad demonic. Junior high was when I threw aside the path to college athletics as I started turning to an alcoholic. My mother's death was half the cause. I needed padded walls since back and forth, and later puffing angel dust has made me fucking crazier. It may have turned my brain into a tattered omelet. I have a heart like it just casts darkest shadows on it. So many hapless convicts, so little jobs to give them. That's why they clog the prisons. They don't have a pot to piss in. The hypocrites atop the system want to implement some stiffer sentences and then pretend as if they fought addictions. Full of contradictions, masked under the guise of justice. Only certain kinds of us get brought before the eyes of judges. I'm disgusted with the system. I don't give permission to it. All of yous could get the boot. I got some Timbs to give him.
Brag, he be preaching, walking what I be talking. Listen to Manly P. Hall, and it be often. In my songs, I be teaching, maybe all of a sudden. Light bulb will go off while you dancing and singing. Parables is actually parables you live in between. Cause the atom is an hourglass, your spirit's the semen. Electrons are the planets, you're an inverted plant. With your roots in the heavens and your head in the planet. Earth is the plane of inertia, still and serene. That's why we chew on fruits and plants to get nutrients. It's not spinning, it's a spiral that goes up your spine to the Shashuna to Samadhi. Get in tune with your body. The heart is the seed of the spirit. That's where the gods sit on their throne. Nibiru is within orbits. The sun is an umbilical cord from the earth, which is your mom, to the yolk, you're in the egg. As a seed, you're a fetus. The earth is alive, and so are you, and so is the sun. Not just the fireball, the globe is actually the eyeball.